Well, we will never top that.
Never, never. That's been the best pre-tape we've ever done. How is it possible that Doug and Bala were so serious about it? You can see Bala laughing just because he speaks with a smile on his face.
I break way too easily. No, they.
Them standing up randomly just destroyed me.
The faces on Angel. Sometimes he sounds angry, but he's just a troll. Like he's always in a good.
All right, guys. Well, look.
He thought it seemed like he just thought it was a serious. Like he wasn't. I think
he realized partway through none of this was serious.
My hair is somewhat disheveled.
Great. All right. Well, before we get
started,
it's not
good. It's only day 2.
Get some basic predictions. What do we feel? How are we feeling about
this
game?
I need to.
I think that NRG with the performance that they've had, and Navi still being on the path of finding their style for this year at least. I think I'm gonna go for NRG for this time.
Okay. All right. What about for you, Mimi?
I think NRG have gotten kind of the experimentation phase of their life over and done with early in the season. They tried out all the different comps, and they found a style that worked for them in playoffs. Good enough
Jesus
to compete
Christ.
with Cloud, to make it second place in Americas, whereas Navi has been struggling regionally. And while you can say maybe they were saving strats, but they played so much. They played so much comps. What do they have left? You can never underestimate them, but I think you have to give the confidence to NRG.
Well, we're gonna see how all this plays out.
Imagine DRX win, but CGRS is the MVP.
Let's just go ahead and get this day
and
started.
Cubjo with the
6
6 months. Thank
making
you.
their debut and 2 more fighting for a shot at the knockout stage. It's
How's the
Navi
internet
versus
looking?
NRG,
Bad
EG versus
stuff.
DRX. Day 2 of Masters
Very
Tokyo
bad.
starts right now.
I'm guessing they already did the map veto. I would think. Yeah, I've seen the bingo board. I've got it up here. Mike guesses a score. What score did it? You can guess the score, Taku, if you want. Oh dear. Let me know about the volume as well.
精鋭たちが限界に挑み、新たな可能性が生まれる。想定が覆される最前線。最高峰はさらなる高みへ。すべての試合、すべてのラウンドで、それがマスターズ東京。目撃、プレイ、そして高みへ。
Oh. Come on, we can do this. It's a big day today. Some good games. Start off with this banger.
This is Valorant. Heritage.
Bought toolbox with 100 bits. Oh no, I'll always be here. I'll always be here. I might be.
We take a win off them.
I might be a bit late. I might be a bit tired.
This means we're here to compete with the big dogs.
그렇게 좀 긴장하는 게 좀 없지 않아 좀 있긴 하지만은 기대 굉장히 하고 있습니다.
Yeah, my hair. I don't know what's going on with my hair. It's just kind of it's doing what it wants today.
항상 이제 화면으로만 봤던 선수들이기 때문에 총을 일단 굉장히 잘 쏘는 건 원래부터 알고 있었고. 이지디몬 이지.
This is Valorant. Heritage.
Well, toolbox thanks for the extra 100 bits.
Everything to prove here. There are a lot of IGLs that I have a lot of respect for. Sadak is one of them. Another one would be Angel.
It's gonna be fun to play against Ardis. It's our first match against old Optic Core. So yeah, I'm looking forward for this match. It's gonna be banger.
Man, FPX never played the old Optical.
We're here to win.
How long do you think they'll have to be NRG before people stop thinking those artists? Oh, they didn't do the map veto yet.
It's been a long year, so congrats on making it to Masters. So we're gonna get things started. NRG, you are higher seed. Do you want Team A or Team B?
Team B.
This is Valorant.
So Navi
Heritage.
will be Team A, and so.
Thank you for toolbox. Yeah, I do like that.
Okay, cool. So Navi, you're Team A. We'll start with your first band.
Haven.
Haven, your band.
Haven, interesting.
Fracture, we'll go to map number 1 from Navi. Ascent.
Ascent. Okay, they didn't troll.
Defense, map number 2. Side on Lotus. Defense. Okay, and next set of bans starting with Navi, you have Bind, Pearl, and Split.
Bind, Pearl, Split. You want Bind?
And Bind. Okay, Pearl and Split.
Band Pearl.
Okay, so map number 3 will be Split. Navi, side
Okay,
on
this is not too bad for Navi.
Defense? Okay, I'm going to walk through this really quick, make sure we're all good to go. First set of bans, we have Navi with Haven, NRG with
They got
Rapture.
Ascent,
Map number
which
1
should
is
be the
Ascent,
best map by
NRG
far
on
for
defense.
them.
Map number 2 is Lotus with Navi on defense. Next set of bans are Bind and
Lotus
Pearl.
obviously,
Map 3 will be Split with Navi on
I mean, Lotus is an interesting pick. I'm surprised they didn't pick Bind. And then Split map 3. Split! Could go either way, I think. It kind of depends what, like, we'll have to see what Navi got cooked up. If they play Yoru, they're gonna lose, but we'll see what they got cooked up on Split. Seen Ed wearing a hat.
Let's go NRG.
2 boots are beat with the 10 months. Thank you.
NRG. I couldn't have enough. Oh.
I don't know why, but the moan sometimes, it gets me. Burrito Soot with the 5 months.
At one point in time, the cores of these teams were considered the best in the world, and now they find themselves in an unlikely battle here in the Tokyo group stages. It's NRG taking on Navi, and this is what professional Valorant is all about. I'm so excited for this one.
Still awake?
Going to be a fantastic match. Last year,
Oh no, I'm up early. The way I'm sleeping before this, it would be a terrible stream if I decided to stay up. That wouldn't make, like, the second game I would just be completely dead. That's definitely not the way to do it. I'm kind of slowly, so yesterday I went to sleep at like 10 to 4. Then, like last night, I was kind of, you know, tired enough from that to go from 9 till 4. And then probably I will end up in a schedule where I sleep from 8 till 4.
Coming to the international event, you need to be ready.
And the history is there. Artist, the only import in the Americas lead. He's playing against his former teammates for the very first time on that stage. And this is a match that matters for both of them. The expectation is a deep run for both Navi and NRG and getting the cleaner path.
Yeah, I saw people complain about the viewership
I'm looking at Sam as well.
yesterday on the subreddit, and I was just like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like,
exactly, he's just walking amongst giants, and he's going to have a banger performance.
the time where this is in, the place where this is, the game start prime time, is like fucking Hawaii. Like, the best time zone for this tournament is Hawaii. Of course the viewership is down. Like, no one in Europe watches the first game, and like, no one in Brazil or the East Coast of America watches the second game.
No matter who it is, you have to feel that sense of pride and respect, knowing that you're playing against some of the best in their craft.
You have to. Finesse and Angel as IGL, some of the most respected in the scene.
I mean, obviously the viewership's gonna be down for this tournament. Like obviously the viewership is gonna be down for this tournament.
Of course, we're in for a treat. I cannot wait. Also, we didn't get the chance to talk about the map, Vito. Ascent being the first map, you know, after all the changes that we have seen coming from the side of Navi, and we see an NRG that definitely knew what to do on this map.
And the question is, what is Navi's composition? What is their
Okay, they played the... So this is kind of their most popular comp, so they didn't bring out anything too weird.
It's the Fade instead of the Sova, and the Cypher instead
of the 47 with a 3 month, thank you.
Yeah, exactly. Things to look at on this game. How many times Angel is going to leave his teammates without smokes on the attack?
And the thing is as well, when tournaments have been obviously elsewhere, it seems like the Japanese viewership is somewhat more dedicated, I think, than a lot of other places, where the people in Japan who really love Valorant will just go for it.
Maybe this is too predictable now.
They've already got the stats for me. NRG's attack, not great. Their defense is okay, but Ascent is definitely their worst map.
The best. Don't overcook it. This one is reasonable. I'm watching Sugetsu in this one. He is the guy who will save this team when things go wrong. And
Both
on that
attack
Cypher
sides
role, lurking,
struggled
so
a bit.
enabled. But on the other side for NRG, they're playing the bog standard composition. They're good on this map. They've played it a lot in Americas, and this is a map that is really going to be about the battle between the IGLs. It's all about mid-rounding on Ascent.
We heard a lot about how Ardis thinks and feels about this matchup. It's time to see the head-to-head between Ardis and CNET.
Well, that was your Prime Gaming Agent select, and now it's time to jump into the action and send it over to your casters for day 2 in this epic confrontation. Actually, my 2 friends that I'm sending over to, quite the Gundam enthusiasts. Ain't that right, Doug and Bala?
Doug is everywhere.
Thank you so much. I know nothing about Gundam, but I do know this. There's an extra buzz in this arena today. And Bala, it's because we're gifted with an insane match this early in the tournament.
Yeah, we haven't had this matchup yet. It's the very first time Ardis is going up against his former team. It's only the second time these cores have clashed. We only saw that one battle at Copenhagen where Navi ended up taking the throne, FPX back then.
Oh yeah, they played in
the first match of group
stages. They played in the lower final, didn't they? Yeah, FPX
won.
won.
I think to double down on that, the fact that we're going to Ascent to start things off just seems really fascinating given what was available.
Yeah, I mean also too, Ardis is legendary on this map in matchups like this, so for him to be on the other side for Navi is definitely something that they're thinking of for sure. But yeah, there was plenty of available options. Bind was available for NRG. You also had tons available for Navi.
You had Pearl available for Navi, yeah. They just chose to go away from it and go towards Ascent instead.
I shouldn't have done the next game.
And so, the first battlefield, Ascent. NRG starting on defense, Navi on attack.
There you go.
A little bit of defaulting coming in from the side of Navi. 4 players outside of B main, 1 player Sugetsu.
Whoops. I didn't even realize.
Oftentimes you see them try to peek out for
CNET to get a peek
the game starts. Early on B, even on pistols, where you know that the players have studied your other side. Just making sure there's no pushes going on the map right now for Navi. And
it looks like they want to do a B split, but NRG with a heavy.
Posted up with Ardis inside of middle. Ardis has that Sheriff in a spot where he has the dash too, and really can bait Crashes with anti-flash. If Navi choose to go up in that direction.
Liat Gali with the prime sub, thank you.
Making sure they're not pushing in mid and then reapproaching this B side. Sugetsu's even joined them.
I mean, they even have trips out on A main, so you're absolutely right. Making sure there's no pressure coming in where they don't expect. And now they can turn their eyes towards B.
So slow. Camera out to initiate.
And it hasn't been cleared. They have heard it, but they don't know it yet. You see the Han already hitting the
They
site.
all got
CNET is the first to enter. He's also the first to drop one.
CNET gets one.
Traded right back, and they're all lit up. How many targets can Crashes drop? None. Numbers heavily in favor of the attacking side. As they've now gotten the spike out, they should be able to secure the plant.
It was so labored though to get through B main there. They didn't want to challenge that dart.
The health isn't good.
Still with the advantage for Navi though.
See the Prowler making sure there's nobody pushing upstairs.
Why is the health not updated?
Yeah,
we've got a bit of a bug here on the Navi health.
Looks like Finesse is going to try to make a play, but it seems like they're ready for it.Ey're waiting off of
Nice
a flash.
flash.
The timing on that was beautiful. How much more can they find?
I mean, this
and that was important for them to hold on for that lane crossfire to go through. They had
Two
to
of them
fall
were
off.
so low.
They have burned some time
Oh, you bastard, man. You fucking bastard.
here, though. Don't really have the luxury.
But then
of
they've
that.
got Shao.
Making 2 massive kills. It's gotten significantly more difficult.
Yeah, it looks like the UI is somewhat bugged.
Just Finesse now. And he's surrounded. Yeah, he was spotted. A 3K for Shao.
That's crazy. Shao throws out the haunt and runs upstairs to get the spam on him too.
Okay, looks like the UI into it, but
really good round from here. Getting the first 2 as well.
Scoreboard's booked this way.
While they fell off of lane, holding this position right here. Nasty stuff.
Oh my god.
It's the thing with Navi, even regionally, while maybe every single player wasn't popping off, they have star potential in everyone. Shao is 100% a top 5 initiator, top 3 initiator, potentially even up there in the conversation for best in the world.
That's just such a complete roster. There really doesn't feel
Why
like
the hell did I not
weaknesses
put Shao
that
in my
you can
top
hit
10?
at or poke at.
That's the one I regret.
Maybe if you want to get exceptionally critical, you talk about
It's
the fact
me.
that they seem to experiment.
Shouldn't, like, our flat chat gonna put Shao in their top 10?
I mean, their pedigree of success is evident.
No, come on.
So
Okay, we're missing the scoreboard. Obviously, it's 1-0 Navi.
Yeah, if you are just joining us, we did lose the HUD for just a moment, but it is a 1-0 lead.
Pistol went to Navi. And looking right now, you can see Classic for Victor as well. They do have a semi-stack coming in this direction. 4 players as Crashy rotate over too.
And Sam is tucked on the other side of the cage.
Oh.
First kill going over in favor of the shorty. The Haunt giving his position away, though. And now Victor swinging out, trying to make a play happen.
Okay, well.
And he cannot.
As long as 3 people are alive, Navi is chilling.
Back towards the site where he's going to be greeted by 4 members of Navi.
Spike planted.
He's positioned to do his best if they ended up hitting that B site, but mostly just stay alive as long as possible. And now that it's flipped over.
Playing Angel. Angel will be laughing at that one.
Very good anti-eco from Navi.
Really, yeah.
And you have to think as well. You get a chance to see the full loadout, of course, but you know they're known for their buys. They're known for going for multiple Vandals.
Again, just the not playing the Sova and playing Fade instead. Maybe NRG not quite fully adapted to it.
So the fact that
Probably been a while since they played a
Fade. That's kind of a
Fade.
win condition when you're facing up against Navi.
Especially one as good as
right
Shao.
now they've made this even.
Okay, it's 2-0.
I am being told we should have the HUD back very shortly. So for now, we're just going to go on this ride together.
Oh!
And Artist is taking a ride into the next round already.
Just a dry swing. And that's important for CNED to get going right there before Artist gets the op up. Not having it in this 3rd round.
And that's, I mean, that's a matchup and a clash we're going to keep a close eye on because, again, there's so much history here. But the first duel going over. Ooh!
Oh.
Great response out from NRG, though.
And the flash as well to delay. It gives so much time for some. And Victor to fall off of that angle and set up for a 2nd hit.
Yeah, that paranoia was very nice.
So they've switched and taken advantage here. Especially Crashes' drone is
There's still plenty of time
right now.
Did it spot anyone? They were just on the other side of the peak. Perhaps some misinformation depending on the timing.
Right now, Navi waiting as well for Shao.
So they're just going to trust FNS's Killjoy setup maybe and probably play retake B. Oh no, Crashy still has the...
with CNED and a smoke of some kind. Not now that you've got that knife hitting CNED.
And he gets the kill.
That's not supposed to happen there. That spot where he's jump spotting from, he should be able to tuck very fast. There's the Haunt in the smoke that I was talking about, not pinging anybody.
But as is Spacey on this one, but by the time he shows up, the round may be over. Just Crashy's on A right now as the spike gets
Wow, this round is going very back and forth.
Can he find the timing? Can he find the space? Position already betrayed. He swings around, gets the first, and that's well done.
Ooh.
He's done the damage he was looking for, and now Crashy's, you're right, has joined the fray. A Prowler in his face.
And that actually spots both there because he shot his weapon.
Time is short. The swing up from Crashy's is there. Crashy's gets both.
Oh.
Of course it's Crashy's.
Who else?
To have a
Speaking
big
of the best
start here for the
initiators.
team, to get that first round on the board. Of course it is.
And who are you?
Instrumental piece.
Oh, sorry, sir.
Stuart, oh, with the tier 1.
Slightly early, but Sam and Victor with the re-clear on A main. Navi was expecting that.
I mean,
still works out for NRG.
This event is gonna ruin my sleep schedule.
Standing in the middle of A long.
It's not freezing for me.
You have to think as well, CNED in this final moment.
Oh, maybe it is that. Well, he says that. How am I getting Fs this time? Like, it does show you my internet is just completely dog.
Called out from Victor right there because of this smoke that just got put out. It's a lot earlier than anything Navi's done so far.
So you are overreacting, I think.
They've been so slow every round.
It really just seemed like Navi wanted to explore slowly, as you were saying.
I think, I mean...
They poked and they prodded, and now they proceed towards A. Victor's already gotten a good bit of info. The paranoia, flash to counter.
Oh, he can't nade him off now.
Artist is in a really good spot. Yeah, the spam is there for the second.
Spam master.
Third in the Cloudburst, not found. But numbers heavily in favor of NRG. What can Sugetsu do to equalize? Nothing found. Artist with 3.
Looking for CNED. He's low on the site.
This would be such a difficult.
Okay, this will be a big round. Oh, we got the UI back.
And they do knife CNED's position too, so he can't use the uncertainty element anymore. Shao's got to make a play. He has recovered the spike though.
And he is known for making plays. An opportunity to do it here early in this best of 3. Early on Ascent.
I'm not a fan of this Vandal.
They're stuck on the
Shao's Vandal, the new one.
What may feel like a stalemate still just so heavily in favor of NRG, given the numbers advantage, given the fact that time is short, but they still managed to get the spike down.
One enemy remaining.
And just like that, the numbers dwindle. Shao spotted too because of the dart. He's cleaned up. Artist gets
Okay,
4 and another round
for NRG. Big. And it's
Beautiful
Artist.
hold as well.
It's
From
Artist.
the NRG players giving up nothing. there when the situation is in their favor. One of the things they're very good at is showing discipline in those moments.
They did.
That knife against CNED, and then as well the dart coming in from Crashies right here, picking up the extra orb from Som.
Big win for NRG.
Are crucial in marquee matchups like this.
I can't wait. There's
Thinky21, wow.
Still going to be able to invest
Hulk
a lot
Jazz,
in this
thank
round.
you for the
Light
4
armors,
months.
they're
And
forcing up.
Supper
Knife
Poop
gonna be popped from CNED.
with the
10
10.
months, thanks for making well bearable and enjoyable.
Bearable.
The knife. And they look like they want to go for that mid control. The
I
same
can't
sort
wait
of thing
till
they
I
did in
move
the
on.
last round that Victor called out they were doing. The alarm bot is there for Navi to break. But with that smoke, they're not interested.
Okay, they push
actually
B main this
trying
time.
to fight through.
But she's
They don't
gonna
quite have
dart.
the util
This
to
is
do so.
This is
Maybe
interesting here.
destroy
They put
it.
Artis up so aggressively towards B. He's got the dash procced.
This
Forget
is
who's killed some towards A main.
Artis tempts fate.
Oh,
and
that's
gets
a
away.
massive cypher.
Tap from that Vandal. And challenges CNED again. Head-to-head battle.
It's
Going to
interesting.
favor
Like, why
CNED
are
so
they
far.
coming towards A when they know the two
Blade's
people are
finding
here?
value. But what did Navi do off of this?
Sugetsu's
Sugetsu
way
has
out.
slipped the net. You're absolutely right. And you got Zipan close by, but Victor is not going to be spotted. He's in a position to make a play here. Does he go checked? No, he does not.
Should be tradable, but they fell off of Cat in the meantime.
A second chance at life here as they swing out and apply pressure out onto Xiao. They decide to
Oh, you got 1 for 1
overwhelm
at
him and
least.
bully him.
But again,
So
now
both players
I
from
don't
NRG
understand the
jumping to try
call.
to get that cross going.
I felt like
This
again
communication,
Angel
but it
just
still
rushed
works
this
out.
completely.
Outdoor cleared.
5v3,
for NRG
and they
to
just try and
retake
run in
with a little
against
bit of
2.
misdirection.
Nobody breaks the dart.
Trampoline out. They want to go ahead and
Oh
see
my
it
god.
done. It's just
Crashies.
Zipan down in hell.
Crashies has been on a
Looking
crazy
for a target,
season.
looking for an opening, and gosh, I thought he was going to land that shot. But Victor's moonwalk gets him around.
That's a
Dude's just holding the DP.
not great from Navi. Like 5v3 and you know where they are. That should be
Classic to set up This
unlosable.
duo, Crashies and Victor.
I don't understand why Angels
Combining the
rush
two
in so much to just
well,
run
and
in.
even earlier in that situation as well.
I mean, maybe we can't. Whenever you're a cypher, you can't fully tell. That's a really nice little double swing.
And that's huge. NRG stringing together the rounds
But
they're going to
that's
need on
so
defense. Remember, this
bizarre.
map heavily defensive sided.
And I think this will be a
Regardless of
defensive
the
game,
constant
obviously.
run.
But like
And also
when you're in a
regardless of the
5v3,
region
you got to
Pacific,
win
that's
that
not
round,
the case,
Navi.
But in Americas and in the EMEA, it does heavily lean that way.
Like,
Shark attack potential. You have Artis with the op right now. It looks like they want to set up Finesse and Victor down bottom mid. And that's an absolutely brilliant shot from
great
Artis.
shot by Artis.
Taking down
If
Zipon
Tori
is
gets
such an
destroyed
important
here, he
tool,
comes back to B main.
especially dependent on the ult cycle that starts to come up at this round 6. They've left Finesse. They've inserted him down in the bottom of mid. Especially if they start to see Victor's position. Artis again, maybe on that B main, maybe fires off a shot. If they want to pivot late in the round, Finesse is going to be absolutely brutal.
And he's been known for ratty positions, ratty kills. Timing's great, and there's another.
Shao, that's a
And
bit
that Shao
unfortunate.
Prowler is literally intended to stop a flank right there, but the timing's slightly off. And the redrone to get him even more space.
Now they just play
Again, they'll
retake.
take the A side, but NRG has retook.
Might see a
3
timeout from
times
Navi in
already.
a second.
And it seems like they're well poised to do it again. A 5v3 here. They have 4 ults to play with.
2 and 3 though.
It's Artis who got that one. It looked funny for a moment. It's seen it. It's overwhelmed. He's surrounded. He's got bullets from all sides. And there's just nothing they can really do to convert.
Hey, NRG, it's nice. Artis hitting a nice shot.
Back up and try to play
I do think
together
that
there. But
now
once
he
again,
might take a
NRG doing the
timeout.
exact
You might see a
same
fast
thing.
round from them as well. We haven't seen
They're
it.
definitely
Don't
in
know about
control
their
here on
ults,
this
but
defensive side. These rounds need to keep coming though. For Navi, this might be the first
Zipan
time we
and
get to see them
Sugetsu as well seem to have had a bit of a quiet
full
start.
save.
Right.
'Cause it's been
Not too much
multiple
if I
buys
can
in a
do about
row
that
where
one, but
the light armor is gaining them extra. And it's really nice to see both of the Jets right now in that duel that we've been looking forward to all year
I
long.
do have low latency on, I'm pretty sure.
Stepping up right now, both at the top of the leaderboard, identical score lines.
Just a sheriff for seeing it now while Artis has
Okay, so
much
now they have to say,
bigger weaponry in the op.
still have timeout.
And it seems like he's going to get tested early.
I've seen Xiao get this kill multiple times, but doing it with a sheriff is pretty tough.
Those ults. And in terms of the playstyle that they're going for so far, really heavily posturing over towards B.
I think it's the first time they've destroyed that alarm bot.
Really nicely, but allowing that site take to come through.
Now, Navi have explored mid a couple of times, but then they reset. They don't necessarily commit to this area of the map, and it seems like this time they want to.
This turret in B main allows Artis to be very happy to take this angle.
Dash Proc, position given away, and what a shot from CNED.
Is that 3-0 right now?
He doesn't.
For the man. Finesse is here to cover, so it's not the end of the world. Ooh. But this DP from Angel's in their spawn. You'd never expect that.
It was behind them.
You expect that to go backside every time.
Crashes with two massive kills to try to normalize things for now.
Do they both get guns? Yes, they both pick them up. Only a Guardian from Xiao, actually. But they both get in sight, too. They can play together.
That might be enough. The big kill. It's going to be Xiao. He's going to have to do it on his own. Now switching over to the Phantom. A 1v2. The threat of the spike, and now the reposition from the initiator.
Oh, good Xiao's done them.
And a bullet fired on the second. Should have a good idea of where Sam is.
Just needed a bit of patience there.
Plenty of it.
Remember Sam walking amongst giants, in a position to make a name for himself on the international stage now.
I can't even stream
what a
at
massive
4
clutch this would be, but can he deliver? Xiao patiently biding his time, and Sam reads him just right.
The Phantom was sticking out there from Xiao. Sam with the jump out, spots it immediately and just spams him down. It's ridiculously well played from Sam.
I mean, I'd love to see that from his POV because I mean, there couldn't have been much of the barrel.
That box. Pesky. We'll have to see Angel with his TP obviously causing cracks. Remember, that was a light buy from Navi, so despite the outcome, the fact that it got that far was ridiculous. Here it is. Barrel shot. That's a lot. A lot.
Again, Crashy's going crazy huge. The TP from Angel is quite cool.
That's a comfortable one for him. Maybe even reading into that is Sam.
Okay, there's your timeout.
Early timeout called here. Off of 5 rounds in a row from NRG. The pistol goes towards Navi, the second round does too, but ever since then.
There's been close situations, but yeah, NRG in full control. It seems like Navi is a little hesitant.
Why is my stream lagging? Because my internet is fucking dog shit. Because my internet, because BT are fucking tool.
And even then, they're freezing before taking the rest of the A site.
Because for whatever reason, your internet can just half speed on its own.
And also to come up with a clear picture of where the Navi players are positioned.
Stoic look on the faces of the Navi members.
Go 720? I am in 720.
It's pretty sweet.
Angel fans in the crowd?
Yeah, love to see that.
It's so nice that this audience.
That's good. You might mean that you can't tell. They also have a lot of ults here, NRG. So.
Yesterday, but this crowd really is goated.
And obviously, one thing about not playing the Sova is that you can't destroy it. The Killjoy lockdown gets extra value.
Either way, back into the action. 8th round on the cards. And plenty of ults for the defensive side to work with. Remember, they've won 5 rounds in a row here, and the potential opportunity to get more. You're right, there's a setup for shots.
Obscure.
There it is. There's the dart, there's the flash. There's the spam, and there's the kill.
And he also has the possibility of
timeout as well.
Even further, especially how Navi's not taking map control very early. He gets a tag here. He should be comfortable going for this.
And he is. First tag, second tag, and I believe he saw another. Yep. Damage dealt.
Oh my God.
Crashies. Yes, there was help off of the additional utility, but what a round.
It's crazy too.
This coming off a timeout as well.
To what was going on.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a play that's been run by NRG and everybody else on this map for so long. Not quite something that you see often in the NBA, but Navi should definitely be ready for that.
Hoity with the 5 months.
And you can see Angel trapped in that position. And also the fact that NRG has been giving them a lot of room to take that mid control early, it definitely is something that they talked about in the timeout. That is working, that we're getting that space. We're going to continue taking it. And they've swapped everything.
A wild call on the other side of the break.
And even Crashy's following up. They swapped the position, put the alarm bot close. He could have used his ult off of that if he didn't use it earlier, but now as well in mid to spam.
Excellent club from Zipon.
They always recover these situations somehow.
Oh boy, you went the wrong way.
And who are you?
Sam cleans him up.
Oh, sorry, sir. I'm Harry, sir.
A blunder from the Turkish Jet.
Good lord.
The original. dynamic jet player.
Singularity 723 with the prime.
Quite
Thank
working out,
you.
but the flash does clear. Have been instantly traded back from Artist though.
NRG are playing very well, I think, in these kind of situations.
Shorty's coming at him.
1v4.
That's a shorty kill.
Brutal scenes there as NRG are going to get another.
They're looking really good here.
Yep.
And the things that they're trying are working. I mean, to get 2 kills off of that initial setup is just absurd in my mind.
Yeah.
Not something that Navi should be falling too easily. But it also is something that is tough to expect. Out of the timeout, though. And Angel frustrated.
I still have a buy because of the light shield stuff, so they have a fade and a KO. I'm kind of waiting for a fast hit. It doesn't look like it's coming, but
for the Americas representatives,
I think considering they've lost 6 in a row, it might be a decent. And this is the thing, right? Like NRG kind of snowballed because the first 2 were like rounds that Navi probably feel like we should have won that. And then since it's just been like slowly getting more and more dominant.
You have the players who want to re-clear A, so they want advance notice of that cat push, and also Artist
I mean, I don't
peeking over towards B.
Yeah, he's been here before, yeah. CNET was ready for it this time.
That's a couple times CNET is
give a cue.
Oh, Odin spam.
Nothing found from Crashy's side.
Somehow, some way, CNET is getting the best of Artist in almost all of their engagements, but Artist is doing still such a great job in this map. While the head-to-head not going to favor him potentially at the end of this half.
Look at this sub, man. Oh,
The
aggressive.
scoreline between the 2 teams definitely will, and he's a big factor in it.
Crash is in here alone. I mean,
very precarious angle here, and he's by himself. He has no exit. Not able to land any shots. In the face of the Prowler, he falls.
all 3 are here.
But they did get a knife suppress on the rest of the Navi players, so it does slow them down.
All committed from Sam. They're all B.
I mean,
they're all anchored together, huddling in on the side, trying to hold the line. It's a 1-for-1 as Finesse manages to get 2 massive
okay,
kills.
the trades are pretty good, but
Navi finally break the trend.
And they do it pretty good, actually. 3 players alive for them, so especially with the way that their bank is hurting over and over. And they've been keeping NRG fairly respectably low.
okay, Cena gets an off as
all
well.
of these rounds, for as much as it's a big lead for NRG, the rounds have been very close.
Yeah. And again, early on in the half, I was mentioning they need to keep coming from NRG. This streak of 6 is fantastic, yes, but there's still 3 more rounds in the half.
Right.
And that could flip back to 6-6, in which case it would be a terrible outcome for the Americans.
Okay, there's your fast hit.
Early Nightfall used. CNET wanting to go aggressive. Finesse right above you. Done.
And that's an upgrade for a weapon there, too. That right click so important to be using as a util.
Artist pulled out the blades of his own.
Okay, and they got Crashies as well.
Looking for some high ground, looking for a kill. It's actually Victor who cleans it up. Back to the reliable
They're already in.
Commits to the spike plant. Victor going aggressive, trying to apply some pressure, but Xiao holds the line.
So gets 2? No, Sugetsu.
A 1v2, no, he can't handle it.
I mean, I would have loved to see Artis commit fully to that, for sure. And Zip-On ends the idea early. That's 2 in a row now for Navi.
Okay, big for Navi. I mean, if they can get 1 more, they'll probably be, you know,
start from NRG.
Feeling pretty decent, to be honest.
And this is the same exact, I mean, in their very last game in the grand finals against Loud, they started on descent, and they had a great start. But rounds like this start to slip. You start to get a little bit of a streak on this defensive side, and all of a sudden, you're staring down the barrel of defeat. Ridiculous round from Xiao again on that stairs.
That's interesting. I might go fast again here if I'm Navi.
It's not easy. There's so much different things you can do to clear out that space.
I feel like they'll feel like, oh, the first round is the curveball.
Xiao clutch, please.
He's working on it. He's working on it. It may not have been a clutch, but that was a hell of a hold.
I call it clutch, man.
Second time out of the half called, this time from NRG.
Quality check? I mean, the stream's not freezing for me. Like, I think it's more that
half on defense ascent is not,
maybe it is to do
not
with
a
this.
success.
It did just go down. Okay, yeah, maybe it is to do with that. That's crazy.
This
that
actually,
affects
NRG
it so
does
much.
not have the money for an up. Artist has been trying to get
Sorry,
back on
yes,
top
you'll
of
get
it.
a slight F.
But now it's CNED with it. Attack side up. Definitely could be something, especially given, you know how people, especially the KOs, are jiggle peeking.
Yeah.
If CNED gets on a line like that,
I'm
can
just
take
checking
out
it.
Victor
Just
specifically.
checking it.
And Artist has been loving to peek mid so many times. Ooh.
Although now.
He updrafted so you could hover over towards this box. Get the upper peak.
Not green. How is it not green?
CNN has had Artis' number.
Yippee.
I mean, that's
Look, I don't know. Maybe I should not stream.
What a beautiful setup.
And the thing too is if you updraft the playing with fire here, NRG. He doesn't move from the spot until later.
Wow. I mean, what confidence.
Again, that updraft, if you do it at the start of the round, you can potentially hear it. So sometimes you just updraft
Sorry,
and ride as the round starts.
I need to look at my internet. I don't know what's going on.
But either way, that's a dynamic way to do it.
I might need to check.
Definitely messes with the
things.
timings.
Absolutely.
Okay, it should be. It looks fine now.
Finesse looks like he's going to be the first to contact here on B. You hear the ult used out.
Some's already pushed up.
Big spot. Only able to get
though.
one. No follow-up on that.
That was definitely a moment he could have gone for more, and Sam is explosive as the controller player. When he finds himself in positions like that, you definitely could put him good for 2. Now get the ult up, but the lockdown is going to prevent them from going B. Doesn't matter though. Angel's been interested in going A this entire time.
Bro, Angel, slow down.
Before they committed the ult, splitting their numbers, and then committing out onto that. Now Crashy's left alone in a 1v4.
Why are you running at him?
It's got to be Pacey. But
What are you doing?
And all of a sudden, the fears, the concerns of a 6-6 half for a region are starting to realize.
It's crazy that they've pulled this back. And again,
You know he's
this shot
there.
is ridiculous, by the way.
Why are you running on your own with the
ingenuity,
spike?
whatever you want to call it, for CNET there, but also the fact that he hits that shot is still ridiculous, man. That's not easy. That flick is so wide.
Remember, it was just a few moments ago, we saw both of them on our screen, and they were stoic. Finally smiles.
It's crazy how much this matchup is delivering so far.
Okay, 6-5. I think Navi now, even if they lost this round, will be pretty happy. Even though it felt so dominant for NRG for a while.
I mean, just remember, it was a couple of rounds ago that he ulted behind Finesse.
It's tough on land, especially
now
with
they
an audience
push,
like
eh?
this, to hear that cue. Not just the ult voice line, but where that ult is being placed.
Note, that's the same smoke.
Same ult. And that's great because you
They use it to just get the kill. That's so smart.
So he's looking to actually cancel Angel while the rest of the players just spam him. He shows up on the radar because of that.
Second smoke
So
used,
smart.
and they cannot gain any traction. They cannot gain any space.
Well, other teams are going to copy that for sure.
Forcing NRG to hold for just a moment before they attempt their retake.
It's crazy that the answer here for Navi this half has been to just hit B.
Because Grassy's is just looking at it, waiting for him, like, oh, are you going to actually do it?
But there is, as you get to on
I
the
think
prowl.
we've seen these faster hits work. I did think they...
His timing may be everything here. He has no idea. Never had a shot. The second shot delivered for Sugetsu. 4 on the round and
Well,
6
I said
for
Sugetsu
Navi.
hadn't had a great start, and he didn't, but he woke up towards the end.
That's what you want to see. If you're a
Okay,
Navi fan,
6-6.
they close it out as a 6-6. That was the biggest fear here from both the NRG players and the NRG fans. This half has slipped, and again, a dire half from what looked so good.
But to go back to the conversation we were having earlier, everyone on this roster can deliver.
Okay,
Right? It's not
6-6.
just CNET. Everyone has the firepower to pull
Pretty
off
good for
something like
Navi,
that.
to
Let's
be
throw it
honest.
down to the brick desk to break down that first half.
Thank you so much, Doug and Bala, and wow, what a way to kick things off, Kukuka. It doesn't get any better than this.
Yeah, I think that it was crazy, the fact that Navi managed to get that pistol, then the consecutive, and then NRG with those retakes, with the way that they were playing in pairs, knowing exactly.
Alright, we're going to do an experiment again. I'm going to try it in 10-8
were insane,
and see if it dies again.
Timeout,
Just
taken from Navi, I think one round after
Does playing one stream at slightly higher quality really impact the internet that much?
And start from NRG, which was in that anchoring.
No.
I think what the team is always good at is rotating in to support their teammates who are on the anchor role.
No, it doesn't. I think the timing was
Victor
just
Sam play
unlucky
this A site together.
before.
They're really good at finding the gap in an execute to be proactive and find a kill, as they do in this round. And then you see a little bit deeper in the round, when the anchors eventually fall, it's Crashy's coming in, throwing its dart to support his teammates on site, and then retaking in a pair to win this one out in the late round. It's excellent from them. But again, Navi have taken control of this one, and NRG have felt this before in the finals against Loud on Ascent.
Fail X with the prime.
Looked like they had the perfect read on their defensive side, and then it slipped, and they ended up losing that map in close fashion.
To be fair,
I think I'm taking a look at is the head-to-head between Artis
I'm not sure what the weather is like.
Artis was
We had thunderstorms yesterday. I thought we got thunderstorms in the morning.
Against him, like he's definitely got his number.
Yeah, and as we take a look here at some of the stats, I mean, you know, I think it's just important to note as we dive into this.
Look at that attack win percentage.
Yes, I know. We are always going to see these two teams
Out of
go
the window?
toe-to-toe like this.
Yeah, they're really going
looks
to
like
be a tough one to close out here
early
for
June
NRG.
morn.
This composition for them, they're not like solid
And
on
then
that
Brew to
attacking
Shao.
side, but that's when you're getting an 8-4, 7-5. That's really what you're looking for on this map. For Navi on the other side, with this defensive side, they're really good. The Cypher gives them a lot of options to be proactive on the rotation.
All right, well, let's go and get back into the action. Send it over to Doug and Balla.
That's not a wall. People keep saying
Thank
this.
you, Golden Boy. An ominous
it's not
stat
a
that we
wall.
saw right before getting back into the action.
I think that's why people thought it was kind of a
defensive
cupboard,
win rate
but
for
really,
Navi.
no,
That's
it's
more than average, Ball.
Yeah, on the other side too.
This is
NRG
the outside world
36%
right there.
on attack. Crucial numbers to keep in mind, and
We
why I
all
kept harping on the
ghosts
fact that this
for
half
Navi. Coming into
from
B
NRG, while it
against Shao,
seemed so
they
good,
better know
it's
where these
fallen
Fade
so
Haunts land.
far.
If they get revealed by a Fade
continue,
Haunt
and it did
for
not.
like
And now
more than
Navi
a
find
second, I'm
themselves
going to
with
be
a golden
mad.
opportunity.
Fast B. They invest their flash. They invest a lot in that early hit. Is there a second stage? Because I don't see a second flash. Yes, Victor's got one.
Yeah, but they use quite a bit of util.
Shao was already ready to counter whatever hit might come out. NRG had to cancel, and they do. Plenty of time to pivot. And obviously Finesse was on the other side of the map. Potentially just looking for a pick there. Maybe expecting CNET to go aggressive on that B side.
Finesse is about to have his hands full. Two on the other side here, shoulder spotted from Angel. Then Nano's going to create some space and buy some time. Meanwhile, NRG go pacey towards A through Cat. They've got them surrounded, and they're backing out. They're canceling again.
The smoke came just in time there from Angel. Both sides of the hit canceled right now. And there's a crossfire between Sugetsu and Shao.
Such a dynamic call. Right on time. That haunt didn't miss. That haunt missed. That was supposed to tag them all up. You can see they were ready to clear it, and now Shao left in the smoke, trying to clear, trying to spam. Oh, but Navi have been able to hold the line. They get three.
Down B.
The fourth tagged up. Saw him trying to make a play by himself, guys. They tried to equalize it, and once again, it all falls onto Sam in a 1v3. No armor, just a ghost. He's got the spike close by. He should be able to get it down. No immediate threat, and he tucks in the smoke. Not understanding there's a player right above him.
Okay. Sugetsu goes absolutely crazy wild, huge to get two.
The fact that close range
Backside
engagements are
alone.
going in their direction when they're all buying up ghosts against the Frenzies who did close the distance
No,
on
that's
them
both pistols
is
as well.
Crazy. I mean, right here, Sugetsu should be dead.
But you're playing against
over.
Navi, who will do a
And then
bit of
here,
a sus
they
buy.
did know where Sam was because of the spike just getting planted, knowing that he should have tucked into a smoke.
Yeah, he couldn't have gone far.
Yeah. Didn't hear the TP or anything like that either. So that's both pistols here for Navi. And on that attack side, that's crucial. But here on the defense, it's just going to add so much work for NRG.
Okay, no, they don't. They only get the one ghost. That's good. It's an improvement. What?
Spam through. Shao again trying to get that haunt to ping. Not quite able to do it. Is there backup here? No. Shao's alone waiting for CNET, but they don't punish. And the flash as well from Angel to defend his position still.
Now you see CNET has filled the space to help a little, provide some cover. Spike's going to rotate back towards A, and once again, it seems like we've got a split on our hands. Remember, the last time they tried this, it was canceled. They threw the brakes on it and then pivoted away.
It was canceled, though, because Navi had a great response at it to slow it down.
Fine. Well, I'll try
What's the
to
response this time? NRG here.
I mean, they've set up Angel in a great position right now. CNET, if he gets the spam off.
Yes, yes, F.
If he gets...
How's the stream dying? Is it dying?
Audit. Angel can peek out, but he gets deleted by Victor's Classic.
From a distance, too. But now CNED making his presence known up in heaven.
It's only a second round anyway.
Flood through the door as well, so
Don't
good
worry
from
about it.
And they'll have to opt to go for orbs.
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
Anything that they can find, anything that they can get, as Navi seem to shut the door on another round. Put themselves up 2.
And again, they didn't manage to convert the bonus, but here on this defensive side, it's going to be much easier of a task. And weaponry will be relatively even. It's the famed Navi buy.
So we got Sheriff, 2 rifles, 2 bulldogs. Big round for NRG, obviously. Can't lose this one.
It's crazy that this is the first matchup of group stages, and they're already going toe-to-toe. But Navi, despite that 6-round streak,
I can see your beautiful face, so there is no F, Mr. Sexy Man's Valo.
Thank you, Raitu.
You hear the utility soaring
nice.
through the sky. CNED understanding there's pressure.
Okay.
Wants to dash, wants to go aggressive, wants to take an angle.
Oh, if he had an Odin.
Not able to do so. Oh!
That's so nice from CNED.
I thought he had a kill there.
Yeah, at least he gets some damage done. But just pressuring with that haunt so good. And can he get the timing off on this? I thought maybe he would have walked through. Yeah, maybe with the flash. So Getzer's joining him. This could be dangerous.
Just found him, B-Main, and now he's swinging out mid. Finesse's turret gets the kill. NRG able to keep him back for now as they get 3.
I mean, it's a nice idea by Navi.
So
Unfortunately, they
much util
couldn't
there.
quite find it.
And nothing actually found except for Angel. Excuse me, Zip on the final person to push way late. He was the first guy to flash into that. And there was the flash from Angel.
Looks like Artis. Funny how Artis seems to be like, Artis was smokes this, he comes back, he stares at it. It's like he knows. No, yeah, Xiao's gonna be out B main.
They know he's fridge.
Yeah. You got Sam close by. I mean, they've got the guy spotted.
I mean, Sam can just walk over and eventually spam him if he so wanted to. You can tell every
Timmy
single
with a
one
big
of these
kill.
rounds, they are working so hard for. The re-clear from CNED back in B main when they
Flash maybe
fought
didn't
him
quite
instantly
land.
getting back. They're calling another play. Crucial first round though on this attack side for NRG. Watching these teams play so far in these first 16 rounds has been absolutely a blast. It's a travesty that we haven't seen them play more. As we've
Fine,
only
but
seen
this
them,
is a big
the
round.
cores at least once against each other.
Now it feels like the game begins. The
So they
CNED's able to get another
haunt.
kill.
And that was a flash obscuring the haunt for him to go with it.
Oh, the trip!
Oh my goodness.
How is he alive? How is he alive?
Somebody broke the
Almost
trip for him. Came back down to earth.
Artist swinging around, 8 bullets. Not able to land them. Sugacha's still healthy. Xiao from up top helping, providing a little cover. Sam's been spotted. How bold does he get?
Big kill.
A bit too bold, perhaps.
Revkey
Crashies once again
with
in
the
1v3, looking to collide, and he does!
5 gifted.
Unreal clutch! Oh, we gotta look at that one more time.
This guy is something special. Stand up. Oh my goodness. And that's why the desk was talking about it. Almost unanimously said, Crashies,
I know,
the
it's
best
insane.
player on this team. At least this iteration of it, those moments are why. Again, he's the reason why they qualified to Tokyo in the first place. Clutching out against Cloud9, updraft again. This spot is so good.
Oh.
I don't know how he didn't land that shot there. It was close. As quickly as he goes in, he goes out, he goes away. Blades not finding their mark.
Keep going for this early B main hit, and it hasn't worked once.
Scouting mission for the Sheriffs.
Zenith's
Only
now
find
out
the
of
alarm
match.
bot, so NRG secures the situation. Another re-clear. Flash from Zipon potentially. He gets
That gets
suppressed, though.
3.
Not able to clear it out.
Navi
Not only
are
did he
literally
get
just
suppressed, but they got the information. I wonder there if Victor heard them fall off.
Because they rotated quickly. I mean, they scurried out of there.
It's crazy, too, because they're playing mind games. It sounded like they were going to go for a stack if Victor was in position to hear. Instead, they fall back immediately towards A. Now they're hearing for sure what Angel's planning.
30 seconds left.
Psalm's ult cleared out.
Okay, this is a nice round by Finesse.
Crashy's heard everything.
Yeah, he's in a position to get a free kill here, too, and he does. And now anchoring in a spot to cut off the rotates as well.
Nice round by Finesse. So he sees Xiao and B here.
Is it a B hit with Artis here? Is it A? You just saw Crashy's mid.
This is well worked out by NRG.
Just enough. And Artis, excuse me, gets 4. A prime gaming flawless for NRG.
That was literally just Navi, like, just every part of the map was just like, let's be aggressive. It was B main, then A main, then towards short, and it was like, ooh, where do we go?
Start. There's a moment like the one that Crashy's just hit. In fact, it was him who started off that streak on the first half. Artis capitalizing on the anti-eco kills. The Swedish coming out from Toon Bros too.
Okay, Cena gets a no.
17-9 performance for the initiator from NRG. And what a start. Remember, this is in the face of a half that should not be going this way, but they've managed to put together 3 rounds, take the lead back. But can they hang on to the momentum? Ult used early. And Crashies is so far back, he's not affected by it.
Zipan starts at the trip!
Again, he still gets a kill though!
Trip.
Tethered.
It's maybe a bit far back there for us to get to. They do stop the hit though, and they get a 4v4.
Zip onto the site to start clearing. Make sure there's nobody else out A. Allows them to
Xiao's in
reassess
trouble
the
here if they drone, and
situation.
they've just pinged it.
You can start to listen, just like Crashies did in the last round.
You check it. Oh,
What a flash. Oh, good trade by Angel,
yeah,
though.
Angel helps from up
Holy,
top.
if Angel was just a tiny bit quicker, they might have even got that
He has
kill
no clue
before.
whether there's anybody out in this situation, and Finesse is going to try to capitalize on that space.
Well, where do they go from here? Because they still have Psalm posted up towards A. Once again, misdirection perhaps.
Angel's clearing this right now. He actually got out in the
Oh my
stairs. He
God.
hears that there's nothing happening, so CNET positions back over.
Oh, sit down.
Psalm finding
Oh
Psalm
my
finding
God.
the second.
Oh,
They
that's...
can't peek rafters.
They can't,
They're
man.
not allowed.
First Crashies, now Psalm.
Oh, that's a big
And now
loss
an
for
Angel, who a couple of
for
moments ago
Navi.
was trying to clear up B, got
They
hit with a
probably
knife.
can still buy.
Rotates back. Now it's he who's in a position to deliver a clutch.
And chooses not to descend from the heavens.
Zipan
Goes back
has
over towards
not
mid.
had a
I don't
great
think he's
game.
gonna try for this. Maybe,
I mean, that one's kind of a
maybe
bit
recover
unlucky
up.
with his timing that some peak says he's
CNET was
dropping
up
down,
ahead,
but
so there's none to be found in this.
and
spot.
whenever he's tried to like take these fights,
Does he dare?
Oh, turret's positioned the opposite way.
I was
Door
wondering
closed,
what
though.
that turret was doing.
Literally shutting his opportunity on the round.
Got to save his weapon now. I think they could have heard him in there in A main. Doesn't look like they reacted though. Should be safe. And NRG not interested either. This attack side so far fantastic from
10-8.
NRG.
Yeah, and they lost
we really
pistol as
thought-
well.
we
Yeah,
really
I mean
thought.
this
You
is
saw
a
the
kind of a
stats
big
at
surprise. Now, last half, what happened was
This is
Navi
gonna
took
be
a
a really
timeout
tough
and things
battle.
improved.
63.8.
This is crazy. And then against an AWP as well.
From Navi, yeah, on the defense.
They've won 2 of the 6 that we've played.
I have to say, so far, Victor's KO utility is definitely getting the better of Zipan's when it comes to that battle. It's not one that you notice very often, but you could tell. I mean, in that one, Victor throws a flash bottom mid. It's perfect for Crashes to swing.
And I think so far, probably NRG have
Xiao's
read
position then as well.
Navi's
go for a little
both these
self-flash.
teams defense side
I
proactive. You know, we saw in that eco round where we're pushing A main, we're pushing down short, we're pushing B main. Like both teams
you have to
like to
remember
do,
is
you know,
when you look at this
aggressive
scoreline,
ideas. They like
things
to
kinda make
aggressively
sense
fight for
given the
space.
positions of these
It
two
feels like
teams at their end of
NRG
their
have dealt with
respective splits.
Navi's
NRG, second place
aggression
America's Navi.
better than Navi did with
Might sound
NRG. That's
weird,
what I
but
feel
they
like
were
they
fourth
struggled
place.
with a bit earlier on.
Fourth place. And because of that,
NRG are dealing with it very well. Like even that flash there that we saw on Xiao for Crashies to get that kill. Obviously, Crashies did have to win a 1v3 as well. That is a big part of this because then they had to save. So that 1v3 was worth 2 rounds.
have to make
But
it out. Plays higher than Foot, at least in that initial battle.
Red
Timeout
Shot
called. This is their map pick. This is their
with the
time.
3 months. Thank you.
Because NRG picked Lotus, and that has been a struggle point for Navi to find out where their comps will lie. I'm sure it's been settled somewhere.
And like if NRG win this, I mean, it would take a big effort from Navi to win on the other two
Love to
maps.
see the Yoru.
It's a light buy though. Angel did save that weapon, remember, but he gave it to CNET. A lot of teams aren't doing this for some reason. Get your star player that weapon.
He has delivered for Navi a few times in this map already.
NRG been doing a great job neutralizing him though. He hasn't found any value as much on this defensive side, outside of like the pistol round.
Finesse once again stuck mid. Getting info, perhaps getting a rotate.
Hey, Zipan gets the kill off the trip. Seen again, multiple teams fail to this Cypher.
Is great at destroying trips with
Gonna
the
go
shots.
fast. They're all here.
Once again, the micro game being played. Either way, NRG still have the site. Remember, this is a lighter buy for Navi. And Sam's gonna clean the open three on his own.
I mean, this. They cannot get out of this. That is unbelievable. I don't think I've ever seen
to go for a
this.
flood with the lesser weaponry, but Sam.
I mean, Zipan's struggling with the door. They were a bit slow there, I thought, Navi. I mean,
swinging there with
Jesus
the
Christ,
as
it's
well.
fucking
There's literally no
aim
util.
ups.
So I'm just playing.
The dry swing? I mean, I don't know it's a save, but that's why we... Zipan's going to go back to heaven on these retakes.
He's had so
Big old
many
flash
insane
out
moments
there.
on this map. And we're entering round 20
Okay,
right
Artist
now. This is the
gets
first
the
opportunity
judge,
for NRG
knives.
to capitalize.
We got CNET off again. It's going to be fast towards A.
Put themselves on match point.
Zipan misses his
5
knife.
rounds in a row. Victor going up aggressive, but I don't think they realize that Zipan's tucked.
Okay, they
So
get
Getsu
2.
able to help.
He's in trouble though. Artist is up.
And Artist runs
Trent's
down
not
Cat.
finding it there. You saw him on screen for just a moment. The blades are though.
Oh my
The
god.
show is done. Numbers for NRG once again.
And over. Navi put in this position where retaking is so hard. They're fighting so hard for the sites. CNET with an op though. And this lockdown, very tough to deal with.
Turret, the lockdown, the spam, they know he's there.
He's behind him.
70 HP, and once again, Artist, a couple of blades to the back of the
Golden
head.
incoming, really nice
A
round by
4K for the
NRG.
duelist as NRG gets to 12.
It feels like the important rounds. Artist is showing up over and over. In fact, everybody in the second half from NRG.
It's got to be by committee when you're going to defy the data like that.
Nasty.
Your fault.
And that was a buy round.
Enemy
And Navi, I mean, this is a big shock to me that their defense side is so...
They crush him.
They're struggling. I think they're struggling with the pace, I think, a bit.
Again, a 6-round streak. This is where it fell apart in the first half. But I mean, with the way the rounds have been going this time around.
But even small things, you know, Zipan misses this knife. It means that, you know, everyone's utility starts hitting Sugetsu, which means that he has to, you know, small little things. As I said, Zipan's had a bit of a bad game.
4 towards A. Finesse
It's a
once
bit
again
unfortunate.
lurking, not far behind. Drone
Okay,
the first
that
to
was
go,
a good
and that
knife.
is gonna get
This,
so
see,
much
this is what they need.
tagged. Off of that, you can't help but wonder. You actually see Angel swinging in towards B just as those 4 hit with the knife, expecting Finesse to be trying to find some space.
Here it goes. This is where that mid-rounding comes in. We actually haven't seen many of those moments where you are confused as to what the calls will be. But this is where the two wise men, Finesse and Angel,
Okay, they got B, man.
battle the best. He's gonna call a re-clear up Cat. And this trip has been a problem. Finesse at the same time trying to activate a lurk for himself. And also they feint towards top mid.
That knife's gonna tag him. The trip is down. They can push through that, but he tucks back. A 1-for-1
And
sum once
anytime
again,
they peek
finding
out
a
heaven,
multi-kill up in
they
heaven.
are just getting destroyed.
And look at
And the
Finesse,
lurk
he's
is
tucked
really
his
good.
way in.
Ooh.
Bit of a shaky crosshair there. Pressure still applied, and the Nano to cut things off. There are only 17 seconds left here.
They're still trying to clear the site right now. Not sure if Sugetsu still lies in wait. There's a lot of time finally for Navi to come through, but 3v4 at match point, they cannot lose this.
Cam cleared,
Oh,
ult
KO
used.
ult as well.
Spike ticking away. Artist trying to hold the line as Angel is just above him. Unaware of his position for now.
How to
Again, the
use his
low.
ult. He's got to try to clear some space with it.
And the C's doesn't seem.
Fast on it here. There it is, ult invested. When does Finesse go? He's been spotted, 28 HP left. It's just a distraction, he's
They
just a
can't get
nuisance.
out of heaven at all. I mean,
NRG are
NRG
able
have
to
been
hold the
so
line by
clean.
themselves.
Jesus
Sub gets a 3K
Christ.
again as
It's like
NRG
Crashy's
take
hit that
a 1-0
1v3,
series lead.
and then all of NRG just collectively decided to just like
Can't stress
wake
enough
up.
how much that half right there from NRG is not supposed to happen.
That was crazy.
That was perfection. Finding the momentum early.
I've never seen any team get
Navi,
destroyed so much
not
from
giving
just
them
running
a
out.
single round outside of that pistol and the anti-eco.
This is
And finding
Valorant.
ways to just
Heritage.
stop all the ideas. Navi as well.
Thinking Man's IGL with the 50
Continue
bits.
to rely on the same tricks.
Yeah, NRG normally after the sluggish start, and I thought when we got to 6-6, I was like, oof, this game is going to be an uphill battle, but especially when they lost pistol as well, I was like, this is going to be rough.
6-6 first half on their defense.
But they just destroy. I mean,
Not supposed
like
to happen.
Trashy's 1v3 just set the tone.
Not at all. Outrageously
And they just
impressive.
played like a very.
And once again, for NRG, you've
They
gotta
were
talk
very
about the
in
usual
control, I
suspects,
think.
right? Crashies had himself a day.
Even when a lot
Artists,
of
you
rounds
know what
didn't
he's gonna
even
get,
seem to go
but
to their
for
first
some,
plan.
To deliver the way that he did, massive
I feel like
rounds
Navi just could
on the
never
attacking
punish them.
side.
The guy's the only person
I
who
mean
has
this.
not lifted a Valorant trophy. Not a single one. And especially not at the caliber that these gentlemen on the server have on all sides. The rest of the 9 players lifted Champions trophies, lifted major trophies. It's crazy how he's able to compete at that level.
A turn on that flash was gross.
What do you think is happening to Navi now? I mean,
Rounds like
I
that
wouldn't
with
say
a dagger,
this game
too.
was that bad. In terms of like their
seen
like
that
you know,
situation
obviously
just
when it
reverse
comes to Navi, a lot of
Ace
people are gonna say,
resolve.
oh, their
I thought
comps
that
and
Ace
stuff
was
like that.
random,
Obviously,
but
on
no.
Ascent with
You
this
see it
comp,
again
we've seen
for
them
the-
win multiple
he's
times,
so
so it wasn't
good.
really that.
All smiles from Som,
I think
all smiles
second
from
half,
NRG. They find themselves up one.
I think the
with
first
Lotus
half
on
they'll
the other
probably
side.
be,
We'll be right back.
you know, somewhat okay with. You know, 6-6 on attack side of Ascent, like, you know, that's not too bad. You win both pistols. Really, it just all came down to that defense side, and I think a couple different things happened. They were making like little small mistakes, I think, that were costing them. And there was just times where it was just like, I mean, I'm not sure they could have won that game though. I think NRG were just playing too well. I don't know they could have won that game. I think NRG that second half were just they had a very, I mean, because they stopped a lot of the fact, like NRG did a lot of like,
This is
we're
Valorant.
gonna go B, but then got
Heritage.
stopped like early on and had to pivot to something else and would, you know, try something else. But there was a lot, like, I think of that eco round where they got the first kill. It was a 5v4. It was a 5v4. The spike was getting planted. And all of Navi were there. All of them were there. But they waited until the spike got planted to do the retake.
I couldn't have.
I think that's a good example of maybe something where, like, that might be a bit of a problem for them, where, like, you just gotta go. Like, if all 5 of you are there, and that spike, if they tap that spike, you go boom, boom, boom. You know, it was actually a 5v2 whilst the spike was getting planted. Because someone's planting the spike, FNS was on a lurk, and so if they just all, like, blitzed it into the site, you know, who knows? But they kind of just waited a tick, and then I think the spike got planted, and then it's like 2 people are watching this, and then they just got destroyed as they slowly all walked out one by one. Like, just, yeah, it's just slightly disconnected. And I think that this is the thing for Navi, right? Like, Navi are a team that like to play a lot of different comps, and they like to make it so that your anti-strang doesn't work, and they like to throw things at you that you don't expect and you don't know. But obviously that time that they're cooking up that extra stuff and doing these extra things with different comps means that they aren't like perfecting maybe other things. So when things are going well and things are like everyone's on the same page all the time and everyone's playing with confidence and you know what your teammate's gonna do, like when things are going like that, that's amazing. But maybe when things are a bit disjointed, and obviously we don't know, because that was their normal comp essentially. So maybe they have been working on that. I'm not quite sure. We'll see on Lotus, I guess, what they've been doing, but yeah, it's one of them where maybe they don't get as much time to spend on perfecting things as other teams do. So when you're playing against a team like NRG, we're in that game where NRG are playing at like a crazy high level, particularly in that second half, like, you know, maybe you can't quite match that if a team is playing, and this maybe is a problem for them when they play like a team like Fnatic as well, right? Fnatic are playing at a really high level. Can Navi match that if they're, you know, doing their weird stuff? What do you think about Kakuka saying EG 2-0 DRX? I mean, it could happen. I don't think it will happen, but it could happen. It's within the realms of possibility. Let's be real, Navi, you're going to pick Yoru and throw extremely hard. I mean, we'll see. Their Lotus comp last time they played, I'm pretty sure was Yoru. Did we get anything on the bingo? A 1v3 clutch? A clutch? An Ares buy? That's going to be difficult.
This is Valorant Heritage.
A Benkai-esque walkout. You're not getting that one. Default Ascent comp. We got this. That one's free. I don't think we had a raid boss, but maybe we did. Just have to check. Didn't get a team ace, I don't think. Pistol on Sheriff, not on Duelist. I'm not sure if we got that. We didn't get an ace. We didn't get triple OT. We did get a team ace. Look, this is on Taku, Mike, and Kid in the Shadows, really. We agreed. Oh, both teams need the boring comp? Else it's too easy. Okay, that does make sense. That does make sense. Well, you could get that with DRX. They're saying there was a lineup with Xiao. They can't. Was it a collat? No, that wasn't a collat. I don't think. The Xiao one. I would say that wasn't a collat. Let's see. Where are Navi? So Navi on Pearl. Last time played Astra, Jet, Sova, KO, Killjoy. Astra, Jet, Gecko, KO, Killjoy. Oh, did they not play Yoru on this map? I swear they did. Oh, I'm talking about Pearl. We're on Lotus. No, yeah, they definitely played Yoru. Omen, I mean, let's see. Maybe they'll bring it out. You should have had Yoru on there.
Got the better of artists each and every one of those times.
Anytime Navi play Mika, you gotta put Yoru on there.
But I do genuinely believe that CNET has to be happy.
Did I predict the timeout? I'm not quite sure. I think I might have, you know.
Yeah, I mean, CNET was doing really
first half. Oh no, because this is the thing. I don't think I did, because in the first half I said we might see a timeout here, but it was actually the round after. I don't think you can give it to me if I say it multiple rounds in a row.
As you're saying, 50% of the times Navi had that upper hand, and it never meant, well, in 50% of the occasion, it didn't mean that they would get it. So it's the two sides of the coin.
Okay.
One team
next, Lotus. I mean, an interesting pick for NRG, Lotus, because I wouldn't say Lotus, you know, was one of their absolute strongest maps.
But he doesn't have to be the superstar.
Obviously, it's a pretty weak map for Navi, so it's not like it doesn't make sense. But
used to be Optic so impressive because they always got overshadowed by Ye. But now on a team where they can thrive and really be highlighted, I think people are finally appreciating how good this core is.
Yeah, 100%. Of course, you're taking a look at the aim lab shoot around here. Make sure you scan the QR code on your screen if you want to be able to use the crosshairs that you're seeing there. But I think, you know, when discussing this game and also like what we would be expecting, what I wasn't prepared for was how it felt as if Navi, when it came down to those retakes, man, they just ran out of ideas, or the idea was to just go and see what happens, you know, and then that led into Crashies getting an incredible
End of Vicious,
3K.
did I say the 5 months? Not sure. Well, Toolbox gave another 100 bits.
For a moment. I mean, that kid was popping off.
Navi gets simple to change games.
So good in Americas, and he just consistently shows up in LAN too.
Would you say he's
Overwatch.
such a consistent demon?
With the 3 months.
We have to kill
Nice
this
game
with fire,
choice, bro.
No. But we were thinking about him. We were
How's
talking
that going
about
for
him.
you?
How is he going to perform? Of course, we know that he's been incredible, as you said, during the regular season. But you know, being that least experienced, let's say, in this international stage, the way that he was performing the entirety of the team, let's say.
Well, let's talk about the rest of the look of this series, because NRG is now up 1 in this one, off of Navi's pick, and we go to Lotus. And it was quite surprising that NRG picked into this. Yeah. They've really, I think, been struggling to find their
Papa
form on
with the
Lotus for most
4
of the
months.
season, all
Thank
the way
you.
back to Lock-in even. They kept changing their comp. They were trying different solo controller options. It was never working. But then in playoffs, they stole Cloud9's comp, which is the neon sky double controller composition, and looked incredible with it. And the last 2 games they've played, they've won with that composition.
I didn't know G-Ban Pearl. Navi's Pearl is not too bad.
With finding the weakness onto Navi and the fact that they struggled. I'm not going to
Is a not kill on the bingo?
It is part of the testing period of having seen it.
Da Vinci FPS with the 3 months is a 9th kill on the bingo. I'm not quite sure it is.
Trying to make him feel comfortable. If you want to test Navi in a map where they're literally not feeling at home, you have to choose Lotus. I think in the 7 times that they've played this map, they've used 6 different comps. They've tried everything. Some people are like, oh my god,
Did
Rich is so
Mike
good.
guess
Oh my
a
god,
score?
Killjoy is so good. They've literally tried anything that you might think of. They have tested.
Well, you know, let's go ahead and get some insight into that matchup there and what we just saw. We actually have gotten some words there with Doom Bros, courtesy of Yinsu. Let's check it out.
I'm now joined by Doom Bros from Navi. First of all, Eric, did you expect the Lotus pick in the map vetoes? And if so, how did that affect your preparation coming into this match?
I mean, we expected the Lotus pick. It was either Lotus or Bind, so we prepared for them both. I would say we prepared a comp for them that should fit this very well, so we'll see. Like, it will be a surprise.
I'm very, very excited. Thank you so much, Doom Bros, and good luck in the map.
Okay, prepare to come.
I don't like surprises. I don't like surprises, Chica. I've watched enough Navi surprises in EMEA.
Ooh, well, we'll see what ends up happening when the Prime Gaming Agent Select takes place here in a moment. But okay,
Mike, why are you awake? Mike, have you been to sleep?
He said a new comp, right? He did use the word new. So they've tested the Gecko, the Harbor.
And now they're bringing out a Raze.
Now it's a Raze.
Well, it's somewhat normal. They've just gone to a pretty standard, Fnatic-esque, Liquid-esque
This comp. I think
EMEA comp. This is like the EMEA meta right now. Versus, this is like EMEA versus America's meta,
you can
essentially.
send a flash over waterfall. You can flash deep in it. You have a dog to reclear. She's just exceptional at reclearing space in the mid round. And this Fade, well, she does have cats as well. It's harder to get value from them on this map where there's a ton of long angles. And I mean, you can see it there. Navi, 33% win rate. This is another new comp.
Yeah, they also decide to start on the defense here. We've mentioned many times the combos that you can do with the Fade Raze. We see it, of course, on the stage, and maybe they want to rely onto that.
Oh, not today, buddy. Anyway, moving on, though. No, I mean, yeah, I think this is obviously going to be quite fascinating to see how this plays out, maybe.
The surprise was... Well, I mean, this is technically a new comp for them. They haven't played this comp before, so it is a new comp.
I'm Harry, sir.
But it's not like a crazy comp. This is...
Well, I think the question on all of our minds is,
like I said, this is kind of become the EMEA meta, right? This is like Fnatic. Fnatic play Astra instead of Omen, but, you know, Team Liquid play this comp now, Vitality played this comp.
Thank you, Golden Boy. Another composition.
You know, now Navi are playing this comp. I don't think anyone outside of EMEA has played this comp.
You know, the Des was talking about it a little bit,
but in EMEA, I think this has kind of become the standard.
I mean, they started off with that Raze all the way back at Lock-in, and CNED looked
Injustice.
It wasn't awful, but it definitely was
with the Prime. Thank you.
He's one of those guys who really favors the Jet, but on this
11
map,
shorty
Navi
kills this far.
Never wanted to run him on that. So once again, they'll never settle on a comp on this map, but I kind of like it's kind of a mix of
Fnatic are pretty much the only team to play Astra on that
stuff. It's more like the Fnatic comp than anything else. The thing that they're missing is flashes, so we'll have to see how that ends up working out. They do have that buffered instead of the Astra that Fnatic plays. Angel has that paranoia on the Omen.
Help a little bit. I mean, I remember early in the season, Angel up to some shenanigans with very aggressive ults deep.
Why not more Astra on Lotus? I think people. One, I think more people like playing Omen. Full stop. Like just as an agent. But two, you get like the TPs up here and stuff. You get the one ways. Not that I think Astro's bad. I mean. So they tap the spike.
Pushed him all the way back into B-Link where he can't stay. He falls off immediately, and there's a big seize. Nade as well. Doesn't catch him because the
He's already through.
See the value in the space.
It's chaos.
Being able to get past
Oh, let's see Ned die.
able to get the first. Now Sugetsu dancing around the utility.
On the site.
Looking for help. Trying to buy some
I mean, this is a chaotic round. It feels like Victor is just running
Push
around.
back. You can see why Victor wants to go there.
The Paranoia's ahead of it though. And that might buy enough time.
How many times are they gonna open
Once
this
again,
door?
the pendulum swings. This time back towards C, and this time into the hands, into the laps of Zipan.
There's not those util combos though.
Does he have help? Can he deal any damage? No.
I know, it's
Drop
a
by
nice
Artist.
shot. The roles are confusing me in this game. I'm so used to Shao on Fade. And I'm so used to. I mean, some of the. I mean, oh no, that's the old.
They went around the
I was
world
gonna
there
say like some of these guys are
multiple
very low. They're not that
The world
low.
is only
It's
C
the
and
Viper.
B. But they've got full advantage, 5v3.
5v3.
Takes were tough for Navi on that defense on Ascent.
I need to get used to Keith Joy. I can't hit a shot. I mean, it just feels like NRG.
Beautiful round for NRG. Prime game
Flawless,
falls.
like. Just kind of feels like, yeah, they've.
The speed at which that started off for NRG,
They
and
are
they
crazy.
avoided instantly one of the key factors. The desk was touching on it, specifically Kakuka mentioning that fade raise combo. You saw the C's come
And this
in,
is
it almost
something
got
that they
them.
might struggle with. We saw it in that first
Too
round.
quick.
Victor's Neon, you know, Neon might be able to upset the timings of those
When I saw them run the fade raise very early on in the season, I was excited
of
about
those
the way that they
combos.
were
And this is
using
the thing
those
again
fade
where,
combos. But mostly
you
on
know,
their attack
it's
side,
pretty
not so
rare
much
to
on
see
the
a Neon in
defense.
the EMEA.
And
Team Liquid were
abandoned
doing
so
it a bit,
fast that you
obviously,
didn't really
but
see
I've done it,
evolutions
but
of it, so I'm interested how this
I
plays
think any
out.
other EMEA team ever plays Neon.
Finesse tuck behind that haunt.
Like just in general, like obviously Lotus is a map where you will see some Neon, but
And off of that, it looks like NRG want to rotate that way.
Okay, but they are getting the orb for Shao.
They've pushed up. I don't think they realize what's on the other side of this. Finesse getting the first. Bit of a hold to Shao, not able to land the shot.
Usually tough for them to escape this position, but Finesse pops his orb up, allows him to fall back into the util. By the way, another very crucial change here is Angel's playing on the controller and Shao on the Killjoy. The big problem, the biggest problem for their Lotus compositions and the meta in general for Navi has been the fact that all the double controller comps are also played with KJ.
Sure.
And because of that, that pure Sentinel from Sugetsu, it's tough to continue running because he's the Viper for this team.
okay.
So
Will
Shao's
they
been
drift
left in
there?
a role
They
crisis,
might beat
and you
them.
can see it come to a head right now as he's
30
playing
seconds
KJ,
left.
rather than the initiator, rather than the controller that he's been so good at.
Deep flash and the paranoia. Angel near side to the 70 HP, looking to take a fight around the wall. There are a couple heads just on the other side of it. He's not
Okay.
able to find any of them.
NRG
And now with 10 seconds left, the rest of the round
could be
feels like
back-to-back
formality.
flawless. Obviously, this is just the pistol, but okay, no, Shao.
I don't know how he hit that second
Got
shot,
two.
man.
And it is a good conversion on the anti-eco. And again, remember, for NRG, they lost both pistols. They didn't get the opportunity to play in these rounds specifically.
That's on Bulldog second round.
It's their
Pretty
turn
good.
to try to balloon the lead at the beginning
You
of the
see a lot of
rounds.
America's
But they
teams
have,
again
I should
going
say.
more for Spectre Stingers.
Navi too,
But
you could see actually, now they go for a more default
Bulldog is
wall,
pretty
but
good.
that eco for them, they actually put their Viper wall covering B and C, kind of the opposite of the wall right now. You heard Doombros talk a lot during that halftime interview, or between map interview, about how they have something prepared specifically for NRG.
Okay, they take a main control.
Wonder if that factors into how they're using the Viper walls.
Does Angel get brave or does he stay? He's just gonna stay and do one way.
Very well could be the case for now. NRG attention towards A. Finesse creeping his way forward.
Oh, they tapping this door a lot.
His position to get to in the face of
Alright, again,
Drop a
he's got
volley.
past it. Victor's in.
The utility, the way
I'm not
that
sure he
NRG
realizes.
utility is
Nope, he
so
had no idea.
overwhelming. It's so oppressive.
It's not just the util too. It's the amount of times they're tapping this door.
Yeah.
They've tapped it 4 times already in this round. On pistol, they tapped it 4 rounds on the C side.
It's the scratching of nails on a chalkboard. You have to address it. You have to respect
they're gonna come back to B.
But you so desperately want it to stop.
They can't win that fight. You gotta win that fight.
Waiting for as long as he was. Gets a kill. Angel though, sucker punching Artis.
Spike planted.
Definitely doable.
They
here
just
for
left
Navi.
some.
Again, their retakes have been struggling, but that's a start from Angel.
That's clean.
It takes down Crashies too. The thorn in their side is Psalm that one though this time.
You gotta win that fight again. I mean, they just can't win these fights. Like, this is 2 fights in this round that you have like in pro games. Should be like 100%. I mean, they missed the nade.
That nade is horrible.
Why would you expect another there?
Oh my god, that is a round where you just go.
Again, it's Psalm.
Like, tactically, it wasn't that bad of a round.
What a beast, and he will be. The thorn in their side again. At this point, I mean, that's brutal. That nade from CNET, I have to say, again.
But mechanically, that was awful.
Just completely whiffed on that one. Tries to cut
I mean,
off the
they
spot
whiff
that
a
Psalm
nade.
was
They,
spotted.
I mean, when you're like holding for this and you're expecting it,
spike diffuser.
and he swings, and still kills you, like on land. That's tough. Like against worse guns, and that's a rough round. 2 kills as well, where like they would.
You start to look at more of those situations
Definitely
go in
favored,
NRG's
I would
favor,
say.
and you're looking at a blowout here on Lotus.
Oh dear.
Mind you, this is the attacking side. Maybe not to the same
good.
degree as we talked with Ascent, but attacking side
They
should be
whiffed that
favored.
nade so bad, and because he whiffs the nade, that means he has to continue looking, right? If he hits the
Lotus,
nade,
it's one of
he
these
can
maps that
turn.
They have struggled with so often, and again in a retake.
Familiar territory.
See, this is just a save, but I mean that round
But not
that
so
round
late. We'll
annoyed
see
me.
again. Psalm creeping forward, spotting Angel, dealing damage. 5 HP for the leader for Navi. Ultimately falls to 0 as Psalm once again causing
I
problems.
mean, how many kills do
Another
they have?
flawless round for
6
NRG.
in 4 rounds.
Multiple now.
Timeout. Yeah, you gotta take a
It's going to
timeout.
be a timeout for Navi.
Like you just gotta reset
to
the map.
recover from that Prime Gaming flawless. Those double smokes on the site, one was the defensive one was the attack side.
That was clean.
Make it really difficult for them to actually barrel through. And definitely, game plan needs to be reevaluated. Those ideas that you heard Doombros talk about, planned for this team.
I think this will be more of a mental one than a tactical one, to be honest. It's like I said, I just feel like the, I don't know, like if like that 3rd round.
You wonder what
Like
adaptations
okay, you
will
will
be
lose the
made on the
pistol,
other
you
side
lose
of
the
this. I
2nd.
think-
It's like okay, whatever.
But I mean, the truth is,
That
Zip
3rd round though was so bad that it was like
has found very much traction at all for Navi.
that
so
3rd round was
maybe this is
timeout
just
worthy.
Even just aside from strategic adjustment, it's just
100%.
like, all right, settle.
Yeah.
Right? It's still early in this map. There's still plenty of time to make a run at this.
One of the reasons why they're so resilient in general is because they're not really an emotional team.
Yeah.
And because of that, that may make it harder to capitalize on some of the momentum off of big rounds from CNET, off of big rounds from Xiao. But you're right. Zipon specifically, I think, on that first map, had so many opportunities to continue to anchor the site, use his util in a good way, and constantly just getting countered out. Hurts over and over. He's one of those guys who so underrated on this team. And see how they reset. That timeout, unfortunately, has to be used, the bulk of it, to consider how these ults are going to be used from NRG. Not really even addressing the game plan.
3 ults to him, the lockdown, the Seekers, and then Victor's
Okay,
overdrive.
they take A main control.
I like what they're doing, doubling down on the fact that they're getting up into
It's a
A
better
main.
name.
That haunt, that one-way combination is allowing them to farm orbs.
They have 4 ults here though. I mean, this could be a very tough round to win. But CNET has found
Seems
Crashies.
like they want to NC. Once again, the tapping of the door and Crashies falls.
But this into a Viper's pick could
How
be a
many
big
pump fakes are we in for
problem.
this time, Bala? Already had one towards B. This time they invested lockdown.
The lockdown this time.
Yeah.
No chance they actually pivot back off of. Psalm very low HP. Is this pick good? Yes. Covers both waterfall. but it does give them some space to work with on the backside of the spawn exit.
There was no funnel behind that Prowler too that was intended to provide some info in the pit.
There's so many key ults, one pip away from Navi. They're not going to have time to actually activate those with a kill.
All 4 members of NRG, with the exception of Artis, tucked in the pit. Oh, Cena trying to find space, catch him by surprise.
I mean, FNS is playing like as far back as he possibly can.
Pit's still in play. Saw him with 41 HP. Both players separated. Sugetsu finally taking him down.
They're giving up the pit though, going for
not much
mollies
time.
instead.
Both fire through. Artis with 2. He's gonna have to do it on his own. And with 2 bullets left,
to get half.
Flip runs dry, jumps up, tries to spot him!
And they can't win a clutch to save their life. I mean, I don't think he had time.
He is just beasting his former teammates. And this time he's playing Killjoy.
And who are you?
What a moment for Artis.
Sorry, sir.
Yeah, Artis, if Artis has a superpower, it's spamming. He gets more spam kills than anyone else, I swear. I talked about EDG being a terrible spam team yesterday. Artis is the GOAT of spam. This is the perfect Artis meta.
It's the right call. This time though, finally those ults, you can see there was no ults last round. This time they have 4. NRG challenging.
Remember, it's just Pistol Swarm. They do have 3 rifles, There is a little bit too here.
They got the first kill last round.
Victor, seconds away from saving
Then again, it was against 2 big ults.
Gotta be careful here. The turret's
now
gonna
they
provide
have
some
all their
cover,
ults.
but Navi have taken so much space down C.
He just broke it.
I've got your trail.
They're kind of trapped in right now.
CNED? Not able to find it. Not able to land it with the ult.
I mean, this is a chaos
They're
round
gonna
now.
push back into the space that Navi
What
had
the
taken.
hell is that lockdown?
Lockdown cleared. Members of Navi cleared.
Got rifles upgraded though across the board.
3 still in play. He wasn't able to find anybody.
Oh, no.
Showstopper. The Phantom cannot either. Second time's the charm though with 6 bullets left.
Whiffs the
Finds
first
another.
one.
3v2 in favor of Navi.
Crashes gets off here and allows Finesse to work this flank. The alarm bot was down.
He's so far up. Zipat's gonna be the first to contact.
Can't lose that
Moments like
fight
these.
every time.
Mid-rounding
But they
from NRG.
do. Anytime there's like a
gaps, Finesse is
crucial
all the way
1v1
through
like
spawn. He's
that,
not even gonna get caught by Angel.
NRG, but even
They put
FNS,
this into a very
always
workable
are winning that fight.
advantageous
They are
position NRG
always
has
winning that fight.
because of Finesse's flank.
Don't worry about it. You don't need to watch
Despite
it
the fact
because
that
it's
bounced a few times,
always
it's still
them winning that
perfect.
fight.
Maybe a gap on the left, but should be
You don't
fine.
need to watch
Crashes
it.
just got flashed up, too.
Forget there's an F.
Position to perhaps get info up in heaven.
This is an odd decision though, because he commits into pit, into the drop down. So he's isolated from Finesse.
Angel so weak. CNED not much better off.
Same decision being called from Navi, splitting up as well.
He's gonna hear him. Waiting. There it is. Shots delivered. CNED in a 1v2, a chance to play hero, and he cannot. As Crashy shuts the door on the round. 6-0 on the attacking side for NRG.
These rounds are coming in huge streaks for NRG. It was 6 in a row in the first half of Ascent. It was 7 in a row on the second half to close out the map. Now you're starting again 6-0. I mean, those pistols in the last map that Navi strung together.
I can't even fucking stream in 720.
Big factor in why that game was even a thing here. You can see, even when CNED has some heroics to get this round back, he gets shut down in the clutch.
Oh, this time Angel shut
And
down.
they find the first kill. Okay, let's see if they can
Paranoia
finally
traded.
convert around.
The shift out of the timeout for NRG has been hit this A side hard. And the adjustment is not there from Navi to start pivoting that nade, that C is over towards that A side.
Artis gets on.
And don't forget, Artis used his lockdown 3 rounds ago, now back active.
Shao's gone explore.
Why?
Once again, the turret to provide some cover. Meanwhile, the rest of the
How are you
line ensues
alive?
towards A
How has that worked?
Navi are able to hold the line. They get 4. And a great response as Navi are finally on the board with a Prime Gaming Flawless.
Okay.
What a way to come alive there, swinging out of the door. For all 4 remaining players.
Of all the ideas that work.
And remember, that was still as well. NRG canceling that A main pressure. Angel just comes out.
But I mean, look at
way
the
wide,
kills, man.
Gets the kill anyways, and TP's out.
Look at the kills.
Despite not finding value with the one-way, with the haunt.
Everyone's struggling on this one.
What's the approach for NRG here? Heavy towards C. And another opener for NRG.
Victor's Neon is disgusting. And there you see, because the presence was so heavy towards C, Angel thinks he has a little bit more space, but the battle between the two IGLs. Finesse gets the better of him again.
And that's got to be so miserable for a defense to know you're not winning fight C. At the same time, you're losing fights A. You're not really gaining any traction anywhere.
Well, this is not a 13-0. But again, we like 13-0s because it means views.
Zip spotted.
Oh, now you're in a lot of trouble.
Fight taken out of him. Trying to trade it.
He's the only one here. Still gets it. But they also get another kill on the other side. Oh, and CNET just has to shrug at that.
I mean, yeah.
Get the spike down, and again, it looks like NRG will hit 7.
I mean, when FNS is aiming like that, you know it's over. It's over, bro. It's over. Like, there's no way you can win this game. There's literally no way you can win this game.
It's hilarious, too, because Finesse, I mean, has definitely struggled. He comes into this tournament as one of the lowest rated players. But consistently, when you watch NRG, he is finding rounds like this.
Yep.
Big multi-kills. Surprisingly, in the Americas League, he had some of the highest 4K totals out of anybody.
Let's go next. Let's go EG DRX. This has been a fast series.
He's going to attempt it. So Finesse will just end with the 3. And if history so far in this match has been anything to go by, they start another streak right here. That blowout will come to reality.
I mean,
which is crazy, again, considering all the way back towards Ascent, how we were thinking that reality was not going to favor NRG after that first half that we saw.
Why is the Prime Vandal? Like, I would say that the Prime Vandal is a decent skin, but it doesn't look like it should be. Second time out, first half.
Called from Navi.
Yeah.
So in the first half, they invest both and decide to go silent from their coach for the rest of the map.
That's something that Chat.
It's the sound.
Finesse can use to their advantage.
Yeah, you wonder too how much of that was extended off of the fact that the previous round ended the way that it did.
Yeah.
Right, there was just plenty of time for Shao and the team to talk through things. Opportunistic, perhaps, from Navi's leader to call a timeout and talk through this the rest of the way.
And there has been a shift since that last time out in the game plan from NRG.
So here's my question to the
tough.
chat.
I mean, it's tough.
Because this game is Jova.
9 rounds in, and you're calling the second time out because of that sort of adaptation.
What is the worst, best
with
skin?
With a rigid comp like this, you don't really have the room.
So like a skin that is meant to be like
Neon
really
to be able
good,
to
like a
flex
a
around
high value skin. What is the
Regardless of what
worst
setup you start
of
with.
like
If
the
you start with the
expensive
Raisins fan
skins?
on one side of the map, it takes ages for them to get to the other. In time to be there.
Elder
It's
Flame.
going to be difficult for Navi to contend with. It's quite some time.
Wow, a lot of
for
people
them to
saying
have
Elder
any key
Flame.
ones, whereas NRG starts out of the timeout with, again, crucial ones. It was the same factor before, by the way. They had to spend a lot of the timeout talking about how they want to counter. For Lotus in
So
general,
Navi take A
when you
main.
got a KJ lockdown, it's almost always going to that C side or maybe a push-up H3. But the C one is just so effective. You already saw it once from Artis. And they do insert Victor to open up that door and take control of Mound very carefully.
So again, they take control of B and C.
No smoke, nothing there.
I mean, Navi, this is the thing, when you start losing these fights, you don't really trust to just leave someone in a spot.
There's the lockdown that you were just
Pretty
referring
simple
to,
round
how
here from
effective
Navi, from NRG
Rely on
side.
it here.
Oh, I love
Gets
this.
pods of
From Sugetsu.
Oh, but
Not only is it the pit from Sugetsu,
Can he
but
get
look at the
that
space
in
that they're
time?
taking mid.
I think that timing might be awful for him, though, and they're already taking pit. It does have space in spawn, but
Sam is in it.
He just recovered it.
He just bullied him out.
Oh, gosh.
Shorty, but he's decayed.
That was a crucial fight for Sugetsu to win.
Yeah.
Without that tool, they can't retake the site,
Oh
but there's
my.
a counter pit at the same
Hits
time.
on pits.
Site littered with green goo as the spike ticks.
Good luck
How do they
observers.
flood their way in? Artist
Oh, they
playing off
didn't-
site,
this
but once
Prowler
again,
didn't
everyone
see
huddled
Victor.
up close. Sugetsu swinging around, not spotting anything yet. He's got to go into the pit. Both teams, like Navy SEALs, creeping their way forward cautiously.
They're going to save.
Carefully,
gonna
and
save?
you're right. They're out.
That's crazy.
7-1
What a wild
down.
round.
And Victor's looking for exits too. Can he get both? Yes!
Oh,
that decision to save, all of a sudden they're thinking and scratching their heads. We should have gone for that. If this is the outcome, that we come out with only a single gun.
Oh man, it's been brutal. Worst best skin, here we go.
You mentioned a couple of rounds, Ball, of the possibility.
Does the Prime
of
count? Is the Prime a high value skin? I'm not even sure it is.
It's 8-1 in favor of NRG right now. It was a 6-round.
Like I would say the ones I'm talking about are like the really expensive ones, like the Elder Flame, the new Dance one.
Player-wise, performance-wise. Their strategy is on fire too, and Finesse's calling is on fire.
The Z one. Are you sure it's not the Z one?
We'll have a different Han up on top of the pillar, but everything considered here from NRG. They don't even budge a little bit based off of different util being thrown out. They were so well prepared for this.
Trailblazer paves the way for Victor to not only take his space, but also clear the alarm bot that was intended to be defensive towards B.
One-way refreshed.
Music go buh.
Multiple players here. Both the KJ
oh, I have a story for you as well.
Be a deadly combination. If they don't have a molly actually, Sugetsu.
You see both from Xiao.
They just contact walk in, and of course they lose the fight.
There are the nanos, they're progged. Try to find space,
okay,
try to get through it, and they cannot. Xiao's combination of utility holding him back for now, but he gets peppered through the box. Not able to find anything else. Zipan's rotating over, and he has the Nightfall.
Gives up his position here. Som can get away.
That is a great example of NRG. This,
finding one with the Phantom. That's all it is. Oh dear. Som once again in a clutch. Spotting Zipan.
Som wins this.
The silence of the moment deafening. As now Som hears him and Zipan's on the flick.
I lied.
Good recovery, and finally one of them fall. One of those 1v1 situations ends up going for Navi. And I say finally because it was a massive string of them. Throughout the entire series, this round was crazy. I didn't know who could not hear what.
Yeah.
Immense disappointment shown on Som's face, which is quite surprising given the scoreline.
Navi Jinx.
Shown right now.
Well, I think Navi needed a Jinx. Navi needed a bit of help,
so far,
to be honest, at this point.
Gotta keep it under control, though.
Aggression from Navi towards B. CNET, the first there. Victor waiting on the other side. The Prowler finds a kill.
Okay. They get a first kill on Victor. Got the Killjoy set up towards A this time.
And off of that, NRG decide they want to re-explore. They want to go straight into the space. And Navi just
money-wise, this is a big round, by the way, because if Navi loses this, then bias
and
god
it's
awful.
Quiet. It's contact. CNET 8 HP close by, not able to find anything else. Seekers invested from Crashies.
Just a contact walk in, kind of an NRG classic.
Of ways. Look at Crashies. Let's get canceled. Oh!
Angel looked at him too. 3v2 now. Once again, numbers disadvantage for NRG. Is there the potential for a clutch?
Finesse looks to want to break the door, actually, maybe pivot, but they're corralled right now.
You can't break that door. You got no idea about this. You have to just plan B.
Cautiously, Artist gets a spike down. Sugetsu creeping.
They can find 1v1s though.
The potential for chaos as Artist gets the first. 2v2 now. Finesse still a little weak. It's all eyes on Artist. He's gonna have first contact here. Actually, the wall isolates him. It was all on Sugetsu to find the value, and he does. Very well played to play around his utility to isolate the kills.
That was their wall as well. That was NRG's wall that kind of separated them.
The fact that Sugetsu is able to realize how Finesse is using that wall to create a pocket for Artist is just so beautiful.
Okay,
Viper v Viper battle.
Cena gets an off.
And you can tell why.
He's out towards C.
He wants Sugetsu on that agent. Not that any of the util for him was impactful there.
If they get to 4,
how Finesse is using his.
Maybe they have a shot.
And Navi are putting together
I still say it's a very unlikely shot. They'll need to win pistol, but
4 total rounds in this half, which wouldn't be the end of the world.
Yeah.
Not the greatest,
if
but
they
wouldn't
could
be
get
the end
there.
of it.
Yeah, by no means.
Lotus is attack-sided.
It is CNET with an op this time. He's up forward by himself, too. where he is. Rumba to provide cover as he tries to take the door, and he takes finesse with him. That nade is good. Buys some time, but Artist still gets the kill.
Why is he so...
Damage done. But Victor gets on the racetrack.
Why is he so, like...
Plant the spike and crashes, goes
It just
for
feels
a
like
little
they
too
have
much there.
no idea what they're doing. I think every time they think this is happening, they think it's 4 people. But it's 2 people.
This time the lockdown won't have a chance to get broken, other than that flank attempt from Som. And now he's put his team in a 2v4 situation where they're already going to be defusing before they even get out. And it's
Oh,
now
they didn't even get the good plant. Okay, well, it's going to be 8-4.
There's no way through. No matter how pissed you are, you're not winning this round. Navi equalize. 8-4 still in favor of NRG, but that could have been disastrous.
NRG with all the momentum. Let it slip a little bit. Despite CNED, by the way, he should have been dead without even one there.
Yeah, I mean, he's opening the door on his own. Like, that's the thing.
Get on that site.
Forget the second part, and then he dies the second one. He's opening the door on his own.
Either way, an 8-4
Not knowing what's out
NRG.
towards
Do not
C.
be fooled by this scoreline. It is a tech-sided. Let's throw it down to the desk to break down the first half.
Thank you so much for that one, Doug and Bala. Yeah, already you could see just how prepped and ready to go NRG were at the start of this one. Credit though to Navi for at least picking up a few rounds there, Kukuka.
Yeah, exactly. But just at the end, right? It was a very rough start of this map. They were saying Doom was there, and we prepared a composition that is perfectly tailored for them. But in so many occasions, we saw that it was actually working against them. And we wanted to take a look at this round because of the Viper spit that Furness is going to be using. We were talking on the desk about how they've been picking up comms, and actually the best thing about them is that they understand them and they improve them. It's not some teams that just, they're like, oh my god, this team is so good with this, I'm just going to copy it and run it just the way that they do.
The jump peak is so
they
good.
have that introspective journey onto it and understanding what is the best way to use the composition and to bring something new.
Yeah, and it's just little things like that that can help make NRG so good, and that would see us.
Can you say if Navi get a cent, they would win? I did think that.
But now we head into the second half, and the question is, with this comp for Navi that they're yet to play, how well can they do on the attacking side? Because you'll notice NRG has nearly a 50% win rate on defense, which is pretty good for Lotus. These Neon comps tend to be defensive-sided because Crashy is re-flashing places in the mid-round, and the Neon quickly rotating with him can give you a really good read on where your opponent is going if they're not super careful on when they're giving info away to those flashes.
And again, for me, Navi, we're seeing that Fade is on Ziban. To me, it's a crime, kind of. If you have Xiao and you have somebody else playing the Fade, I feel like the heroics that we were seeing from CNED is very similar to what we saw on Ascent. It cannot happen again, but maybe they will need that race operator to be shining on the defense.
That's right. They're going to need to look for some answers somewhere else. Navi are going to be taking a trip to the lower bracket. Let's go ahead and send it back over to your casters.
Thank you, Golden Boy. Bala, I don't know about you. My eyes fall towards CNED. Remember, we talked about the last time they played Raze. Yep. He looked slightly uncomfortable. Now, as the sole tip of the spear to go aggressive on attack, I imagine he's got to be able to find some space.
Well, don't forget Angel's on the team.
That's true. He is the entry. He is the entry. That's a very good point.
What the hell?
That was all the way back at lock-in when they played
see.
this Fade Raze. And they had some really good set nades. That haunt is ridiculous, by the way. The tech shown, but Artist not peaked.
Only tagged one. CNED wise to it. You see the paranoia as they try to take the fight through the door. Sam and Crashies both. With Victor not
See,
far
that's what
off.
CNED thought was happening last round.
Control that they have on
Maybe it's because they do this, so they think, oh, they must
Can
do
NRG displaying a mastery of strategy. Just like the pistol on Ascent, slowed down to a crawl.
Cover going out.
They're just going to re-hit as soon as that smoke comes back up from Angel. A flash to come through. He's got this in the bag.
Yeah, he was done.
Angel
real
go
chance
kill.
to counterplay there.
And that orb is fantastic,
No,
by the way.
Viper is
very difficult
quite
to do
far off
anything
this,
because
and the door
you have
isn't
to jump
open.
out once you get out of it.
Crashies has no flashes to pop out of
Whoa.
it. Victor going forward. Crashies with the first, and that's
Didn't need
all
him.
it is.
Okay, Navi do win the pistol. Okay,
3 out
do
of
we have
4.
a game?
Crucial for
Fucking
them
hell.
to stay in that game on Ascent.
Okay, the F couldn't have been that big.
And despite that, they still lost 13-8.
Maybe it was.
Very well done, though. On the side of Navi, specifically Angel. And there was even a safety valve there with the flank from Sugetsu coming in late in the round.
It's fucking 5:40 a.m.
NRG choosing not to buy here, just the shorty for finesse. That pesky one that he can be.
I think that wall is actually jump spottable. And Navi are throwing out. You got to be careful with those. There's so much pros and cons for all of the different Viper wall on attack that you put down. And one can cover stairs, one can actually cover heaven when you actually hit the A side, one can prevent the jump spot. You actually see it right now from Som. Even when that wall goes up, he has a little pocket to peek a little bit.
Just over a minute left in this round. You saw the first orb picked up mid by Navi. Seems like that's all they want to do for now as they turn their attention towards A. Nade, the molly, and the door. I mean, they're fully committing to this. They've invested everything.
That's a really good nade and haunt combo right there. Not using a seize, doesn't have it in this round, but that nade pushes them into the haunt. So the players who are pushing in tree have full awareness of what's going on.
Sugetsu tucking inside the smoke in the face of the flash, drops the molly, Xiao gets the kill.
The orb coming up at the same time too, decaying them all.
Very nicely done.
Should be good for Navi now. Probably just die to the
If you
spike.
allow these post plants to get set up from Navi, they have so many tools. Not that NRG didn't, of course. We didn't actually see much A-side pressure from NRG, other than looking for picks in that. In the mid-round, they were always falling off. Heading towards B and C, Navi not doing the same. A whole map holistic approach.
All things considered, very clean for Navi. They keep all their weapons. They didn't even take damage, if I'm not mistaken. I believe all of them carried light armor through.
That's important.
That's
Yeah,
really
buy.
as much as you could possibly ask for.
Minimum 400 credits saved on everybody. Best outcome. Now, considering that, a lot of those anti-ecos for Navi on the pistol round wins have been really best outcomes from them. Very good anti-ecos. It's just this round that they're supposed to have a better advantage because of the way that they buy up. That's become full meta at this point, where they're struggling. And look at this push, 3-man into B, trying to disrupt the bonus ideas from Navi.
And they
Turret
found
was there,
Sugetsu,
Xiao was
couldn't
close
get
by,
out.
but Sugetsu's the casualty.
He's in a position that turret is not going to be active fast enough for him to react.
Yeah, I think Sugetsu honestly was just a bit lost in terms of what he was meant to be doing this round, because he's just walking around here.
Waiting on the other
Seemed
side
like
of
he
the panel.
thought about going C, but it was a bit late. Fuck me, I'm gonna end the stream. Okay, I'm gonna end the stream.
Gotta look for more picks in this.
I'm sick of the internet. I can't do this
This is
anymore.
where NRG was shining in that first map. Navi have yet to really display the same.
NRG patient on this. Crashy's only able to take one. His artist is smoked off. Has to give the space up.
You see him pinging so he can go for that spray on anybody jumping up on him in between reloads.
What is Angel up to? He just cleared so much space, but he's not able to get a kill. That would have been devastating.
That stun is disgusting.
Yeah, and Zipan is way too much heat to deal with.
And he just stunned up the entire room.
Victor's got 3 on the round. Xiao's left alone. Paranoia soaring by his face, but Artis is the one who gets the kill. No bonus this time.
No bonus ever. Out of the 3 attempts, Navi really struggling.
I still have a full
It's not
buy,
a
it's
round
still
that
fun.
is very common to win. Obviously, it's about a quarter of the time. But still, Navi out of those teams, and especially given what we've seen so far.
So nice.
Now they really
Nice
haven't
round
been
by NRG.
super clean on the gun rounds overall.
Is that a giant cat?
I'm surprised there is an NRG watch party right now. What time is it?
Yeah, it's got to be late.
It's like 1 a.m. No, actually on Pacific. Yeah, no, it's
Did we just get another one?
It's
Alright.
evening time.
Gamer
I'm
hours.
just gonna fucking, yeah. I'll probably end the stream
3-round
after
lead
this
for
game.
NRG.
Meanwhile, Europe's just waking up. Good morning.
Early haunt. As Navi go towards A. And once again, mid pressure from NRG. Remember in the previous round, it was a peak. They got the kill. This time they funnel in, they take the space. And much like we saw a couple of rounds ago, they have Navi corralled, controlled.
Okay, they
And
get the
honestly,
site.
Fuse,
We
they
got a
don't have
double
any options
flank.
on where they could go.
We've seen so many situations where NRG has put them in the
Zipan's
pen.
gonna get ult off the plant. Okay, they actually
This time,
leave.
though, They don't actually continue to tie the noose.
Sam dropping down. Seized. Oh, did he get away? Not enough time.
Did they save?
That would have been insane. Finesse finding the kill, Tom could not.
They've arrived now, actually, from the flank down to the site.
They might
Are they really
save.
going to make a go at this?
Seems like they may.
Oh.
This is crazy.
Victor the first, Finesse the second.
What?
He finds the kill falling from the heavens.
Not much time.
2v2 now, he's gonna swing his way out. Finesse with 3. Victor, 1v1, has to land the shots. Did not get it to half, 9 bullets, he's gotta go fast! And Sugetsu keeps him back.
Give it a good go. Fuck
If he
me.
gets that kill, I don't think he had time, but still, he made an effort. And the fact that they get it down there,
I'm done.
I thought it was crazy that they went for it in the first place.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, sure, Neon was making the rotate back off the flank, but so was Crashies. Completely on foot. Found a bicycle somewhere on the map, because that was quick. It almost works out. That's crazy. Still not all hope lost. They put themselves in such a good position on that first half, but Navi responding immediately is very important. Not allowing any streaks.
That's an excellent way to start the round.
I mean, to take down Crashies, yeah, 100%. He's crucial, by the way. I mean, as the solo initiator on this map, the Neon comp relies on having this guy alive.
It's a lighter buy, but Finesse was so far up. You see where he once stood. Off of that, Navi are gonna funnel into C, take the site, get the spike down. Plenty of time to spare.
And even if things get hairy, Xiao has the keys to solidify. You want to make sure that you keep that up, though. That lockdown is what I'm referring to. He's so far back that, yeah, you definitely don't think that he's even thinking about it. But the rest of the players staying on site, you can tell they want to prevent that sort of situation from happening.
Okay.
Question is, does Victor
Hopefully it's
pop
fixed.
the ult here?
Don't know. Might not be.
Perhaps too much time has passed.
I've given up.
Psalm with the Guardian not finding anything. Oh, he finally does.
I think
Looks
maybe
like Navi
if
won.
Psalm stays alive there, maybe he goes for it. But still a 3v5, excuse me. There's no way with the eco.
No, difficult task.
Fucking hell. I can't believe that this has
Victor
happened
picks up the
again.
Guardian. Artist still close by.
Okay.
Phantom, get out of there.
Nice, light armor too.
Player standing.
I don't want to give up a kill there from Artist. I'm not sure how far he is away from his ult, but Sugetsu now 1 pip away. So they can play for that.
Yeah, very good point. We'll see how close he was.
Okay, timeout here from NRG. Don't forget, Navi used both timeouts in that first half. And Navi with the string of rounds right now, this is
NRG,
a huge
we got a
opportunity for
game.
Doombros. Communicate to Angel the things he spotted so far in this first half. But I think mostly, finally, saying the things that we're doing is working. Here's the ideas that NRG are going to start throwing out at you. And the guy on your screen, Crashies, potentially going to be the linchpin of it all. Gotta see NRG start to find a bead on the sites that they're going to hit ahead of time. You're never seeing those same sort of stacks ahead of time from NRG, and some of those retakes as well. Unfortunately, they're losing players beforehand. They're starting to lose hit personnel before the site hits even occur from Navi. That's what I want to clean up if I'm Chet. On the flip side, though, out of a timeout, you've seen them, NRG, consistently go for some very cheeky plays. So I wouldn't be surprised to throw out a very aggressive hit.
You're right. I think about the Ascent hit on defense.
Yep.
Just a couple moments ago, off to the side of timeout.
That Odin spam. It's the beginning of the end for Navi, really.
Hey, Xiao has a
game, though.
lockdown. Got Seekers here for
Doesn't look like they have anything
NRG.
teed up here. Maybe some aggression, off of the paranoia and the flash for Victor to take
After
space.
8-1,
but
what happened? Navi had a little mini resurgence and then they swapped sides.
There. It looks like Sugetsu will end up rotating towards A after he throws the orb, but no, actually.
Looks like they're kind of copying
No
an
aggression out of
NRG
so
idea here.
mostly cleaning up these early hits, and NRG have swapped this wall over towards this C hit. Remember, I was commenting on how Navi were using that in anticipation, but it's because of this lockdown. Key thing here is Sugetsu has his ult because he picked up the orb. Remember, Artist was the catalyst for that, going for that kill. Sugetsu gets it.
Oh,
can't melt there.
They get through, they take a
Spike
little
is
damage
slow
off
though.
Molly.
That's 40 damage.
Don't know why
done to
Zipman is so
Cena
slow on
and
this.
Angel.
They plant.
They're gonna have the pit, but Crashies has his ult.
Oh, and this pit actually allows them to come out of Waterfall, and with this mountain push, there's space for them.
CNET able to get the first. Som has fallen. You see
As long as
Xiao
Xiao
very far
lives,
off, so he can fight
he's a big problem.
Mound. And that's exactly what he's
Oh.
going to do, but he doesn't really get a
He
chance
wasn't
at the
allowed
fight at
to
all.
run. And now they're kind of trapped on the site.
Angel just narrowly staying alive. There's the showstopper, and it gets 2! The defenses from NRG crumble as CNET gets 4, and it's a
and now
round
we're
for
on a
Navi.
fade.
We're tied at 9.
Great adjustments there from Navi as well. For both sides, honestly, NRG completely expected the hit that was coming from Navi. They put the wall in that position. And that wall is great for retaking through Mound when this pit is so advanced. Out of the side of Sugetsu.
Okay, 9-9.
Showstopper though,
Massive
brutal.
comeback.
And
We're
CNET,
probably gonna see
I mean,
the
he
neon
looks
ult.
comfortable. Look at him, 17 and 15.
Yep.
This Raze pick definitely working out where others have failed, or he has failed in the past.
Once again, aggression. This time much more committed. But the haunt.
Just gonna go fast C
throws the
maybe.
brakes on the hit.
A shift on the Viper wall too. Towards the seaside. Finesse just jiggling, trying to prevent this again. Orb comes up. There's no KJ util here.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen this before. We just saw this. The Roomba first, the Molly traded.
It's the light buy too, so Navi have the opportunity to take the lead in this map. Has not. It's been eluding them the entire time.
Nick is close by, and it's just a stinger.
Oh, no.
He gets them both, and then the ult, but instantly stopped.
And
Spike
Spike is
by
down
Otis.
in
Spike's
control
down.
for NRG. It all falls to pieces.
I don't know quite why they rushed this through this Viper roll.
Oh, what a thrifty
Doesn't
round
really
win would
make
do to the momentum of this map.
a ton of sense. Not why they didn't.
Especially speaking as the first opportunity to even take that lead in the first place.
Can Xiao and Sugetsu clutch this out?
I'm concerned that door open actually obscures Som. Som can open it at any point.
Can they win this 4v2 with the spike out of reach? So close, yet so
They have
far.
to go now whilst this Viper roll goes down, even with the almost one.
Wall goes up. Crashy's
Yeah, you have to
patient.
do what
No
Sugetsu
spam yet.
just did.
Has a Vandal here. Fear of being traded instantly.
Doors open.
There's his finesse with
Not
the
that there was
first.
much chance
and
of
it's
winning
a
this round,
thrifty
but-
win for NRG. And that very well could be it.
I mean, just with a stinger here.
Finesse and Artist just do so good on that site. I don't even know. I mean, that's a blunder for Navi to send both of your dive agents. In this case, the Omen definitely considered that. As he TPs through, it's Victor, excuse me.
The C's not catching.
Those are 2 free kills.
With nothing but a stinger.
And the Orb and the Molly coming in as well from Artist
I don't
rotating
know.
too.
That feels like a weird
There's no
plan.
chance
Okay,
to get
Victor
in and
goes
to
for no.
actually trade those kills. So Navi lose a major opportunity.
Vic has an op. And there's a lot of Navi presence A. Into that op. Angel. Flashed. TP's around. Do they check him? They do. Op not going to find value, but Crashies gets 2.
Yes, 2.
Now Som looking to triple dip his way into another kill in the face of the room, but not able to land the shots.
It's a great swing from the 2 Navi players there.
It was.
Finesse.
Yeah,
Turret
that's
spots
big
him.
info off the turret.
Definitely had an opportunity there. But there's no holes for Navi's setup.
Whoa. Late wall out from Sugetsu.
Look at me. I'm just gonna close chat.
Well, nobody's
I
there
don't.
actually
I don't
to
need to know
spot
about
from
the X.
NRG, that wall going up.
I kind of don't care.
And at the beginning of the round, you had confusion in the NRG camp about where that Viper wall was because he's been switching it between the C side, between the A side.
Very good point. You're right. Artist with a big one.
We're in a
I've seen it by
3v2.
himself there.
Why are we doing
He
this?
thinks there's way more space available than there is, and that's because the 2 players are anchors. They're KJ, they're Viper.
If they commit B, they're going to be having to deal with all this utility that Artist just set down. You see the alarm about the nanos. There it is. Buying time with 30 seconds left.
1v1.
It's a 1v1. Finesse against Xiao.
Look, he's running already towards the A side. He's going to hear the panel break.
He's ahead of it. I don't think he's going to get there in time to cut it off, though.
I think Xiao should hear him. He's
Planting
planting
the open?
The Molly and the shots for Finesse. Just a step ahead.
Why does he need to plant in the open there? I think he has plenty of time, but maybe not.
You broke the door.
Just going for a gamble to make sure he can maybe get back past stairs.
There's so many places he could be where he
Again,
can hear the
seen it
door
there.
break.
After losing that thrifty,
Like, what
they
do you-
definitely split up.
Wow. I mean, for Finesse 2, you saw he was prepared to drop the molly on where we expected him to plant.
Yeah, another battle again. Victor still with the op.
There's a lot more presence here, though. It's a
Why is
clash.
CNED running on his own?
Angel made the same play, just on the other side of the wall. Victor walks into his death. This time, Navi far more successful.
I mean, oh my god, if they lose this game,
Artist finding a blind one.
that round is so bad when they got into a 3v2. What are you doing? Why are you always swinging in these situations? It's a 5v2.
Finesse again in the same situation. Last time Artist was able to find CNED on a walkabout.
If I'm not mistaken,
they're grouped.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, too, it was a 3v2 again.
Yeah.
If they lose this round, I'm not gonna watch because I'm just gonna be too mad.
Down, the kills will too. Angel with 3, Zipan gets the last, Navi at 10.
That's a ridiculous flick from Angel. That wall coming down, he's ready for it. He knows so much what Finesse is thinking in that moment.
Okay.
And you could see concern on Finesse's face, as he thinks that play should have worked.
This fighting A has not really worked for NRG.
Not only that, but NRG
this
really
hasn't worked for them at all, really.
Push.
That was a very nice
They're
flick.
gonna take another timeout. I don't think
Off
they're
of
gonna
that,
fight
the
A.
last timeout for either side is called.
Wouldn't have it any other way.
Nope.
Not quite the distance yet. Navi lost the opportunity to take the lead.
This is a good chance for Doom Bros though as well. To just tell them, what the fuck are you doing?
And it's Chet who's calling the timeout.
It's a great chance for Doom Bros to just be like,
this could end
chill.
In an epic battle, or absolutely looking like NRG dominate Navi if they end 2-0. We hope it's the first of many to come between these two teams of battles. Again, the first time Artist playing against his former team. Right now he's getting the better of most of them. CNED though still in that head-to-head. Definitely filling those shoes very well. That Artist left. If you're just joining us, it was a 13-8 on Ascent. NRG with a ridiculous attack side half. This time, a little bit more standard here on Lotus with these attack-sided halves coming out from both sides. 8-4 for NRG, but now it's within 1. And out of the last 2 rounds, there's been this A main presence over and over. This time, nothing for NRG, and Navi are capitalizing. Straight through the wall, they don't care.
They have Artist's locked down, they have Finesse's pit.
So yeah, they're just gonna play retake with the Killjoy lockdown. And the spike is a little slow.
They know the site's open. That lockdown might get broken by this nade.
Crashies.
It's
It
gone.
does. They destroy the lockdown. That's
Crashies is
massive.
gonna get the orb right before the spike goes down, and that brings his Seekers online. Off of the paranoia, you imagine they bounce with the
that
panel
only
broken,
catching
that's the case.
one.
Nightfall
It's gonna be a
investors
bit of a
Seekers too,
clue.
and they understand there's a lot of presence towards main.
They're not checking. Sugetsu's really right around the root. They didn't check him.
And Shao's close by too. They're gonna be able to stop him. They're gonna be able to hold him back.
Wow, okay.
That's
This is
exactly
gonna be
what
a
they
save.
do. Artist has to tuck tail and has to run away.
The money's not gonna be great.
Doesn't have the same tools, and Navi trying to really keep the pressure on them. If they take down his gun, everybody on the side is broke, other than Artist. And they do just
Fang
that.
gets it.
Tie
Wow.
game, Navi. Another opportunity
game
to
is
take the
8-1.
first lead of the game.
And remember, the last time they were here, it was a thrifty response from NRG.
Yep.
As you just said, they're broke this time.
What are they doing? I mean, I think they were playing for the retake
And I was
lockdown,
really
but it gets
wondering where
destroyed by
that
a nade,
flash
and
was
they look a
going to
bit
go out of the side of Som
lost.
when
I
they
mean,
broke through the panel. They popped the Seekers.
that's FNS's
There
own
wasn't
wall. I don't
really
know why
many
he's
good lanes for him to shoot, but he does use it where the Seekers
through
go.
it rather than
But they
dropping
don't
it.
quite consider, they don't see the fact that the Seeker did not clear that
So
corner.
yeah, it's a full stinger by
Or maybe just overwhelmed, but the amount of stuff going on,
Unspected.
the
They
pure
have like the
chaos.
pit,
You're right, though. Thrifty opportunity.
And the, I
but
mean,
it feels
the
like
buy is
Navi have
dreadful.
just found a weakness.
And
It
the
feels like
remaining life for
Navi
NRG
have
is
just
not
said,
great.
you can't defend this.
It's the
You
first
tried
time
being
they find a
aggressive,
sense
you
to
tried
take,
not
they
being
back
aggressive,
off, knowing
nothing
that
you do
panel got
works,
broken
we're
early,
just
so they
gonna
immediately
exploit
go
you.
into separate protocols.
This is like
Finesse is
very,
so far up
very
by himself.
FNS
You
like
mentioned the separate
of
protocol.
Angel, where
That
it's
is a
just like,
solo mission for
oh,
sure.
you can't do something
Got
on
two
your
players
defense
here on
side?
this B side.
Oh, let's just
But again, his weapons
continually
are
do
awful.
the same thing over and over again to you.
Nanos buy some time. The ult invested from CNED, nothing found.
They
A lot of damage.
didn't check it. They haven't checked this.
That's insane. The spam from Sam not landing.
Hello?
But Victor does.
That's even. That's a Phantom.
Nothing sent in there? What?
Someone's responding.
No way he gets one. That's still just numbers.
No,
Not
that's
on the
flank.
flank now.
for NRG. And it's
they'll
Victor
still
by
be
himself
fine.
with
I
the
don't-
Stinger trying to get through it. Behind the wall. It's a tap, buy some time. That's all it's going to be.
12 for
Navi gets
Navi.
a map point.
And Angel was the
They were
safety
fine
valve
in
there.
the end, but
I love the fact that that was a light buy out from NRG. Sure, Navi know that situation, but they invest the showstopper, they invest tools that they might have wanted to save. That's important, though, because they want to get to overtime. Again, they've only had the lead in this series a single time when they were up 8-6 on Ascent after winning that second pistol. So the third lead now, and it couldn't come at a better time. They solidify at least overtime. It's still a big
gets
room
an op,
to
he
win
goes
this match
naked,
outright.
so they go for this op. It hasn't worked so far. They're going to fight A again, this time with 4 people.
An op in the hands of Victor.
That's to try to catch Victor.
Not landing. Angel's been there so many times.
Okay, they
To do
get
it
the
again,
first
but Tom
kill,
holding
though.
the line. CNET the first to fall. The pin
That's a
invested
big.
towards
I
C.
can't remember the last time they
And
got
you
the first
imagine
kill.
at this point, they've seen what they've seen A.
I mean, you got to
They
kill
heard that ult go
lockdown.
off. Yep. They should know where it is.
There's not really room to pivot back towards C, like you said. They know that in the back of their minds.
And you see the Killjoy setup from Artis. It's not in towards B main. It's through panel.
The thing is, though, out of sight, out of mind. Still a minute to work with. If they do end up pivoting all the way towards C, they have to come up with a late round plan. They do have a lockdown. They do have Angel's ult. I think they want to go for it. They have the tools to try to counter it.
Oh.
But still, in the forefront of their mind, they're choosing not to go for it. Choosing instead to continue this A pressure. And there's an op, and there's 3 players here.
I think they're going to
NRG,
go for a
no,
B
it's been
split.
favoring this A side.
It's been so quiet for the last few seconds.
Oh, no. What?
30 seconds
Oh,
left.
this is a free one.
Not a single
There you
step
go.
made, and finally the shot rattles off, finds the leader for Navi.
Look at that instant relay bolt as well from Victor. It looks like it's bound to a shoot button.
5v3, Sam gets another. Navi crumbling. Can they respond with 13 seconds left? I don't think they're going to
I
find a
mean,
space
you
to
got
get this fight
Spike.
down.
Hello?
Well, lockdown will give them a lot of room.
Hello?
Especially with the molly to cover up the waterfall push. They should get it down, but this panel push can come
4v2.
very fast.
He just
Very
gets it down.
close. There's the nano. There's the molly. There's the kill for Victor. And even in the face of the pit,
Okay.
NRG
12-11.
do not fold.
Navi, that last round was a bit.
We're
Well, they
going
kind of ran
overtime.
into a bad setup, but you got to know with a
Had to
Viper's
have
pit
at
there
least
with
one
that
in
long,
this series.
it's probably going to be 4 on the rest of the map.
Last year, these
I feel
two
like the
cores
call, I think they probably need to just
were
simplify and
definitely
just all
top
go B with a
3
lockdown, to
in
be
their
honest,
own
and just
right.
get
What
the
a
spike down, go
spam
for a
from
Viper's
Sam.
pit. That seems like it would.
We saw EG find some value
They
there
probably
yesterday with
kind
an
of
Odin.
overthought that round a
That was
bit.
a Vandal in the hands of Tom.
I think they
That's
wanted to save the
crazy.
lockdown for the post plan.
Remember, NRG,
Here we go, overtime.
top 3 at every tournament, the global tournaments. 1 Reykjavik, top 3 at Copenhagen, 2nd place at Champions. The core of Navi here too. Couldn't quite make it to Reykjavik, even though they qualified. And they win Copenhagen. And they get that top 4 at Champions as well. Navi already a top 4 finish at lock-in this year. NRG top 8.
Okay, so who can win a defensive
These are the
side?
best of the best.
I always think you get a bit of an advantage
What a
when
gift,
you know
what a
it's kind
treat
of a
this series
sided
has been.
game. You know, whoever goes first on that side. So
In terms of legacy,
obviously,
This right
assuming
here.
you win the round. But
they don't have many battles
NRG
against each
should be
other, but we're
favored
hoping for a lot
to win
more
this
here.
first
This is a
round. They're gonna
first
go for the
opening
3
match for the
ultos
two
onto
teams.
crashes, or at least 2, and then get in the spike plant. That's interesting. It's not, you know, Artists or going for a Killjoy down, or maybe FNS going for a Viper's pit, going for the Seekers for the post plant.
Wall up.
I mean, obviously it's
Very
good.
different wall
Like,
from Finesse here.
you know, it's
Allows
good.
some
but-
approach towards this A side by walking out behind it, using this Trailblazer, the flash coming in at the same time, the stun too. They're not going to commit off of it. You can see Sam had it in his pocket to throw out that paranoia based off what the dog stuns.
He was ready to go.
The Angels held
You're
this
right,
on
he
his
had it
own.
primed.
But realistically, this wall was always placed to hit towards B.
And that's where they're headed.
And they used this alarm
Just
bot
gonna be
early
a
to
full
actually
B
contain
hit.
this space.
30 seconds left.
just so they can come back to it later. Do they find success here?
He has a seize.
Just an alarm bot. There are no nanos to really cover anything like that.
Big seize. No nade combo though. CNED was
Angel's
over towards
just
C.
running in.
Victor's there to greet Angel.
He's running
13
in
seconds
blind.
left. They get the spike down, and you're right.
Is there any comms
Zipper
on this
not
team?
able to find any space either.
Oh,
Chow do something here, or perhaps he gets to.
Spike's not down yet.
2v3, they've got to commit to the spike. Finesse! Almost able to hold it. How did he get it down? Artist left in a watch, and Sugetsu with 4! No way!
He's on his feet. That's a ridiculous round. His teammate satcheled him while trying to stop the spike plant. And then he turns and gets the one tap. I think that was last bullet, Doug.
I gotta see that again.
Just the streak. 7 seconds. 3 players left. Spike not planning yet.
That is bomb. Maybe lurker.
Oh my god.
They call it Durka. That's
Is
interesting.
that last bullet? That is nasty.
That's funny that they call it Durka.
And Navi again, another match point. I did not expect to
Lurker?
be there
Did he say- I
after
thought
the
he said
initial start of
Durka.
that round. It looked like
Durka
NRG
would
was
be
in full
funny.
control.
I was gonna say I can't remember
Again,
Durka really
Angel.
making a play. If I was calling
Zipper
that
walked
area
in
a
blind.
player,
They didn't even
I
really
would
know
say
what was
that
on the other
area
side.
would be
Give up their lives willingly.
Kiwi.
But it's because they wanted to summon
Because of
Voldemort.
Foot's pistol round,
And
where they always
Zipper.
try and do this. That area I would call Kiwi.
The Angel of Death.
What an outrageous turn of events.
This
Remember,
is
the spike almost doesn't even
Valorant.
get planted.
Heritage. What the hell is happening? Thank you for the 100 bits for
It's
toolbox.
crazy that it did. That must have been milliseconds.
What's happening?
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
mean, it's a bit of a wild game.
What a bout between these two.
Now NRG need to win a defensive round.
And once again,
They go for the
Navi
Victor up
match
again.
point. NRG used the one timeout they have
Interesting.
in overtime. You get 1 extra for the entirety of all overtimes. It doesn't
I
matter if we
hate
go to
rooting
10.
for Navi. Well, you don't have to get in the
Now,
shadows.
note here very quickly, Victor once again has the op. It is glass cannon, but he's normally been setting up
Yes,
towards A.
yes.
This time he's C.
Well, the important thing is, normally you're throwing that orb from Sugetsu. It looks like he's going to do it again. He actually uses the wall, though, so that might give a gap if it doesn't come up early enough.
But he's behind. There's a
Molly,
little bit of
though.
traffic there.
That Molly bounces on the wall, so okay. Good landing.
53 HP. Remember, he
They're
had
committing.
armor.
They're committing here.
88. Off of the decay.
Oh my, this
What
is
health does he have? They've spanned
not
this
where you
angle
want to
before,
be with
and
an
CNED
up
was
on
ahead
your
of
own
it.
there.
It's a big mistake there. They
Don't-
didn't have the right plan there because Psalm
Yeah,
falls off.
yeah.
Victor tries to go
That's-
into that space,
Pretty bad.
but he doesn't have room to escape. He's not playing.
Okay, I don't.
Jet
Like,
Neon
some
definitely
some
can't
came
dash
back.
his best.
Victor walked up with an
as
op
possible.
staring at a Viper wall.
And things are going to quiet down. Navi's been formidable in these
I
situations
don't
where
know
to get those early entries.
What happened there, to be honest? They're going to try and get this orb
But
for
when there's
CNED.
room for individualism, out of Angel, out of CNED,
Let's
things
see.
get definitely dicey.
1-3-1 setup here. The last couple of rounds have been so tense. So many resounding moments of silence.
Dog sees Sugetsu. They do still have 2 people on this site.
And off of the momentary delay, Navi turned their attention
I mean, he's
towards
just
C.
seen Sugetsu, so.
Early flash out from Crash. He's getting some info.
But
Dude,
that'll
they
keep
farmed
2 of them
CNED's
here.
orb.
There's the ult! Nothing
doesn't
found
die
from Psalm
either.
as CNED just drops him. And it seems like they're going to be able to put
Hold
it
on.
away unless Crashies can
Artist
pull off
here too,
heroics
but he got
again.
seized.
Alarm bot, just in time.
4v3 and Angel's gone exploring mid.
Oh,
Planting? I mean,
Crashies with a position to make a play. Have the
Hello.
shorty out for just a moment. Opts to go against it.
GG.
And it's a 14-12
GG.
win for Navi.
Hello and goodbye.
What a
Massive
comeback
comeback.
win on map 2 here on Lotus. Remember the first half, they were down bad. What was the start, 6-0 or something like that, before they even got there first. That is crazy from Navi, but not outside of the realm of possibility. Honestly, sort of expected
Okay, split last map.
with the amount of tournament
I
runs
know
that
what
they've
NRG
made,
are
the
gonna
amount
play.
of situations that you've seen just
I
that
don't have a
happen.
clue what Navi are about to play.
What a game.
Okay, I need to go and make my
Delivered.
Weetabix.
And finally, too, something with success here on Lotus against definitely formidable opponent. But it puts into doubt. Again,
This
NRG
is
had the opportunity to pick
Valorant.
Bind here, which for
Everything.
sure everybody's thinking is a very good map for them. It's not flawless this season.
It's one of their best, though.
Absolutely. Instead,
Thank
trying
you,
to
Bud
punish
Toolbox.
Navi
I
on
mean,
Lotus. Doombro said before, they've got something prepped for them. They've got something very standard prepped for them, and that is super important for the rest of the run.
It just felt like NRG didn't have an answer. Like, I often think this. If you can't answer A, like if it's just not working for you on A,
sets the stage for a glorious finish. The fact that
on this map,
clash between these two
you're gonna have a rough time on the
between
defense.
these two juggernauts for it to end on split. I mean,
you're gonna have a rough time. If you can't, if everything you try towards A doesn't work, like you try being aggressive, you try being passive, you try getting an off, you try,
solidified quite a bit, I'd say.
You try basically everything you can think of, and none of it works.
So many giga bangers. For it to close out the map
just becomes a very hard place to play.
Still playing is crazy.
Really,
Can't wait to continue to watch this. Awesome.
But this is kind of the thing of like, and maybe some of you guys could learn this as well for your ranked games. When you're 8-1 down, you probably feel like it's GG.
In the perfect way, and off of that,
but if you can get it to 8-4 and win a pistol,
on the other side of this breaking ball,
you can win the game.
Any other way. We'll be right back.
Winnable. Okay, I'm gonna go make my Weetabix. In fact, no, I'll wait until the ad ends and the analysts come on, so that you guys aren't watching nothing. Although with the Fs, who knows? You probably might be watching nothing anyway. Let's I'm kind of glad this game's going to 3. Sometimes I kind of, some games I'm kind of like, let's just end this. You know what I mean? Some games it's like, let's just get it over with. This game, I want to see 3 maps of this game. Let me see 3 maps of this one. Other games, I don't need to see 3 maps. Other games, it's like, let's end this thing. But this one I wanted to see 3. Even DRX EG, I wouldn't mind seeing 3 there as well. Bit of a longer day for me, but I don't mind. How do we do on the bingo? Huge comeback. We haven't had an ace yet. We almost had someone runs out of bullets with Sugetsu, but he hit the shot. We need a double op setup and an Ares buy. I mean, this line isn't happening. Pistol round raid boss could happen. NRG sometimes do that. But we have to get... Well, if DRX and EG play Ascent, this will happen. And what happens, by the way, if we get a line, is that one of you gets to play GeoGuessr for a chance to win a sub. So BK can't guess the score? No, apparently not. No, it has to be in the day. This is not across the whole tournament. It's just across the day. Are we back? No, we got a minute 40. We'll play global now. If my internet can handle global. Iraq. 2,750 miles away from Iraq. 2,000, so almost 3,000. I'm not sure if anything out here is that far away. Maybe Iceland. But we won't go Iceland. We'll go in Asia. We'll go Bangladesh. Bangladesh. Is it? That's just Bangladesh, isn't it? Bangladesh. Bangladesh is cooler. It's probably Africa. Let's go Angola. Angola is adjacent to the answer. Let's go DRC. DRC is adjacent to the answer. What's here? I think like Cameroon is there. I think there's something else here though. Wait, you're adjacent to it as well. No, it has to be this. Is there... It could be this. What country owns that? I can't remember. What are you? Zambia? Good knowledge. What is this, by the way? Oh. Oh, it's not a country? I thought there might be a little gap. Still, though. Got Zambia. Got it in 5. Pretty good. Okay, I'll go make my week. I'll be back in a sec.
Thanks for finding a cinnamon for Damon. I really appreciated that. No, but obviously we know that Sugetsu thrives in this international stage. It was the clutches, it was the multi-kills, it was those rounds where you needed him the most. This settings inside his ultimates, knowing how to work around the timings for everything, the awareness that he has of the space that he's given, it's just beautiful to watch.
And it really flipped the narrative because the first map was defined by NRG's late round prowess. When it came down to those last second executes into sight, it was players like and Crashies clutching things up consistently. But in this map, it completely turned around. And while Sugetsu was the catalyst to get them back into it, it was really a team effort to close that one out.
Yeah, completely. We were talking about how good the retakes were for NRG on that first map. On this second one, it wasn't that brilliant. It wasn't that good. And not only that, CNET on the other side is having an amazing performance. Right now, he has a 74% success in that first kill. That is insane.
He's had a lights-out series, undoubtedly, as well. As we take a look at the team breakdown and see like what we ended up, really walking out with here. I think the question that stays on my mind, Mimi, is even though it was 14-12, Doombro said we were cooking up some surprises. I mean, if the surprise was that, you have some really sick players on your team, then I feel like, wow, we were all caught off guard.
That's a good surprise. I'm happy about that surprise. But looking at the second half for NRG, I think one of the biggest failures of their defense was the way in which they were using this Neon. A lot of their ideas seem to be dedicated into having Victor off. In the last part of that game, he was constantly committing into that. And I think it hurts one of the main strengths of this Neon, which is to go for early aggression for space, to be a fast rotator, and to use the stuns to stall out executes. When your Neon's opping, you really freeze them in place. And you saw it in the way they were fighting for a rubble constantly. In this round, they're trying to fight forward the op, get rolled over, and then Navi turned it around after winning this one and realized out of the time, hey, they're probably going to stop aggressing. So they just go straight and contact into that space. Normally, this Neon comp is good because it's so flexible, but I think NRG got too locked into one idea.
Yeah, also I think that's something that the casters mentioned, and it was very important, specifically on this map. It was the pauses, right? The times that the coaches were taking to speak to the team. We know that Navi used to both on the first half. They needed to, of course, because if they lost this map, it would have been a 2-0. But the fact that that changed, that swift into what happens in the round of not being so aggressive is also addressed by Navi. Doombros knew in that moment that that conversation was taking place, and it was a moment to also address what the response was going to be to what they were going to change onto the map.
Yeah, and it worked out beautifully for them, right? Obviously, pick up the map win as we take a gander at the series layout. You're just joining us. Boy, oh boy, you've missed out on a fantastic series, whether it was...
Good morning, if you're from Miami.
I know, right? The close start to Ascent that ended up to the expertly called attacking side for NRG, to this closely contested battle on Lotus. Now we shift our sights over to
Viper's
Split.
Feet. You only just realized you were gifted a sub. If you've got a name like Viper's Feet, you're definitely getting gifted a sub on this channel. Not because I'm going to do it, but that's just the weirdos who are in my chat.
Yeah, it really is. And for NRG in particular, this is another map actually similar to Lotus, where they started pretty weak at locking it into America's on it, struggling to find their stride. But in playoffs, they switched over to playing this double duelist composition that I think worked really well for him. Not only does it enable Artis and Victor to be incredible as individuals, but it gives them a lot of options for pops and for fakes in the mid-round on their attacking side that Finesse loves calling around.
Yeah, exactly. Not only that, we're talking about the double duelist plus the double controller. A lot of
Navi, Yoru, God knows what Navi will play. I don't even think it's worth analyzing.
What you can give up, when you can put the pressure, how you can have that presence all over the map.
I'm gonna play the
but
double
on the other
duelist.
side, it's a question of what Navi is going to pick. They played a million different comps on this map, 4 maps.
Oh yay, we're going back to Killjoy.
Pretty meta.
We're not going to go back to the Yoru.
It's kind of different.
I just love that we introduce these new graphics and then we
Sensible
show, like,
Wicked with the 3
this
months.
percentage and Navi's
Whenever
zero.
a big
It's
game
just
comes up for
great
Navi on
every
Split,
I
they
mean,
do
granted,
tend
though,
to
they
pick
have had,
Killjoy.
I
I
think
think they
they're
like
just
Killjoy on
always
Split.
looking to change things up here, but Mimi, I mean, what's really sticking out to you
So
from this
Viper,
Navi
Omen,
composition?
I
Killjoy.
think what's sticking out to me is it seems like they're putting an emphasis on putting CNET on the race. 2 maps now where their most normal comp was playing with the Jet. They're pivoting to this
NRG.
race again. And I think not only is that a comfortable role for CNET, but it also gives him a lot of value for early space.
Also necessary for him. He was being put on the Euro, on the Omen, something that could not fit him, and he's not not necessarily going to have to be there, but he wants to be a top duelist. It has to be the Jet. It has to be at least the Raze. You cannot be just going on that ultimate. Again, they move
the story I was going to tell, by the way.
They go straight to that Killjoy. So of course there's a lot of
someone yesterday when I was trying to sleep. Now to be fair, I was trying to sleep at like 9 PM, so it wasn't like super late.
But we got one more map.
But
the winner takes on
I
T1
think
in
there
the
is a
upper
real
bracket.
NPC
Loser's
living in the street
EDG
across
in the lower, and of course,
from this
we're
house.
sending it right back over to Doug
Because
and
they were
Paul.
in a car and they were playing,
so much
like
going
they
to
were
Ball. We may be
blasting
one map
music.
away from this series ending,
But I'm
but
not
it's
kidding,
matches
the
like
music
these.
was
It's
just the
clashes between
same
these two teams just
beat
like this that just live
for
on.
20 minutes
And it
and
sets
nothing
the stage
else.
for the rest of the tournament between these two teams who definitely a lot of people consider contenders.
Just-
Definitely are these types of teams who can win
And
tournaments
20
and
minutes
proved it
of
in
just
the past, have champions
same,
on their
like,
team. And I couldn't ask for a
5
better
second
third map
thing.
split. Is
My
Over and
passion
over
to
again
win
for
top
20
girl
minutes.
games with your Gobi and spam strats. Typing.
Enchilada RL with the 3
now
months.
that we've seen it on Lotus, but Kakuka was talking about how
Our
they're
team
going
wiped
for
out
it
our Pearl games with
over
your
and
Gobi
over
and
now,
spam
this race,
strats. Well,
which is, I
it
think
does
what
take a
they've been
genius to
struggling
figure
with
that one out.
the entire
So
time.
you are welcome.
The entire season just trying to figure out
It does,
exactly how these roles are going to work out.
They seem to find comfort in that pick for sure.
And the difference, I think, the double duelist
Lowest stream
out of
volume.
NRG. I think this is a pure counter towards that, trying to bring the KJ, which is not the sentinel of choice for most teams
Okay, Navi on
this map.
defense.
It is different. You're right about that.
And coming in with the double controller as well, it's essentially the Lotus comp, just with a Sky instead of a Fade. And oftentimes the reason for that Cypher being better on this map is because those cages can allow you to lurk. And also, there's not as many good lockdowns on this
So
map.
I mean, it's pretty rare that you see Omen Viper these days. Normally it's either Astra Viper or
Plenty good trip angles. You're absolutely right.
did good attack.
So Getsu was getting caught a lot in mid during their playoffs bout against Team Liquid. Not too long ago. We'll see if he
Okay, they
cleans
give
that
up
up. That's
mid.
very important against his double duelist comp, which can come with some pace.
Deep flash in the garage, finding some info for Zipan.
Bro, they're
No
walking
real
up.
way to confirm what's on the other side. Finesse is going to be the first there. An Artist on the swing, aggressive, the dash away, leaving Finesse to die. Trashies follows suit shortly thereafter. But great response. There's still a shot at this. It's gotten down to 2.
Oh,
It's gotten
CNET
down to
needed
1.
that shot.
But
He
Xiao's
needed that
healthy.
shot.
While the 2 remaining members of NRG are
But
not.
he's only got a classic. He
So-
could pick up a ghost.
Better weapons for them.
It's a good point. Just a classic.
He could pick up a Ghost right here or Frenzy, either one possible. But he spots them both, actually. And a great movement on the rope.
The line armor's gone, the health is gone! Artist from that distance with the frenzy getting the pistol for NRG.
That's a big win for NRG. I kind of came down to just a couple key
But
fights.
the movement was great there, actually
Yeah,
able to tuck
if
back on
he hits
top
that
of
shot,
rafter.
probably
As he hit
NRG
the
win,
rope.
you would have thought.
With the double swing,
Okay,
really
so
nice
if this is a 1v1
Artist.
instead, catches to get to as well. Artist
And
going
Psalm.
big.
Those last two players.
This
And
is
again, I think this
Valorant.
KJ specifically
Heritage.
picked to try to stop the pace.
NRG's
as
going to get
possible from
split.
NRG. They're going to have to adapt fast to that sort of idea because you've seen in the past
shall
NRG
see.
really come out
We shall
fast
see.
and furious. Though they've also shifted gears plenty of time.
Angel taking
nice
some space
angle.
mid, Som there to greet.
That's a beautiful angle from Som.
Yeah, it
Not
is.
one that I've seen before, but on those anti-ecos, you just find those to be so easy because you're looking for one taps and you're taking risks on the swings.
And they've
See
seen multiple
Xiao there
people here.
Crouched, waiting for someone to swing, for someone to dare challenge him. And he's crept up a little bit further here.
Like how Finesse just doesn't react to the flash at all.
Just takes it.
It's probably in the middle, looking at the mini-map or calming something. Doesn't matter, though. This is where Finesse shines. Not in these anti-ecos, just on this map in particular. It is such a mid-round heavy
Fuck me.
map. You have to be strong at that. I think the battle between Finesse and Angel, in that regard, has been going towards Finesse.
Okay.
Over the
He might
entire
got a
series,
small
mostly.
ass
Obviously, Lotus. Angel had some peaks. Especially in the early round calling.
Yeah, but on
Anyway,
average,
it's a
having
second
agreed
round.
complete.
Not
The
much is
artist gets
happening.
open or onto CNET.
It's fine.
That's huge. Artist has not been winning those battles. I mean, we saw it. After the first map, the stats were brutal. After the second series, Artis is 7-11 against CNET in general. And CNET is 17-6, plus 11.
Jeez.
And that's in first duels only.
CNET's been performing exceptionally well.
So is Artis.
Yeah, he's starting to eco-frag a little bit. Well handled. Very well handled. Prime gaming flaws for NRG.
That man caught the bird in his legs.
He did. He did.
Same start that NRG had. They finally do get a pistol. Again. That's 2 for 5. Most of these bonuses.
Okay, fast B. Gonna be running into Xiao's Killjoy sub though if they do.
But NRG did win the one on Lotus. Remember that streak? They went up 6-0. 6-0. Those starts were very momentous for NRG. I think Navi has broken that sort of idea though. I don't think they're going to be coming in the same amount of bunches on this map.
Yeah, split really just doesn't lend itself to that quite the same way, but I do think you're right. There's a lot of what Navi seem to have been figuring out that should prevent that. Dash into the Cloudburst, right into the Nano.
It's an updraft though.
Oh,
manages to stay alive. Victor goes aggressive. Upgrades a weapon too.
And that's space taking by the double duelist right there. Surprises Xiao on the site.
They're into spawn, and you can see they're going to want to cut off the rotation. They're going to want to keep Navi at
double
bay.
stacks one, no way.
And you're not expecting a second heat. Well, okay, never mind. Angel
You are. That's all off because of the nade though. Paranoia is going to allow him to retake that space, but with the Trailblazer too.
Wait for the dog.
At that distance, so I don't think it's going to get much info on the site.
Look at the star that Sam just placed too. Angel has no way out. It has to be these two coming from heaven.
Can they find space? Crashy's down low with the Sheriff,
She's
getting the
always
first,
good for
flash to
one.
swing. Looking for another, and he finds
He's
it.
good for 2. And they're going to
Angel's
save.
out.
Wow, big round. And it all just came down to this first kill, I think. I mean, Sugetsu found this kill in mid.
3-0 start.
But Xiao just wasn't able to hold down the site, and I think he's looking for a kill setup off the nanos.
Huge.
But the problem is when you're looking at
It'll just
Artist
save the
Jet,
gun,
he
though.
just does exactly what he did, right? You just
This is one of
updraft
those
over it,
situations
and then
that's actually weird because the money's
Xiao
not
just ends up
there
in a
to
really
buy. Actually, there is
awkward
plenty of
spot.
money. All right, look at it. This flash. Is Zippon's able to turn that? I mean, he's definitely dueling with Crashy's there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Crashy's the one player who really didn't have a weapon there. And as you can see, there is definitely like 3K, lots of people buying armor here. I'm surprised Angel, when we've seen in the past, he gives up that rifle over to CNED. I think in here you definitely, the 800 credits for him to try to
put the Killjoy
able
stuff
to have
on
a buy,
A.
he needs to get a kill or two.
Yeah, he got one. Rifle picked up from CNED. Not able to
Artist
find any
flying
value
as well
with
on
it.
this map.
And that's, I mean, CNED needs to be backing off there as fast as
Okay, that's a
possible.
big kill.
They pushed him to the
3v3,
B site, and
winnable.
Sugetsu can be able to recover this weapon. Investment of the Seekers from Crashies to maybe find some push here.
Does Artist follow them? Yes, he does. Spotting one.
That's crazy.
It's bold.
They heard the rope for sure, though.
You see it from Sugetsu, crosshair trained. Crashies, do you dare swing? Do you dare peek? Drop on the first. And the confirmation of the second up high. But the
Okay, nice
timing's
trade
not
by
great.
NRG.
NRG win the round anyway.
Very nicely handled to bring them up to 4. That bonus, winning both of the attempts that they've had so far. Very hard to recover from.
One enemy remaining.
I think another thing we have to talk about is we've seen 2 maps that have been very swingy.
Yep.
Right? Ascent, very heavily defensive sided. Lotus can be very heavily attack sided. Split does not operate the same way.
Oh yeah, I know.
So a lead like this, Bala, is significant.
Yeah. And especially right now, I mean, the comps make such a difference. Look at this dash from Artist. Goes for the right click on Sugetsu, and that's what I was talking about. He got punished a lot in middle during their playoffs run.
It's looking great for Navi. But then again, they came back from worse. But
A pause across the middle of the map for NRG.
Oh my goodness, seen that as well with the op. Gets the money up.
He's got to get the kill.
Highlights.
man, that's such a good start.
Yeah, that's just such an unexpected
And they
angle.
just
He's so high that the crosshair placement's nowhere near.
You didn't even see him in the scope.
And now they're messing with the economy significantly for Navi. There's no chance they get
gonna
another
come down to
line up and
Shao.
op in that situation.
And he did again.
Shao's in
It
trouble.
found himself in a really rough spot.
He's trying to tuck tail. He's flash, manages to get around the corner with 68 HP and too many targets to find.
Again,
He
NRG
cannot
are
deliver.
frying. They need to take a timeout here.
Angel's left
Navi,
alone. It
it's
does
like
look like he's going to pick up that op, though.
Yeah, he
it's like nothing's working for him.
It's not even necessarily
Again,
has
like
to.
they have no answers at all. It
Obviously,
feels
it's
like this
such a good
Killjoy
weapon to
stuff
have
and
when
just.
the rest of your teammates are not
It feels
getting
like they've come in. I mean, you just pick up the op here and you
should know
save
that
it.
he's
Like
gonna look to
this
pick
is
up the op.
100%. I don't know what he's doing.
Does he just keep the Vandal?
You pick up this op and you save it 100%. I have
That's
no
the
idea
choice,
where
man.
he's going.
Does not look like Angel will be found as the round expires.
Very bizarre.
NRG, much like
And
we
this
saw
is
in
the thing,
Map
right?
one, much
Someone
like
should
we
be
saw in
calming
Map
that to him.
two,
CNED's
find
got to be
themselves
calming,
winning
get the
rounds
op.
in bunches.
And he's
Another
not.
streak.
Like, again, this is just like, no comms, we're all silent, we're all sad.
Just like Lotus. Just as I've been thinking.
Just,
Gonna have a shift.
yeah, very bad from Navi there.
Streaky or
not
not.
calming that. And I'm sure
Navi
Dumbo's
has
picked
fought
up on
back
that as well.
so
He's
many
definitely going to take a timeout. If you weren't before,
only
you
fell flat on that
definitely should
second
have
half
that.
of the
My
set.
Navi pick isn't feeling to great our NXT.
On Lotus, when they went down 6-0 at the beginning, they
Noxy
ended the
Noctis
half
with the
8-4.
3 months.
Respectable little comeback.
Yeah, I also picked Navi in this game, so not feeling great.
Again, when they went down.
Yeah, comms are
Second
probably
half,
pretty
when they
low
lost
right
up.
now for them.
Almost
And
gave up
this
point.
map,
They swing it back.
I mean, that was kind of like the start of Lotus as well, though, where it just felt like nothing
This is now the
is
third map
working.
in a row where
Feels like this
Navi
Killjoy
called
thing.
timeout
I get why
early
they
first
picked
half.
Killjoy
And
to
again,
try
it's
and
in the
like
face of a streak.
you want more stopping power
Understand
against the
why.
double duelist. I'm not sure that's how you beat this comp, to be honest.
Eyes on the prize right now for NRG.
Because as we saw in the
Meanwhile, for Navi, they have
bonus
to cauterize
round,
and
like
capitalize the bleeding that has taken place.
stopping power, like you're trying to stop 2 people, like
There's a lot of tools
they
here
can go
too.
to different spots. Like you
Again,
need
to
a
consider.
you'd
At
need a
least
crazy
Navi has
comp.
their own. In terms of ultimates,
I also feel like
on board right
yeah,
now, Sam has his Cosmic Divide, Victor has his
Shao's
Showstopper
Killjoy
for
is
NRG.
just clearly not as good as
For
his other
Navi,
agents.
it's the Viper's Pit.
Like, you know,
and
he's one of the
Seekers.
best initiators for a
So
reason. Like,
potentially they can shut down one side. Maybe it's middle.
I do almost feel like
Not this
maybe
time
they
out.
would
We
be
just
better
saw
off with
Artist try to
Sugetsu
punish
Cypher
Sugetsu and get
and
success
then just
with
put
it.
Shao on whatever the hell you want,
Look
really.
at this buy. Out of Navi, it's very interesting.
Put him on Fade if you want.
That is different.
Okay, it's
Sugetsu's
3
getting
Sheriffs,
one
2
rifle, Angel
Rifles,
again with a rifle of his own.
got a Viper's Pit,
The rest are
they have
Sheriffs, so
Seekers. I mean, a Viper's Pit might change
Going for a
things.
little hero
Will they
vibe.
use it this round?
And
We'll
I think
see.
it goes back to a point you were making earlier where we've seen Angel in instances like this hand the rifle off to their star duelist.
Yeah.
This time Cena just with the Sheriff. Cosmic Divide instantly invested.
Fast A, there's 3 people here.
Shao, discipline
Sorry.
box, but very well handled by
Again,
Artist. You
Shao,
hear the
this is just not
showstopper used
working for
too.
him.
As Artist goes up top,
Oh.
gets you there to greet the double duelist.
Wait, this orb is really bad for CNET to actually get some space. He's going to get both kills.
Oh, wow. Again, FNS is just out
Hey, it's
dueling
become
them.
a mess.
Okay,
It's become a
big time
complete mess.
Seekers.
Oh, the Seeker doesn't get broken either. I don't think Finesse could see it. As Sam has not been spotted by it yet, so it doesn't
time
show up on the
Seekers, the
minimap frame.
spike's
It
on the
doesn't show
site,
up on the screen
2v2.
visually. But Zippon gets on the site with
Oh,
it.
that's the big kill.
Cena with 3.
Okay, now,
Finesse left
now
alone
they
in a
can just
clutch.
kinda chill.
Spike not in hand.
just stick together.
And
They
now
don't
if
know
I'm
he's gonna have
Navi,
him.
I want Zippon to take first contact so
Okay.
CNED can end
I've
up
realized the
if
time.
Finesse gets close to them. Using that
You
showstopper and
just
trying to
hide on
solidify
site
the
now
round.
together.
Probably not going to come to that though.
Finesse creeping his way around. Quietly, but with intent.
That jump spot just goes to where we just cleared with the flash.
First couple shots not landing.
Oh.
Showstopper, and it lands on the
That's
kill.
a sign of
CNED with 4.
lack of
Navi
confidence,
on the
I
board.
think.
Pretty critical use there. Hey! Evil Geniuses fam in the house. That's the next game coming up against DRX. Papa Com and Mama Com.
Given this series, I'm not ready to get there yet.
No, not even close.
I want to stay here.
I'm guessing Doombro said triple
That is
stack A,
sending a
they're
team
going to
to
go A.
playoffs, which is crazy. Again, just the difference between what this matchup is right now. It's an opening match. Neither team ready to
Coming back
send
to
their
it.
ticket up in the playoffs.
Oh, aggression!
That one felt a little off.
Normally that's definitely punishing Zip on there, but he's ahead of the stun.
Victor not able to find the space.
Defensively, in order to counter that sort of idea, you have to do a lot of creative stuff by peeking a main, that sort of idea. But there's a bunch of straight up fights.
Nice angle by Crashes. The Seekers.
On the other side of the walls. He's gone rogue. He's going solo, and he's finding value.
Man, Crashes is just frying. I'm glad I put Crashes in my top 10.
HP for a moment with that decay.
Making me look good, but maybe I put him too low.
Team on your back. At least in this round.
Still, I'm surprised they haven't used this Viper's Pit.
And also, that makes it difficult because he could have easily had smokes up at this point. Now it unlocks some key tools from NRG in their strat book. They can dry walk.
Oh, the dog doesn't
they can
see
pop
anyone.
smokes and walk behind them, and it will be the dry walk choice.
Sam, up in heaven. Oh,
what?
Who died?
What on earth was that?
Sorry, what?
What? Okay. FNS may be being a little off in the Viper's Pit in a 3v1, but he did just get 2 kills. This is going to be, I mean, you have to save this gun. They can probably get a force.
I need to go back to this Crashies play because, as you know, not all kills are created equal, right? That kill stabilized the round, right? Victor had just used his, had just satcheled up forward. He didn't find any space. He didn't find any value. He single-handedly makes a play to get things back to 3, as you said.
Yeah. Zipana ends CNED falling in that instance. Where they had advantage.
I think the milk in my Weetabix
is a reset round
slightly off.
For Navi.
It's not like horrifically off,
somehow have 4K
but it's slightly
and 3.8
off.
respectively. So you're definitely going to see another one of those weird hero rifle buys. Because of the way how
So I don't think
these
I'm
rounds
having
have played
that.
out. The weapons have been saved. That pit's still not used from Sugetsu, by the way.
Is it off like Navi? I mean, really, this round just comes down to
this moment right here,
that
what you're
kill,
talking
really.
about. Popping the Seekers, then insta-flashing through.
Oh, and then
That's a double peek that just gets sprayed down. And Angel knows.
yeah.
We can't be letting Finesse do that.
I'll just go straight attacking off.
Attack off in the
He
hands of
gets
Artisan.
2.
He gets 2.
Oh,
Kills are
dear
just coming
me.
in 2s. And
This
the round's
is
over.
Valorant.
Trailblazer in, they spot the player.
This is
Second smoke. Not available for Sam. He smoked off Mail, so there's room for Sugetsu to have some damage done. They're waiting for that to come up. Instead, it looks like he recalled it.
Interesting choice. Instead, they flash and go up towards heaven. Clear that out while Artis is holding the line, holding the space.
It's over. I mean, I did say it was over at 8-1 in the
Back to that
last match.
initial double kill out of Artis.
Maybe they lose a
The reason he
5v3.
goes for that peek is he's expecting.
It just feels
Navi
like
to continue
the
to swing
idea, the
based off of
comp
what
idea
success
didn't
they had
really,
after Victor went for that
hasn't really
double
had the
satchel last
impact
time.
they wanted to.
Just swinging in front of the sun,
Um,
swinging in front of the flash, trying to take a 2v1.
And then, yeah, they're
Artis
just
posts
losing
up
this
instead.
first kill
And that's why
every
you
single
can't do
round, it
that.
feels like. And then even
Instant
when they're
punish.
not, you know, Crashies will go
worst
and get a
of
2k,
ways.
and it's like you're in a bad spot.
This patience from NRG is outrageous.
Also feels like, yeah, Xiao's having a bad map here.
Just waiting for things to go. Zipan, who's here by himself. Managing
I'm
to take down
surprised they
Crashies,
didn't
but
go
that's all it
Cypher.
is. Spike
Again, I
should be
feel like
secured.
that's much better. It's going to be
Just
another
decide
save.
with 2 players. Finesse, maybe
I haven't
through
used this
Molly.
Viper's
Sam
Pit
is
yet.
on
I
the other
don't
side of
quite
the
know
map
why
here.
they don't just pit mid. In one of these, like, a
dude is
full
in
buy
mid.
round. Like, what are you saving this pit for on split defense there? You're almost
Navi
never
once
using it
again
in a
in position
retake.
where
Like,
they're just going to try to save the weapons that they have.
just
A
put the
Phantom in the
fucking
hands
pit
of
down
Shao.
on
Hold on
mid.
for Sugetsu.
you know? Put an alarm bot in
See
it,
the
put the
defenses
pit
that
down
they
in
put
mid.
around them. The alarm bot up in heaven.
You
The
know.
turret to make sure no one's pushing spawn. Their objective is
3 on A.
here. Preserve what they have.
Xiao on B.
Crazy part about this too is the switch from Navi to put one of Sugetsu or Xiao. Sugetsu usually is going to play it always in mid or B. But to swap Xiao onto the A side is going to enable Victor to, again, go for double satchels there. So every single little thing that is finding success here for NRG is setting them up for the next round even still. If I'm NRG, I continue to keep the pressure up on that A side.
I mean, it's kind of just one of them again.
Superimposed upon one another. What can you really do? 6-round lead for NRG. And again, the potential of another streak. Maybe not to the same degree, but the makings are all there. Navi are on a light buy. 2 sheriffs and then rifles. but certainly not full strength, not full force.
Oh, somebody did buy up a rifle. It's Angel. That one.
There's one of the rifles.
You know, on the Ascent game when NRG were on the attack side, I was like, this is like a crazy good attack side. I mean, this one is. This one, it feels more like.
3 times he's already dead at the beginning of the round.
Individually, NRG are playing very well, but it feels kind of more like
dashing across the screen.
Can't stop them, and Navi cannot buy anything.
Oh, he's paranoid. No.
He has no idea. Whoa, he has no idea what to play from Angel.
A follow-up flash too. He can swing even further.
Houdiniing his way through that.
Like, how are you not getting that kill?
But Finesse trading the kill back, and the spike's out. He's gonna try to find his way through, but I don't think he's expecting Zip on behind him.
Angel TP'd across too.
Surprise, it's a gift.
Angel's in time. Star's coming in right now. He needs to obscure his position until he can get a guaranteed kill. No more TPs to get out either.
And remember, he did this. He's gotten them almost here by himself.
Oh,
he leaves?
To play with Zip on instead. Not using the element of surprise. Knowing he TP'd there earlier. They should be aware. Is there a recall?
Oh my god, Crashies.
Come on. Woo. It's the NRG formula right there. I mean, they just continue to walk until there's a gap,
back in onto
until
site?
there's some sort of information found.
Like, why is he worried about this? Like, why not just
explore?
Sit in sight?
As much as you can. You don't know whether you can take that shot.
Like, he TP'd here.
They need this.
He was there.
Zip-On needs
and he
to
ended
pull
up
out a
walking this
1v2
way.
here to keep
Like,
him in the game.
why give yourself that uncertainty?
Given the spike has been planted for a little while, there's still a good bit of utility on the side of NRG. The flash being used there. Zip-On trading back with one of his own, and Sam swings through and greets him. NRG at 8.
He saw nothing.
And
He
what a
saw a
stomp this has
flash come
become.
above his head. They flashed the site. And he didn't get hit by it.
8-1. And we're in a
What do you mean he
situation
saw
again
nothing?
where Navi are using
He
their
knows the
second
sky's an
timeout
A main.
in the first half.
One enemy remaining.
I mean, they need to win out.
Yeah.
Even whether or not this comp, whether you have a discussion about whether this comp is attack-sided or not, whether split is still defender-sided, it doesn't matter. This half starts to become untenable with any further rounds from NRG.
Second time out again.
Doombros understanding
It
the
worked last
gravity of
time.
the situation, invest the last time out, as you mentioned.
Opting to leave his team to discuss here. Happy with it, what Angel's discussing with his teammates. But there's more than just strategy here. It's form for everybody.
Doesn't matter who wins because EDG will destroy them anyway.
I'm specifically thinking of a
Well, they don't
Sugetsu in
play
mid right
EDG
now.
whoever wins. Classic
But there's many
mid-bot.
things to pull out if you're NRG. That A main pressure.
Don't
that
tell
they went
anyone.
for,
Mid-bot
this
thinks
double
that
satchel up
EDG
ramp,
won yesterday.
Flipping it with Artis opping on the angle. A surprise attack side out, by the way. He hasn't gone back to that since that round.
Classic TMV doesn't know how to read. Hold on, let's get up the comment. Doesn't matter who wins because EDG will destroy them anyways.
Talked about Sugetsu and the fact that he continues
No,
to
yeah, I read it right.
CNET has 4 kills. All 4 of them came in 1 round.
Yep.
He struggled.
It doesn't matter who wins because the loser will lose anyways.
He
Well,
was
then
the
it
key
does matter
factor
who
why
wins.
They were at this position, why they're able to min.
Because then you don't play EDG.
It's that raise on Lotus. And while we said it looks comfortable, historically CNET has more struggled on the off-jet rolls. Not that he's been awful on the raise by any means.
You can't just...
But Split is where those Jets who play and try to play that raise end up getting exposed when they're not completely formidable at the agent.
Victor picking up the orb.
They still haven't used his pit.
Waiting to pounce. Backing on up instead. Jump spots. No head found. Oh, you went a bit too far
A
there.
bit of a lazy jump spot.
Re-clear from Navi. Finally some success.
Why not pit? I don't understand. Sugetsu's saving this pit for next game. Oh my god, the timing. Okay, Zip-On's still watching it. Okay, the flash.
That first flash and NRG
And of course, CNET pushes into Mail and dies.
Across the middle of the map. This time CNET. But
Finally.
punching back, yeah.
Some success in the round. And again, though, can't let this fall apart. They put themselves in a good position, need to punch their ticket further. It's only the second round that they're in position to win right now.
Navi are a little bit ahead of this, too. It's been a very slow round from NRG. And I wonder how much of that's giving Navi room to breathe and adjust.
One enemy remaining.
Okay. It's all falling onto Sam, and there's 1v3, and he can't convert. Zip-on
Finally, Navi get around. It still doesn't. I mean, they got Artist there on a bit of a.
All the ults online too.
Maybe getting a bit overconfident there, Artist. I think.
And Navi really haven't been focused on those. I think Xiao and Sugetsu have had their ult for what, 4 rounds or something.
Another 4-8. If they get it back to 4-8 again, yeah, they'll be fine. They have these ults. I mean, they got Seekers now as well. Time out NRG. Chet's trying to make sure that doesn't happen this time. He saw it happen on the last map. He's like, I'm not letting that happen again.
If they succeed at that, I mean, the game is almost unthrowable. And because Navi have already used the 2 timeouts, you're not giving much room for Doom Bros in the second half at all to be a factor.
Jap still doesn't have a kill.
We'll see what the adjustment is on the other side of this timeout. Again, remember for NRG, that last round was very cautious.
Yeah.
Given that they had double duelists, they explored garage.
They've got these ults.
They didn't fully pounce, even knowing that CNED was there with the Roomba, so they knew he was close.
Tech pause.
They got some space mid, and they had a split, and they chose not to burst out
come back
towards
too
that.
early.
They were very careful. You want to hear what the adaptation is?
Y'all know what's coming. Okay, timer ticks. Let's go.
Nah, come on, man. Don't text us like that.
I'm just saying, that thing was stuck on 28.
That made you nervous a little bit.
They're going to go
All
for a
good.
fake, maybe?
6-round lead for NRG. On the other side of this timeout, again, what are the adjustments? You've got Blades for Artists. You can't imagine they'll use that.
They play fully nothing in mid.
And it's a spread look from NRG. Look at how far back they still have 2 members in spawn.
They dodged the flash.
I was just past that one way.
See if there's another approach. The pit finally invested. Xiao with a deep alarm bot too to help out Sugetsu before he rotates off.
And Victor's going to confirm where it is. That's going to have him rotate off. But as you're saying, Navi now creeping back towards B.
Okay, so this setup allows them to give up mid. But you're right. If the hit doesn't come through middle, it's going to be towards B. They've got 3 players ready to receive.
Flash
Okay, what the NRG want to do?
Have genuinely felt like a chess match.
Dog out mid at a minute.
This is on the board. Zip-on clears out mid, which is a key tell. 50 seconds right now. Crash is going to dog through. And with the wall late. That's a tool that both teams using right now. And the Seekers pop to actually expose this split coming in at the same time. But is that too much pressure?
You mentioned mid was open, and that's where the spike is. Got a lot of space mid. They're contacting out onto the side. Angel.
Oh gosh, oh gosh. Finesse!
No,
where are you looking?
Oh my goodness! Finesse equalizes! Stabilizes, and Victor from up top with the ult gets another!
Just a ridiculous moment between the 2 leaders, and Angel's got to be kicking himself. That kill was available, but the flash gets full blind.
2 wise men to 2 blind mice. Sugetsu and Xiao having to try to make a play out of this, and they cannot. Finesse with 3 on the round.
I mean, I've got to say, Finesse is playing out of his mind. In comparison to the Americas split that he had, it was rough, very rough. And yeah, at times he was a key factor in some of those rounds again, but it's bursts. Overall, the consistency's not been there from Finesse.
Rough for when you're on 0-7.
That's a different story.
Yeah, agreed.
Xiao.
I mean, that is one of the... How did FNS not see him on the first time?
No kills.
How did FNS not see him?
Definitely not what you expect out of a player of his caliber.
This is crazy. The full flash, and he walks in front.
Oh my god.
It's like finding a gift.
And that's the reason why that wall is there, by the way, because he wants to lurk all the way and take that 1v1 against Angel if it shows itself.
Different setup here. Remember in the previous round it was a
The timing on that is insane, because I think he might have been able to see him if he wasn't smoking it off as well.
Got so many tools, man. Xiao's still not finding ways to find this lockdown. He's got to. It's round 12. He's got to find a way. And his teammates can't give up the site before he gets there.
And he's still got this Killjoy lockdown.
Difficulty with this KJ. It's so hard to find useful lockdowns on defense. On attack, it's a different story. On defense, though, it is rough.
In a lot of ways, the slowing down of the attack side from NRG feels to me like they're putting the game, the ball, so to speak, in Finesse's hands, in his mid-round calling, in reading the map, reading Navi.
And you just saw exactly that. And by the way, it's not like these two IGLs know the ins and outs of how they call, like we know between the battle from Finesse and Sadak.
Sure,
No,
sure.
These two guys have only played against each other once here in Valorant.
40 seconds.
And it's a
They like to run fakes off this. I'm
Finesse fake,
kind of shocked to
Seekers,
see these
Cosmic
two.
Divide, they walk up mid. Is Angel aware? Is he calling out the possibility?
There are 3 here. A refresh smoke. So
We got a
a
Guardian.
lot to do on the other side of the sword. Manages to get
Oh my
around the
God.
corner just in the nick of time.
Lockdown used, finally Shout.
They're pushing into it anyway. Angel had nowhere to go. Artist on one side, Crashies on the other, and Sugetsu creeping his way forward at just the right time.
Destroy it.
The nade broke it last second.
13 seconds left. Spike's still not planted. Tom finally getting it down.
And they look by FNS. I
Pays
mean,
for it with his life, though. Blades for Artist. Chooses to go with the bullets instead. Turns the flash, lands the shots! Both of them fall.
okay.
And a 10-2
No way,
half
surely.
for NRG.
No way they get this
Late
one.
half timeout from Chet.
I need to go
Finding
throw away this
full
week of it.
success, and it's the
Hold
most
on.
dominant
Before it
half
turns, like,
of the
hard.
series. Crazy to see
So,
Shao
I'll
of
be
all
back in a
people
sec.
0-8, but that's the problem with playing Killjoy in this map. That's the problem with playing off-roll on it, too.
One enemy remaining.
It's not as active. And now, at this point, playing 3 different roles throughout this season.
Whew. Again, a 10-2 half for NRG, a stop, a statement, call it what you want, but they are in firm control. We'll throw it down to the desk to break down the first half.
Thank you so much, fellas, for that one. And yes, we are now at a point where it is dangerous for Navi. I mean, we crossed that threshold quite a while ago, but now we're in real risky territory. But really, Kukuka, I think you got to give the flowers here to, you know, the combination of Victor
Yes.
and Artist working together here to really bring success to this NRG team.
I think that especially during the first half of this first half, right? It was all about these 2 duelists holding hands. Everybody setting the grounds so well, and it was a game of revenge as well, right? If one of them goes down, the other one will get the refrag, will keep pushing, will keep that energy flowing. The rest of it, I think it was a little bit like overcooking. I don't think that Navi was making things pretty hard onto them, but the performance from this 2 was just beautiful. On the other side, I'm just sad for Shao.
Yeah.
They're struggling right now on the side of Navi, and NRG just called an expert half. The way they can vary this double duelist comp from going for these really fast flood executes or doing that in the mid round and also throwing in a lot of these contact plays with their Viper utility was so hard for Navi to shut down. And now this brings into question all the time in the regular season where they were going back and forth on comps trying to find their stride. Does that lose them the depth? Because it seems to here we're a 3rd map in a series that they had pushed to be so competitive, and now this is a map that they just don't seem prepared on.
We were also seeing Angel, for example, in the player cams, just, you know, feeling a little bit defeated, not actually being able to find the tools to actually go back from this.
Last time these 2 teams played, it was the core of Navi who went on to win the tournament, to beat them in the playoffs. Now they're at the face of being in the lower bracket at the start of groups. NRG has their revenge in their hands.
Well, Navi's on the struggle bus on the way to Struggle City. They're going to need to turn this one around if they want to have a chance to send it back over to Doug and Bala.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. The questions are
Come
whether
from
or
the
not
future,
the bus can go
Navi
into
won this
reverse.
comeback and
Because
Shao
right now,
top
it's
frag
just
with
a
26
full,
kills.
I mean, all the way to Struggle City.
He gets
as you said.
26 kills
Down
and a
8.
half.
Now they're on their attacking side.
On Killjoy?
Question what kind of plans they have set.
That would be impressive.
To
I
try
mean,
to
it's a bit
bring
of a
this thing
sad
back.
that this
Some of the
3rd map
benefits
has
that
been a
they
bit of
would
a
have had
wet
in this
path.
comp, not realized on that defensive side, right? You can't
feels
really slow
like-
down a defensive side from the 2 double duelists. It's completely different now.
It just feels
All they have to
ideal.
do is convert 3 rounds. On attack
I feel like
side, this
NRG,
comp
the
when
thing
you
is
have
as well, I
double
feel like
controller
NRG
and a Sentinel in the KJ from Shao.
kind of got better as it
That's
went on
asking
as
a
well.
lot.
That was the problem for Navi. There was like
You see
some of
the
those
setup
last
prep
rounds by
already.
NRG.
Finesse is jump sliding,
It
Artist
was
is on
like
the
they
other side.
waited till the end. Like, you know, they were getting some collect
Unexpected
kills
there.
earlier on and whatever, and that was just putting them in a good spot.
Bombard in, and it gets broken before
You know,
it
things
spots
that are
the
maybe
cross
just
from
like a bit
Artist.
fortunate.
This smoke needs to be refreshed,
But
otherwise
then
Victor's entering
towards the
play
end, they
too.
were just like, you know, last round was
They
really
are all
nice.
here. They've all joined, and
Angel
it's a
gets
1-for-1.
With
Artist
Victor
does
showing
it.
himself, they might have a gap here, a timing towards B. Obviously, Som could be there, jump spotting.
This be the first zero-kill game. Nikkei didn't put it on the bingo.
They're gonna have to take their time.
Yeah, that's a good dog to see that they were pushing that.
Can they find it? What?
What?
Seems like they can.
Bro, how many of you
Victor
need to
not
shoot?
finding anything. CNED with 2. Finesse trying to find some success here, and all he's finding is damage
this is
How is that guy alive?
maybe not been the cleanest round of Pro Valorant I've ever seen from two very good teams.
Crashies healthy, but turd in his face. Finesse not nearly as fortunate.
Shot with a kill.
Falls.
So every second these NRG players peak, they're getting taken out. That first shot from CNED, very, very crazy to me. And that's the start. Pistol round.
There we go. So it begins.
They're 4 for 6 on those. Very, very important rounds. Nasty.
I'm still here, amigo.
Saddle up, cowboy. We may be in for a good second half. But it's just one round, and again, you mentioned it, Bola, for as close as NRG are, they just need to win 3. Navi's road to redemption is much longer.
I mean, speaking of time, NRG's got it all. And they've already won Thrifty in this series. Much less weaponry than they had that last time, though, with Stingers, that sort of thing. Sheriff's also invested. Right now, what they've bought indicates they're trying to get damage done. Navi doing the best.
Okay, there's a stack towards B, though.
Walking up mid, no U-turn.
I mean, they have 2 shorties and 3 classics, so.
That'll confirm things.
Alarm about to clear the smoke, too. Nade not used from Victor.
But Finesse does fall. And there's just really nothing that they can do to fight back. That was a flawless round from
The 2 of
NRG.
them huddled in the corner.
Seems like those anti-ecos are constantly coming through as Prime Gaming flawlesses for Navi. Over and over.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
But again, we've talked about it a lot. They still have not converted a bonus despite having 3 attempts. This will be their 4th.
Well, they probably need this
And
one.
it's all the more important here. They need to get that same sort of streak going.
Here we go.
I'm really curious how the KJ is playing here. Using the turret to spot whether Artis is going to peek out. And Artis is very aware of that position. They use a recall smoke to try to get it down, but Angel taking down Sama. Artis has given up that space.
It's a filthy shot, too.
Oh, dinked as well.
140.
Instantly.
That's on the bingo.
Only missed out. They're going to re-clear. Look, Finesse is already on the hunt. 3 players from Navi able to receive.
And it's just, oh, it's a bit delayed.
Who is this man? And what's he done with FNS?
Paranoia in his face to spam through. It's not going to find anything.
And even if Finesse truly did fall back there, that paranoia still would have been a problem for him. Angel punches it through. And up in that close range, there's no way.
Planted.
Up and down he goes.
Okay, they win the bonus.
There we
Man,
go.
if they
Hey,
could have got
first
4.
bonus converted. That is finally going
Here we
through
go.
Navi. They simply, if they won some of those bonuses, I mean, some of those maps would have been clean.
When do we start to believe?
You might have been looking
We start to believe
them winning Ascent
when they get to
very
7.
easily and looking like they
7,
stopped
10,
NRG instead.
and I'll start to believe.
And you could have been looking at a very easy Lotus. At least to make that comeback in the initial spring of things.
That's just not nearly as fun, though, is it? Victor with the judge, no armor.
And they're potentially
Full
running into
rifles
this
for
stack.
Navi.
And remember, when Navi was in this position in the last half,
I don't think they've checked him.
Not sure they saw him.
they were buying up, you know, hero rifles here and there. NRG's not buying anything except this occasional judge here. And definitely a lot of sheriffs. They're trying to get that econ rolling, specifically Artis. He's got enough money for an op next round. So it's much harder for them to
Yeah,
convert
they are going to
these
come
econ
back.
rounds,
The
but it's not a
rotates
focus
actually
of NRG's game plans.
come across as they go silent.
Outside of Stinger meta, they
Smoke
really
off in
haven't
mid.
made it a focus. Even back to the optic core. Yes, their sheriffs are very dangerous.
Which way do they
They're asking
go?
a lot still, given how good Navi have been on those anti-ecos.
They tag him? He did.
Victor's got a pocket.
And he's been there this entire time. The Trailblazer did not spot him. It was cleared by Crashies.
He's just landing a molly on him. No.
He's still, I mean, he's just sitting there.
I mean, if they come from a heaven, it's not going to be a problem.
Oh, and if they just clean out everyone else on his team before he even gets a chance, it won't be either. And that seems to be the case. Forgot to kill the classic from that far away. 2 bullets left with the Sheriff. Neither fired off.
They clean
round
up
for Navi.
I can't believe he pulled the classic to get the spike point kill, but there's no way you expect him there after all of that. Again, very good at Taiko from Navi. Those are the sort of things that you really have to be good at.
Artist gets enough. He's in mid. They're going for this wall here, so they're kind of
started at this point. Just converting the bonus, that's not going to be enough.
I mean, they are threatening to just come first A, and that's exactly what they're going to do.
That would put you right back in contention, but still, this gap, this deficit's so large. Up for Artist though, and he's in middle. Nobody there.
Again, that doesn't tell you too much, that flash. Artist is going pushing mid.
About to find out real soon that that's not where the play is. Victor once.
Oh god. Ah, no, not again.
We've seen this twice. And now he's got the showstopper. Victor with a third. In the face of the flash, satcheling to get away. Not able to survive. But what a round from NRG.
Again, this happens.
He hides in the pocket.
Yeah, they flashed themselves. They almost flashed themselves. I'm
Angel and CNED
not sure if they're mad, but
without having the real information.
Show me CNED's POV.
Without going into a smoke, nothing like that. They don't have the same tools. If you want to double dive like that, which has been a key point for them all year, you want CNED on Jet. This Raze double dive is so dangerous. Either way, that's not the end of the world for Navi, but NRG inch ever closer now. Only 2 rounds needed.
Navi have 4 ults here. Early pit out from Finesse.
I wouldn't be surprised to see instant flash and CNED diving in with the showstopper, but they're not going for it.
And middle map is lost. NRG sent both their duelists up there already.
And something that all the other teams, when there's a single sky on this, they're sending 1 person on the other side of the map and 4 on the other.
Zipan has 2 flashes right now.
Has ult here, CNED, so if they do catch wind of this.
What a tense moment. Will they expect them? There's the flash to turn. Artist dashes away, leaving Victor as the trap.
Another pocket.
It's been sprung. Do they take the bait?
There's no way.
Victor, patient. The flash doesn't hit. And they've crept right by.
Here comes the KJ ult.
But the Killjoy kind of nullifies that, to be honest, to an extent. Because they're going to expect that someone might be here now.
He's not biting at all. He thinks it's a fake.
It's a big kill, though.
CNED, the first to fall. You see Sugetsu.
Oh!
Concerned about the other side of the map. While NRG get everything that they want.
They do get this kill.
They establish control. They get detains.
Big fight.
Victor from up in heaven with 85 HP finds another.
Fight today.
And things have gone horribly askew.
Can he get the spike?
Okay, 12.
Nothing found.
I don't believe.
NRG series point.
Match point.
3 rounds with Victor in the backlines finding immense value. They're Navi pivoting with no map control.
What a shot that is.
Off of the A hit at the beginning of the round, they see that pit not to go for a push through, despite all their coins being invested towards that side. Every single player, every single pawn.
Like, the lockdown was about... So Sugetsu dies with 2 seconds left on the lockdown. And he's just wide swinging this, looking towards vents. I mean...
And now Navi find themselves in check.
Man, I mean, I guess maybe he didn't expect like to be that far up, but I mean...
6 attempts here.
Like, you have to expect that someone might be... Even multiple people, you might expect multiple people to be there, because that's the edge of the lockdown. And he's just swinging it on his own.
Holding the line with that up with Crashies close by. Meanwhile, all of Navi are mid. Finesse is here.
They're punishing this solo Sky.
It's falling apart for NRG, or for Navi.
Almost fell apart for Finesse there.
It's completely falling apart. Angel consistently not checking corners.
Not checking stuff.
And a lot of times it's NRG with a lot of misdirection. There again, Victor with the nade. He's the guy who's been tucking in cubbies. All right, so they see the nade comes from Mail, they back off.
And this, I think, has been
in a position to
really constant thing. NRG have just been way better than Navi in this whole series.
And again, you've seen Victor. You don't think this position's possible.
Right.
I'm not sure if they've seen Artist.
Both teams are very proactive defense sides. NRG dealt with it reasonably well. Navi have been awful at it. They were awful
against
on Ascent.
Oh!
He doesn't see him at all.
Oh, the gravity wall keeps them back. There it is.
The
They've got them all lined up. It's a 3v2. Shao and Sugetsu find themselves onto the site with the spike. Reposition, just a temporary delay.
He has to be safe there with the threat of losing this series right now.
Can they get the pieces in the right place? Crashes from up top with the flash. Artist dropping down. It's a spam through the box. Shao's so weak. Sugetsu falls. It's all onto Shao. 18 HP left. Checkmate. NRG take down Navi.
It doesn't really matter who wins this game though, because as we all know, the real pick'em is
important opening match.
We all really know who's gonna win. It's all T1.
Artist
always was.
In his first matchup against his former team. Huge performance out of him. And the first time we see this matchup between these two titans, as Golden Boy said.
Okay, next match is EG versus
with First Blood.
DRX.
But I can't wait for the future battles. Navi have a tall task ahead of them because they fall to the lower brackets of this group, and it's a group of death, mind you.
Where does my T1 belief come from? To be honest, after seeing that game, my belief is slightly lower. I thought that Navi would win, and therefore T1 might have an easier game.
As well in the opposite group, they're battling for a spot at champions.
My belief in T1 comes from Zeta's smile.
NRG is your first opponent.
And Pacific buff.
All smiles and probably the biggest smiles they've shown all day.
That's not smiling, bro.
No, that's a smile for Finesse, bro. What are you talking about? But the biggest smile, the biggest sigh of relief, and plenty of love from the crowd.
Yes. That was a hell of a performance.
Yes, it was.
Definitely one to be celebrated. Despite losing Lotus in a very close fashion. I mean, they were in control this entire series.
Yep.
Ascent went 13-8. Split goes 13-6.
That Lotus was fun, though.
And that was their attempt at counterpicking, too. Just went a little bit short.
I cannot believe that kill.
That's possible from them.
Yeah. So, I mean, just the fact that we had two specific instances where people were behind people and they had no idea because everyone was flashed. The whole series just delivered. And the fun thing is once the bracket came out, this was the one that we looked at and went, oh, this could be a banger. And did it not deliver?
Oh.
This is holy crap. Not only are these guys in the same group, but it's the opening match. And Navi, I mean, the reason why that matchup was there was because of their struggles. Because they placed fourth.
DRX EG is a close game? I would say yeah. Yeah, should be a close game. I think both teams playing at that. I mean, I say both teams playing at that absolute best. DRX would win, but that's actually probably not true.
Ticket to the winners finals and are going to take us to a break. We'll see you guys on the other side.
I'd favor DRX slightly. Let's see. Let's think about the map pool actually. Let's think about the map pool for DRX EG. So DRX will ban Lotus 100%. They're banning Lotus 100%. EG, what did they ban in the last game? That's why I should write these things down, but I was lazy yesterday. What did EG ban in the last game? They banned Bind.
And who are you?
Oh, that wouldn't be a good ban.
Sorry, sir.
I hope they don't ban Bind
sir.
again.
Harry
Bob the
Potter.
Builder HD
Good lord.
with the Prime. If we get a Lotus and ban Bind, if we get a Lotus and Bind, DRX would pick maybe Haven. I need to downgrade their Fracture if they're playing with Foxy. To a 7. Maybe Pearl. Pearl seems like a shout. I could definitely see Pearl. And EG would pick Fracture, probably. What time is it there? It's currently 7:12 a.m. Let's play Worldle whilst we wait. I kind of need to go and eat, though. This is Senegal. You can tell because of the Gambia-shaped hole in it. Senegal's neighbors are... It's like Canary Islands? Are they even like? What is it called? What are those islands called? Can't think. Anyway. Gambia. Algeria. Wait, that's not Algeria. No, that's Mali, that's why. Why did I say Algeria? It's because of the straight lines. Senegal. Guinea? Not Western Sahara. What's to the north of Senegal? Something in between. I'm allergic to watching the post-match interviews. I'm gonna be real with you. Most post-match, I mean, if it's with artists, it'll be a fun one. Most post-match interviews, you learn absolutely nothing, and they're not that interesting. Well, let's be real. Most of them, it's, hi, yeah, you played well, right? Yep. What was Split like? Yeah, we started well. We won the game.
That we have seen
between
Navi and
Got artists in the
NRG. It's
interview.
NRG who gets the better of their opponents here today with a 2-1 series win over Navi. Welcome everyone, Golden Boy here alongside with Mimi as well as Kukuka. And let's just jump right into it because honestly, you know, the big point
Fine, we'll watch
coming out of
FNS.
the half, 10-2. It's a lot to come back from. You were asking a lot from Navi, but also, I mean, I'm going to be real, they shouldn't have been in that position to begin with.
Yeah, exactly. I think that this could have perfectly been a 2-0 for NRG. I don't think that there was a moment in the entire series where we were like, oh my god, this is Navi's for the taken. The things that they were showing are incredible. Definitely all this testing has led to a good port. It wasn't the case.
It felt like they were keeping their heads above water.
Yeah. Always trying to just overcome NRG.
Yeah, they did. And they tried new compositions and switch back and forth all throughout EMEA, and we thought they'd come in with something set here, and they did. I think these comps look better than a lot of the stuff they were experimenting with, but still, it split. It didn't really seem like they were fully prepared for the pace of this double duelist competition. Obviously, not as many EMEA teams are running that one. And in the first few rounds, they really got overwhelmed by that one. In the late round, they weren't able to recover in the same way they were in the first few maps. It does seem like this team at times has been quite reliant on like individual performances in the late round to recover these maps when the initial game plan fails.
And a lot of the individuals found those moments, but you know what? You had 9 champions on that stage, but there's only one player we want to talk about, and it's the guy who's kind of the rookie in this situation, and that's Sam, who has truly stepped up. We constantly praise him, Mimi, throughout his time on
Thought they were
NRG,
gonna say
but just the
FNS.
fact that he manages to just be just a rock for this team when they need him most has been so awesome to watch.
Yeah, he's just so consistent. His first event at Tier 1, he performed at Lock-In, went to Americas, was performing there, and now in his first match on stage here in Japan, he's kept that form. He was super impactful in a few of these maps, had some large impact plays, and is also just a guy who brings such good vibes to the
You know
team.
what? It's not flashy. It ain't crazy. He's not trying to do
sometimes-
some
I mean,
shenanigans. Sometimes it can be like that
situation
one.
is pretty
Sometimes it can be, not inadvertently maybe. But the point I'm trying to say is that he just sticks to his guns, and his guns always shoot straight.
Yeah, but I think that he has perfect balance between the two, between knowing what he has to do, what his plays, and the execute, and yada yada, but also in this clutch moments, he goes back to being the streamer that he is and there has those crazy plays. No, but many people think that they can translate what they do at home to doing it here. Most people do not get these results.
Yeah, they don't. And remember, he's been on the scene for a while now, but he still replaced Marv ahead of this one and is performing in such a big way for NRG. I think really what defines this team isn't a star duelist, isn't some crazy individual. It's the consistency of their supportive players. There are games where you're like, oh my God, Sam is just going to save him. There's games where it's Crashers and Victor whose consistency brings them through. NRG really is a team where you can just look to anyone to save a round, save a game for them.
Yeah, no, really, I think NRG is truly represented by the sum of all of its parts, just as you said, Mimi. And, you know, another one of those parts that had a great game today, as expected. That leads us to our Verizon high-speed moment of the match. It's Crashies. Let's go back to map 1, shall we?
Take him status.
This bonkers play from
not
him,
not
as he
ideal.
Saw 3 players
oh my God, this.
Heaven and says pop, 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 and he manages to just send them back, and he lets them know too. And also, I gotta figure out what kind of gum he has here. What is he finding in Tokyo? You know, his
something like special Japanese. Do you think he changes for event?
He has to.
It's gotta be consistency. He's so good at every event. He's got the special gum. We actually asked him in Americas. He wouldn't tell us. Even though we asked him off camera, he wouldn't tell us.
Yes.
Screwed up.
So you know for sure that he's brought gum from Americas to play here?
Oh,
I think so.
Something's up.
Gum,
maybe we can get some answers, as a matter of fact, because that actually go ahead and send us over to the stage, because we have Yinsu standing by with our Verizon post-match interview with Finesse.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy and the Desk. That's right, I'm joined by Finesse, the IGL of NRG. First of all, congratulations on your revenge against Navi. I know FPX Copenhagen, they were the ones that knocked you out. But I think a lot of people are saying that this Navi have more weaknesses compared to the last one you played against. Now, you faced them twice. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, they don't have artists.
Because they don't have artists, therefore they're getting
debuffed?
It's
a big weakness, not having artists. Artists had an insane game versus us when he was on Chamber. On that team, but no, I think they just had a little bit of an off day. We feel like we should have 2-0'd them. We had a really good lead on Lotus and we threw it away. It's our map pick. We should have been able to close it out, but they still are a very good team. I just think we had their number today.
Both of you guys are very prep heavy, anti-strat heavy. I know you guys like to do that kind of preparation coming into a tournament. How difficult is it? Because in EMEA, teams always say, you got to prep for the possibility of a Yoru, you know, sometimes like crazy stuff like CNET on Omen. How did that affect your preparation? And were you expecting the Yoru today?
Yeah, actually. Yeah? we were pretty certain they were going to play it just because that's their last comp that they played, but we also knew there was a possibility that they wouldn't. So we did prep for both. But yeah, I personally was expecting it, and yeah, like you said, it is difficult to be able to read it until you get into the server, and then you see the comp, and then Check can kind of tell us what to do. But in general, yeah, it's way more difficult to read comps here, for sure.
Lastly, out of all the teams here, Navi, they have changed the most comps in regular season, I think 20 at this point. You guys, not quite that experimental, but you did also experiment. What are your views on, you know, keep changing comps here in and out, or do you think it's better to just stick with 7 comps across 7 maps?
It's definitely good to have 1 or 2 at most. I don't think anything more than 2 is viable just because you kind of have to be able to remember everything, and that's kind of tough. So 2 is usually good. We have about 2 comps a map, and it works out for us for the most part. But yeah, I mean, for example, in our franchising games versus C9, we had to switch a comp right before we played them. And it's one of those things, it was like 1 day of practice. So as long as you have players that are capable, it's possible.
You definitely have players that are capable. Thank you very much, Finesse, for joining me, and good luck in your next game. I'm going to throw this to the Prime Gaming post-match highlights, but after that, DRX and EG will be taking the stage.
They have 1 split and 1 ascent comp. Yeah, I'd be interested in knowing what that other ascent comp is.
Unlikely battle here in the Tokyo group stages. It's NRG taking on Navi, and this is what professional Valorant is all about.
This entire half, this lurk.
His timing may be everything here. He has no idea. Never had a shot. The second shot delivered from Sugetsu. 4 on the round and 6 for Navi. Navi without fully understanding what's before them. Is it a B hit with Artis here? Is it A? You just saw Crashies mid. And Artis gets 4. A Prime Gaming flawless for NRG. Either way, NRG still have the site. Remember, this is a lighter buy for Navi. And Sam's going to clean it up with 3 on his own. Make that 4.
They keep before the faithful.
Angel just narrowly staying alive. There's a showstopper.
Did 3 of them peak before a faithful?
From NRG crumble as CNET gets 4, and it's a round for Navi. We're tied at 9. Perhaps to get to
Spike's not down yet.
2v3. They've got to commit to the spike. Finesse. Almost able to hold it. How did he get it down? Artist left in a clutch. And Sugetsu with 4. And it's a 14-12 win for Navi.
What a comeback win.
Up in heaven. Oh, Finesse. What on earth was that?
How many double lineup kills did they get here on split? It's at least
Kills are just coming in twos.
like 4.
Ah, no, not again.
We've seen
There's
this
3.
twice. And now he's
Didn't they
got
get
the
another one of
showstopper Victor with a 3rd. Checkmate. NRG take down Navi.
Incredibly important opening match.
Okay, what's on the border of Senegal? Mauritania. What are these islands called, though? What are you? Guinea-Bissau? This has been Guinea-Bissau. What are these islands called, man? It's not Sao Tome and Principe. What is it called? Some of you will know. Cape Verde? Cape Verde, of course. I don't know why I wasn't. Capital of Senegal. Is it Dakar? Which one's Dakar? What's the capital of Senegal? It's on GeoGuessr. Oh, it's Dakar. Are you kidding me? So this is the capital of Bangladesh, and this is the capital of Senegal. This is why I was getting confused. The flag of Senegal. I lost my mind. This was the flag of Guinea. This one's the flag of Senegal. Population of Senegal. I'm going to go 10 to 20. 16. And they use the franc. Let's go. Statal. Is that Rhode Island? Bang. Rhode Island is next to New York. New Jersey? No. Mass? I always get this one wrong, man. Who are you? What are the New England states? Mass, Rhode Island, Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, it's not Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire up at the top. Mass is below it. Rhode Island is in there somewhere. Is there not one more? I can see chat kind of whirring up at the corner of my eye. I mean, surely I can... Delaware. I also forgot Delaware, which is where Joe Biden's from. Is it Delaware? Or is it Connecticut? It's one of them. Isn't Delaware one of the thin ones? I think it's Connecticut. There was 2 more. It is Connecticut. Capital of Rhode Island. Rhode Island? I wish I could name a place in Rhode Island. Providence. Providence. The flag is the ship one. Population. Enter an actual number. Get within 5% to win. I mean, it can't be. It's got to be less than 1 million. I'm gonna go 300,000. Up. There's 1 million people in. Let's go 1 million though. It's higher than 1 million. 1.2. Down? How close do I have to be? 5%. 115. It's 1097379. Longest border with Rhode Island. I don't fucking know. Math. Landmark. A university. What else is really going to be in Rhode Island? How's the bingo looking? Okay, we could get... If we get Ascent, we'll get this. Pistol Round Raid Boss. Maybe EG will do it. I don't think DRX would do this, but EG might. A Bucky kill. Good luck with that. Duelist has Mike's German coming out there. Has 0 kills after 4 rounds. And 8. I mean, I guess this one is somewhat possible. Mike guesses a score will never happen, so don't even worry about this. You need a Reyna pick and a Bucky kill. I doubt you'll get a Reyna pick. And I doubt you'll get a Bucky kill. Pistol round Sheriff, not on Duelist. That's gettable. That could happen. Radiant Gun Buddy. Nah, of all the gun buddies to choose, it's not this one. What is a raid boss? A raid boss is where someone has like a frenzy or a ghost and shields. Fun fact, when Mike wasn't here, this is a way for Taku to just get his message across. We selected a random chat to predict a score and he got it correctly. But since Mike arrived, it got nulled. Okay, when this comes back, I'm gonna go and see if I can make some toast or something. Did I see the Attacking Soul Fracture game? I've seen all the games thus far. Yes. If I was rating each game, let's rate each game of Masters Tokyo so far. For EG, Split I'd give a 5 out of 10. Lotus I'd give Lotus an 8. So average out, first game 6.5. DRX Attacking Soul. Fracture, actually decent, 7. Pearl, 5. 6. EDG T1. Fracture, I'd give a 7. Haven had Can going crazy, so I'll give it an 8. Pearl, I'll give a 9. So an 8. Give that an 8. And then NRG Navi. This I'd give a 7. This I'd give like an 8.5. And this I would give a 6. So like just 6 and something. I could work out if it wasn't 7 AM. Okay.
Call them now. I don't
know if people are going to fully stop doubting yet, because you can still say that it was
the
fun
map
that they
veto
played
now
against,
whilst
but
I
the win
make
they
moves?
got was dominant. They came in, I think, showed some really good prep against Foot, and also kind of showed us two sides. One where they
This
can have
game's
the
starting.
preparation, have a
15
team
minutes?
game,
Yeah,
and
okay.
one
We'll do the
where
map
their initial
veto
game plan
now.
doesn't work. They can win in the scrap.
Yeah, I felt this.
So DRX, EG. I'm gonna go DRX ban Lotus. This one's free. EG ban. On the bingo, by the way, Mike, there better be a 5 out of 7. TMV gets 5 out of 7 or 7 out of 7. Lotus and you will ban, I'm going to say bind. DRX will pick Pearl. EG will pick... Will they pick Fracture? I think they will. And that will give us what? Ascent, Haven, and Split. Ascent, Haven, Split. DRX would ban... Ascent, I think? You would ban Haven. Play Split. They could ban Split. This one I could get wrong. This one could be swapped. They ban Ascent or would they ban Split? They might be more afraid of Split, I think, actually. I'm gonna swap that around.
This is Valorant Heritage.
Board Toolbox. NRG 1 Split, I told you. True. True.
He had a life game. It's
okay, I'm gonna see if I can make this.
It's rare you see the kind of Boostio star games come back, but he used to be the chamber player for this team last year, and he is incredible. But sometimes he just has a game like this.
Yeah, and he's being putting up numbers against Foot. I do think that the fact that he could do that on Lotus, Mike, of all maps, is really, really impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Foot have. I mean, they've been very dominant on this map, and that for me was the swing factor of that veto, but Verve kind of got away with murder in terms of EMEA and teams not really adjusting to how they've approached this map. EG bought the game plan here, and you could tell it was studied, it was targeted actually in the way that they played.
It worked so well for them. And I think another thing you notice when Boostio is playing so well, and throughout that entire game, is that EG have just maintained this mentality of just being so chill. You can see in their player reacts, they're always having fun, popping off, smiling, just like yelling for their teammates. It's the energy that got them the run in Americas to qualify to Tokyo, getting that second chance from MIBR winning. And it seems like they've kept that mentality so successfully into the international event as well.
Yeah, and the fans are loving it as well. And as you guys saw yesterday, the fans are also loving Buzz. I want to do a quick Boostio versus Buzz here. Obviously, similar agents as well. And Mike, we're going to show the clip in a second here, but this is also a pretty big matchup.
It is, yeah. I mean, Buzz is somebody I think has been one of the most consistent members for DRX historically. And again, yesterday, no real surprises in terms of the gameplay. There were lots of things about DRX, I guess, that concerned overall. Obviously, the first blood and first deaths was the main thing that stood out there. But DRX's ability to recover actually kind of pivots around Buzz in particular, the way that he's able to still have impact when they are, playing at a disadvantage.
And especially when they are playing with Foxy9. Buzz is the guy who has to do a lot of the flexing. It's him and RB as well, who have to pivot over, play a very different role. And Buzz does so well, whether he's on that Star Duelist or whether he's on the Killjoy. He's providing that consistency for DRX that you're talking about.
This was ridiculous, by the way. This gave me goosebumps as well. You know, Buzz, normally, you don't see him as one of the guys that stands up or BMs or anything. It feels like Stack sort of takes the brunt of that. But after he did this yesterday, the entire arena, Mimi, it just erupted.
It was insane. I mean, that's what's so good about DRX. They have this experience on stage that anyone will just step up and give you one of these moments.
Mike, are you worried, though, that DRX, they have to rely on maybe some of these massive moments in order to win?
I'm not really. There was a period where we were talking about RB being the one to be, underperforming on the duelist role historically, and I think actually you can characterize this the same way with Foxy9.
I don't want to say underperforming, but maybe not putting up numbers that you would hope for DRX. Historically, they've always had that recovery factor. There were so many events where we're talking about RB's got to step up. You know, somebody's got to get him online. DRX always had the ability to still deliver international events, even with RB being kind of the weakest link, let's say. So even here with Foxy9, maybe not firing on all cylinders, I still have faith that DRX can deliver.
I'm glad you mentioned Foxy9 because we can confirm he will be playing again today. And this is what he had to say about his debut here on the international stage yesterday. Foxy9, come join me for a second. First of all, it was really nice to see you play on stage yesterday, your first time internationally. What was that like? Jen's going to help me translate this.
어제 소감이요. 첫 경기.
이제 굉장히 아쉽긴 했지만은 오늘 이겨서 기분은 좋은데 좀 아쉬웠어서 오늘 더 잘할 겁니다.
Well, I could have performed better, but I'm glad that I was able to pick up my first win on the international stage, but I'm going to do better today.
Time to get your second, Foxy9. Good luck, good luck. He wasn't satisfied with his performance, which I think is leading into what you were saying.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing is, though, to just come back to the same point, DRX yesterday were converting like 70% of their 4v5 rounds. And I think even beyond that, 3v5s, they were converting like 65% of them. So DRX still demonstrating they have that roster outside of just their main duelist, whoever it be. Obviously, historically, I'm referring to RB, but here, DRX is still ticking the box in terms of what has been their win factor.
And I think yesterday, that was their game to get Foxy comfortable, to get the team used to the international stage again. Kind of a warm-up for them, because I think everyone expected them to be a weaker opponent, and they did put up a stronger fight than they maybe would have expected going in. But that still was just kind of DRX's opportunity to get going in the groups. Normally, they're so dominant here. I think
what are the games tomorrow?
Much tougher.
Yeah, that's going to be a really interesting matchup. Benkai, though, said yesterday, even after the 2-0...
NRG T1 is our first game. Attacking Soul versus Foot and Navi EDG.
He can't say just yet whether this DRX has what it
takes. So T1 and EDG, they get a bit of an advantage for going first.
If they beat EG today, and convincingly, we can start believing.
Yeah, I mean... There's always that question for DRX. If it's like, when can we believe that they're going to actually make a run, actually win a tournament?
And then from there, it's just so we have a break on Thursday.
I do think that Foxy9 is the right.
This is where my internet should be fixed. The guy is coming on Wednesday morning, but obviously not this early. So hopefully it should be fixed for the playoffs.
We do hope that he'll have these moments.
I hope. I'm praying it's fixed for the playoffs.
And setting him up for success. DRX's game plan was
so we can go back to normal 1080 good bitrate streams, and if not,
yeah, for sure.
I will try and move out as quickly as I can.
Dealt with obviously floating in and out a sixth player, so it's not necessarily anything new to them. I'm just concerned about the consistency. We talk about DRX making runs, yes. We're going to talk about, is this the event where DRX are going to, actually make a push?
This is the first game. Can you give a quick summary? Spoiler alert for people of you who don't want to be spoiled.
It still doesn't. And again, we have another example of an opening series where it didn't feel characteristic of...
I would say on the whole, I think FNS put it pretty well. I think Navi had a bit of an off day.
Expectations are just so high.
They are. They absolutely
NRG to center attack side was very good. Crashies won a 1v3, and basically everyone from that point on in NRG just went crazy on that map. All of their attack sides were pretty good. It felt like Navi didn't have a great answer for any of Navi, for NRG's attack sides. On the second map, NRG got up to a big lead, and then Navi pulled it back and won in overtime. Went to map 3, and yeah, again, Navi didn't really have an answer for the double duelist. They were making bad decisions. They weren't. It wasn't amazing from them, I would say.
No, and I guess the concern being, if you kind of to look at it stylistically,
I think Navi had a bit of an off day.
A life game, like obviously Life did yesterday.
Don't think that split comp was amazing.
That is a concern, because I think EG have actually got
I think they thought Killjoy would be able to stop a double dive on its own, and
make that a little bit more interesting. Test DRX's game plan.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can test that a little bit more. But for DRX, I think the biggest question
definitely would have been better off with a Cypher.
Are they just going to be a team who has a one-dimensional game plan, or were we
both for agent comfortability of their team and also in terms of the way
that's what we're going to find out today.
If they did bring that up, is it enough to beat EG?
I don't think so. EG's looked so good. They're very adaptable, and they're great at counter-stratting. If you're predictable against them, you're going to lose.
I absolutely agree. Yeah, I feel like obviously veto dependent. This is an EG win.
Oh, Oh, okay, Mike. I don't think you're allowed to say that, but
I'm
it's okay.
calling it early.
Well, we'll see, because this is it, an opportunity for one of these teams to be the first team to make it.
I don't think teams should deal with the double duelist on split. I think Cypher is a good option. I think with Cypher you can go for a ton of different setups. I think you can go for, you know, normal standard setups, like you put a trip in vents, you put a trip on the site, whatever, right? You can go for kill trip setups, you can go for retake setups, you can go for hard anchor setups, like... I think when you can mix up your setups a bit more, like... like for Killjoy on split, I feel like... we saw them basically go for like one kind of kill setup, essentially. Navi were just going for kill setups. That was all they were doing. They were just hoping that the nanoswarms and the alarm bot would get them a kill. That was basically it.
I couldn't have enough.
And obviously it is going to be a decent attack side, right? But you've also got to punish, like, if you can stop the hit, you have to do what NRG were doing, where if they're playing solo Sky, you got to punish, you know, you got to be proactive. If they're going for fast hits and you can delay them a bit, you got to be punishing and being aggressive and punishing for only playing solo Sky as an initiator and not having a ton of utility to clear stuff out. We saw NRG do that a lot to Navi, where, you know, Navi would use some of their utility early, get stopped, the dog gets stopped or whatever, and then you've got Victor pushed up in a weird angle, or you've got someone pushed up in some weird angle, like...
consistently makes it top 4. No one else can doubt this team.
Absolutely.
You know, I feel like NRG had a very good response to how... I mean, obviously, you see a ton of, like, solo initiator Skies in America, so it makes sense that NRG would know what to do against a solo Sky initiator. Like, you know, that makes sense.
And for DRX, this is your chance to show that this system with Foxy9 is the
But
one
yeah,
you want
I
to
feel
pursue
like...
for the rest of this tournament. That this isn't a weakened DRX.
I feel like they didn't play Navi.
Was just
We didn't get to see a ton of their attack side on split, but like you can obviously the weakness in that comp is their defense side, right? The defense side is very predictable with that comp, so if you can get 5 on the defense, you're probably feeling okay. Right, you only need 5. Because then on the attack side, if you play slow, you know where they're going to be, you know which agent is going to be where. It's very predictable. It's very kind of, you know, everyone does the same stuff. And so you can, whatever comp you decide to go with, right, you just go with that idea.
Outside of the permaban.
Yeah, let's have a look at the map vetoes as we go. Mimi, EG, are they going to take
Okay,
the bind
let's
away
see.
again?
I was really surprised they took bind away last time, but they're actually going to continue.
They clearly have been losing bind in this scrims because there's no DRX's bind is not good.
It's the low end of EG's pool, so I think that helps them, and it also leaves open their fracture, which they will pick.
There we go. There's 3.
Didn't look great on yesterday.
Didn't look fantastic. No, I think that's a big opportunity for EG to start strong on this.
Oh, they picked this in.
Actually, again, this is one that probably leans.
So I need Pearl map 3 to get 5.
Again, EG have had fantastic results.
Well, you're gonna get the bingo then.
That one historically, I feel like probably favors DRX.
This is where I
Split
thought they were going to pick yesterday,
for the 5?
so I'm glad they picked it today.
Okay,
Yeah,
we
it's
get
always
the
been
5.
a good map for DRX. They're so consistent there. Even in their loss to Paper X, that was still one of the maps that they ended up taking over them. And we land on Pearl, which would be super cool. Both these teams playing that Harbor Viper meta, and I think both of them are so good at it.
Yeah, DRX the first to really don it, but I feel like Pearl has been their weakest application of it. Obviously, with Icebox slipping out of the map pool now, Pearl isn't the one you go to look at DRX doing Harbor well.
Yeah, that was in
To
shambles.
start this series off on Fracture, this is a little bit concerning for me for DRX, because like we said, they looked weak last time, and as you can see, EG's
And now
blocking
Brian
Sova,
CK
which has been
spends
so good
25
Yeah, as you guys also can see on
thousand
Prime
thoughts
being
just to
able
say
we've
thank
seen
you.
DRX play already, Mike. Of course, they're not going to really
Man's
change
rich.
anything up, but what do you think about this matchup?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I don't think DRX are going to stray massively from this. Again, other events, I think.
Okay, Fracture. We get to see the Sova Fracture. I do think that they would be better off subbing in Zestia and playing RB Neon or playing Zest on Fade, but...
Or a team that potentially has a lot of momentum coming into this event.
No, if DRX were going to rotate their roster, it would definitely be for Fracture, because their Fracture is definitely where Foxy9 is not the best choice.
In Americas, the things to look out for in this competition on this.
It's also kind of funny to me that EG, like, their best map is one where Demon 1 plays Brim. I think that's just funny.
Up and take space off his utility, and when they get that Sova online, they have a lot of preset plays as well.
What's the advantage of playing Sova? The advantage of playing Sova is that if you... I feel like at this point, maybe it's started to wear off a bit, but the advantage of Sova is that you can do a lot of...
100% on pickings so far. Do I have DRX winning this one?
Actually, the mid rounding as well. When that utility comes back down,
100%. Thank you to KO Beats with the 8 months. Got DRX winning this one. So, for instance, right, let's say Sova defense side. What you'll often see on Bind is you'll see a lot of Brim smokes that are maybe a fake Brim smoke, maybe it's a real Brim smoke, you don't know. You know, to kind of either fake aggression or be real aggression. But the thing is, when you add in the Sova as well, what you can do is you add in kind of this extra layer of, like if a dart lands, you can spam through the smoke. So it's kind of like you have 3 options now. We could get aggressive and push, you know, kind of up to the smoke. We could, it could be a fake smoke and a fake dart potentially, or we could be playing for like spam kills with the dart.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time too.
So you get kind of a couple different options with the Sova. Also, if people don't know where the darts are landing and it reveals people, getting revealed is a big deal. I feel like the drone doesn't quite get as much value on this map, but I think the darts do. I'm sure darts are okay as well.
In this composition on this map, we know how pivotal that
DRX all the way
again, I think it's an interesting discussion.
Pixeled with the 11 months. And as I've said, if something isn't playing for Paper X, DRX is my pick to win this tournament. I'm calling it now. DRX lower bracket run.
But how much they can adapt within these compositions.
Unless something is playing for Paper X, in which case Paper X will win.
What do you go to
A Pacific team will win Masters Tokyo.
Get here. It's time to jump into Fractures. We've got Brandon Sideshow on the mic. Over to you guys.
Thank you very much. Lovely setup for this match right here. Whoa, fast zooming, but we're getting into it now. This match decided.
Wait, where's Achilles and
heading into deeper and deeper with Masters Tokyo as well. And Evil Genius is a team.
And paper,
listen, when we were talking about the Americas playoffs, they weren't even expecting to make it there. No. It was out of their hands, but they are definitely a team that have forged their way. They earned their spot to Tokyo. Now
I can't wait until some of you use. Someone needs to clip when you use that emote in Sideshow's chat. When Sideshow streams again, let me know. Someone show me the clip of when you show him that emote.
That kind of respect. And what a battle this is going to be. Potter versus Termi will check back in with that.
What the hell is this? Look at this little anime thing. Thinking Man's Roblox 2. It always makes me laugh that this is Thinking Man's Roblox 2. Thank you for the 2 months.
Players waiting to receive this. To me, Bren, this looks like there's going to be a lot of pressure on.
Oh no, yeah, but they 100% will add it themselves.
Fiji have done their homework. They're going to know as well. DRX would
okay,
trending towards
on the defense, let's see. So I'm going for this start here. Some. Calm.
Does tag onto them. It clears them all the way back. Nade into the top of the tower. He swarmed the B side.
We got.
And so this is fine.
I mean, I can't agree with Boostio there.
They're going to drop back.
You're on defense side, Killjoy, lad. Don't buy a fucking sheriff. Attack side, I'll forgive you. Defense side, you're trolling.
Important post-plant spots, though, when Marco is going to be playing with his Molly lineup.
Let's see this refight here that's happening over towards Arcade again. The back of the box should be cleared out. No, the Boombot was flashed up. Still at the back side of it. There's the damage being done.
Kill.
Right through the box.
Aftershock as well now
into tower.
I don't think he can.
Feel that heat. Stacks had to hold his ground, and he does not win it out. The Molly's forced out.
Mako is always going to be playing back here with the Molly.
That's going to put
pressure
once
more
more onto them, but Demon 1 landing so many of these shots, running it down into the Molly. Didn't want to risk too much there. Listen,
there was no reason particularly to give your life to that, but I can appreciate getting caught up in the moment.
Sound cues get lost a little bit on the big stage. Yeah, like, wait, how much time do we actually have?
Exactly. But Demon 1 online there with
the
last couple
try
of kills. See how precise his aim is. We all thought he might be was enormous.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, we were talking to death about it. Over and over again,
said,
for good
don't
reason,
play with
the guy
fire.
pops off, but
I'm doing
it wasn't even necessary for them to.
I'm a risk taker.
2-0 win.
That's scary.
That is. That's
it's only for the second round. See, this is the thing. I'm doing it for the second round.
Especially when they
so if it does do that, we're fine so far.
Which isn't going to feature in this series.
I'm telling you, it was just bad timing. It doesn't make any sense. It's just bad timing.
Yeah. And so actually, we've got.
But I'm doing it for the second round. So if it does freeze.
Where you get to see, I think, both of these teams at the absolute peak of what they can accomplish.
Oh, here we
both
go.
Teams like
okay,
Fracture.
I've learned my lesson. I've learned my lesson.
Of DRX with their roster swapping up, not being as great on this map sometimes.
Over the ropes. You're not getting away from that one, Buzz.
I learned my lesson.
Exactly right as well, Josh. Strength. In theory, we should have an absolute world class.
Okay, the lesson has been learned.
these teams fighting for that chance to make a playoff spot in the top 8 of Masters.
This is why I did it in the second round, though. Look, EG are cleaning up. It's the second round. What do you mean? This is why you try it. You got to try these things.
You know, Demon One's first time at an event of this caliber, and to be honest, a lot of EG's first time at an event of this caliber. And I think for DRX, it's one of those series that changes the narrative. It's a pivot point where if they win this game, people are going to assume that it's back to DRX being on track. They 2-0 out of the groups. Okay, they can make a serious run of it in playoffs. If they lose here...
See, and now I won't touch it. For the rest of the day, I'm not going to touch it.
You know,
I'll try
really
it tomorrow.
Take seriously the warning signs that we've seen from DRX of whether or
I'll
not
try
they
it tomorrow,
might be entering the slump period.
There's been rumors swirling around this DRX team about their form heading into the event as well. You can just see it as well, just in terms of the rosters they've been fielding. It's been back and forth. Stack's feeling particularly stressed, but here's a fight that's about to occur on the south side of the map. Not too many players to receive it. Buzz is going to have to play this one a bit safer because 4 players are walking towards him. Turret takes contact, fault line off of it, and now running all the way through.
Getting aggressive, and there's that dart.
Close to the ropes, it's a wider swing with an 8.
Okay, this one is just the stream.
Back showstopper, over and away, down across the zip line.
It killed people on the other side of the map.
Is being squeezed. How can he survive? Can he maintain? He
Still gets 2.
So good. Incredible work under pressure there from Mako. I love the idea from EG on the bonus round, but Jorgamo with 60 health has got to do it all.
Whoa, okay.
And he's brought it back just a little.
And he's aware as well. What? Potentially hearing the sound cue. He's caught Buzz out and he's forced it into a 1 versus 1 nade online. Lands the shot anyway. 4 in the round and matters not for the heroics of Mako. What he was doing on the south side of that map.
One good play deserves another. Jorgamo coming out and responding. That's a fantastic.
How have they lost that?
Buzz coming through tunnel. That to me is the most
I mean, yeah, how did he know?
Out of all of them.
I'm assuming he heard the specific sound cue.
Maybe let's just play together next time.
Players are running through tunnel.
All 3 1v1s, nice.
You know, you can spot it out, you can hear it.
Normally those
how have they lost that?
do get lost.
Mako,
right?
my goat Mako is getting let down again.
Now DRX with their light armor are still going to be able to buy into this round.
I mean, Foxy's just got to chill. You play time.
4 kills. They're going for the B exec.
You know, just play time.
I mean, it's the same kind of thing that we've seen from them.
They will get a buy.
3 out of 4
in
rounds.
The light
now.
shields.
They were doing this a lot as well against ASC the other day.
And when they used to do this exec, they would run a neon with it. So they would start the exec from about where Foxy9 is.
This
right
is
here.
Valorant. Heritage.
Flash to set it up. Demon 1 still
and
holding.
we've seen this before, Demon aiming down here and just destroying people. I don't know how often Demon is sitting in that angle, but it's often enough to commonly just destroy people.
That one inside the smoke is Boostio. He's waiting for the right time to strike, but there's a nanoswarm at his feet. Has to back away a bit of random spam. Maybe you can get quite lucky with it, but he's going to be backing away. They don't want to give away any lives. Oh my, I mean the nanoswarm.
The nano?
Snacks getting caught out there, brought down to his knees. It's a 3 versus 5. Mako pushing forwards. He's trying to equalize. Take away the advantage that might be theirs. Still holding on to canteen control. The aggression from Gom.
What a wide swing.
Really wide swing, and they don't have B main position either. Buzz and RB anchoring towards the side. They have to really just come up with something massive. And potential.
4. I mean, we might see an early timeout here. They've basically just done the same idea quite a few times.
And yeah, Jorgamo once more there to shut it down. And Jorgamo's got his 2nd showstopper of the map so far. We're only in round 5.
He's got 2 already.
It's the end of round 4 by the time he gets the ult online. Look at this setup, by the way. Just want to point this out. The turret holds contact, and it is so common for attacking teams to use a flash.
I think at times you do see why
the first player in is pre-aiming the turret positions.
They did try this over Foxy9. Because he is the only person in DRX who I think will just, you know, randomly swing on his own and potentially die first. Yeah, we see the timeout. We're going to need it. Maybe a bit of a mental timeout, also a bit of a tactical one. I mean, as soon as they lost that 1v3, it's just like...
One of the
feels like
reasons
Mako's going to win the game.
As we see DRX take a timeout, is the prep work that they do. Because even if it's not specific anti-stratting, they are so prepared. The level of structure that they have in this team and the thought that they put into every small fight is there. I would be very surprised if EG don't continue to put a lot of tree pressure because it denies where Mako wants to play the post plants from. It's really good against the B split exec that DRX do, and it's very good at denying that post plant positioning after the A split.
Why aren't DRX playing RB in the emo fracture? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I think that they should. I think that they should swap in Zest for fracture. I think that just makes sense. It's just the best comp that they have.
Very similar approach almost every single round.
Like, it's just clearly the best option they have. Like this comp, this like style that they run. I mean, they barely beat attacking Soul. Again, they still have a bye because they're doing light shields, but which again is, I think, a position where Americas are a bit behind.
Flashing off the rip over the top, it looks like as well, just a bit of utility.
Not sure if any of the teams.
Horn's broken. They set their sights over towards Arcade. Big ults here as well.
Yeah, and a slow approach for the first time. Might make EG wonder what's up.
Demon One really giving them the biggest boost in confidence they've ever had.
Conqueror Prime with the 4 months. Yeah, I mean, EG confidence is kind of through the roof now. I do think that the other two maps, this is kind of maybe best case scenario for DRX. These two maps are pretty good maps for them. There's a DRX exec for you.
Didn't stand a chance. There's a showstopper. Unleashed this way, that way. Satchel's going all over the bloody place. Cannot find a target. No sound cues. He was caught with the ult. Finally fades. Pre-fires it. Does not find a target. And doesn't even expect them to be on the site. It's Jorgamo, who's unaware. Inside the smokes, though. So a 3v4. A bit of spam again with the Phantom.
3v3. Mako has ult, though.
Landing those shots. Lineups now being played from Buzz.
And DRX
the
are
issue.
cringe.
Mako with Molly, with Orbital Strike. Look at how few DRX players have guns out ready to take fights. They're all playing the post plant lineups.
The Orbital Strike has to be used for this lockdown. It has to be cleared out there. But again, the post plants. Again, these deep lineups. Foxy9. What a shot to hit Boostio. Instantly returns the fire. They know where Mako is. That's absolutely disgusting. The fuse starting to get stuck. That nanoswarm's going to take some time to hit. That's half on the fuse already. It's bought them time. It's a critical one. Can Buzz still do it?
And he got half.
Absolutely not.
They've got it.
In the face of Team
my God.
This guy. He stands up to any sort of test that you're going to be throwing at him.
And EG here are perfectly showcasing how to abuse the way that DRX play these post-plant situations.
Yeah.
One of the issues that people were talking about when Zest was in the lineup was them playing very formulaically. I don't think it actually matters which lineup they use. DRX are always going to try and drop back into these extremely static, passive post-plant lineup
Did that Molly miss?
situations on Fracture. Their economy finally broken now, but you can see EG are just ready to try and fight those 1v1s towards the end of the round. They know that DRX are not going to be in spots to trade for each other.
The problem is, I don't mind them going in for lineups like every so often, right? Like, if you did it, like, if you pulled it out as like a surprise thing, it'll work. Right, but it's when you do it every single round, which is what they do. I mean, I'm glad I put Mako at 3 though. Mako is very good at this game. They are all pretty low, but it is a 4v2. They can't lose this one.
Where Buzz and RB have been able to pick up weaponry.
They immediately retreat back to halls as well. Still maintaining that drop control. Buzz doesn't actually have any nanoswarms to play the lineups from that position.
Oh, he's so far away, isn't he?
Clearing out the side here, Com, making sure that everything's watched for. There's going to be that rotation here. Showstopper straight across. Com didn't really stand a chance there. There's a Molly as well that was sent in flying ahead of time.
Oh, now it's no time.
It's going to remove any sort of potential.
Very thrifty.
A clutch.
What a bounce back.
Yeah, Boostio was fantastic, don't get me wrong, in the prize series. But
Massive for their econ as well.
Yeah, so DRX, they take their thrifty, they go for their normal A exec, where it goes through Sat, and we see a couple of different ideas from EG on how they want to defend this. EG blast pack up, Jorgamo into sight, and he ends up missing, getting taken out by some fantastic sheriff shots from DRX. And perhaps EG are going to have to adjust how they run the
So because these rounds have been fairly close,
that
though,
would give me a lot of confidence as DRX to just start running the A exec over and over.
Gonna go for a south side.
Yeah, look towards it. So Stimmy with the drone.
South side crunch on the thrifty.
And the stun connects. That fault line is huge. Here's the rolling thunder. Right through them into the face. Jorgamo is not messing around. He wants the action. He wants the smoke. They still know where the last player is. Ethan Navi shot towards the side. Boostio, he supplements.
Wow.
That tight squeeze. Everybody
is
is
What an idea by EG. What a cool round to pull out.
He's well away from the action on the north side of the map. Let's see if he can do it again. The triple face will deny any chances. A Thrifty, that's back-to-back from either team.
Incredible stuff. Love the idea from EG. You know, some fans are asking me, you know, how does 100 Thieves make it to Tokyo? Well, one of their strats has made it there. The Southside Crunch coming out. Lovely stuff to see. We've seen a couple of teams in the Americas pull this one. It seems very unconventional, but with the combination of all of your utility, it can be extremely oppressive to play against.
Literally, did all four of them get caught by that stun?
Between two styles, two really big,
very
different styles. The Des talked about it a little bit with Comms Sova, also the fade on the other side, the amount of north and south side crunches that are going to happen.
Look at that, you're already seeing some form of adjustments. They know that DRX have been going into these B splits. They have given up a bit of tree control. That's why Fox is on that line. Lockdown's going to be used.
They're in.
Anything to try and break this one. That's an aftershock. Shock darts?
They missed the shocks.
Yeah.
They missed
the goal there. I'm not too sure.
Well, now they're just screwed.
Not sure how they would even land, but it means that 3 players are detained.
You gotta go for
that was
these
going to be
kills.
cleared out here. Straight into tower. Easy pickings. Skipping a hop, but you will not escape the sight lines. Easiest kills of RB's life.
I'd love to see that from Com's POV, because I don't know where he was even trying to, you know, fire the shock darts from, but they were
He's from tower, so he's trying to do, I guess, some kind of...
That must be very precise.
Bounce?
Here we go.
Like this?
Going away onto the side to realize the time is of the essence. Satchel. Busha couldn't land a clean shot. Aim wasn't reset. All this util being used as well. Even one out in the open. Up to just Ethan. Not a winnable round ahead of him. No one he's up against.
It has to be this, right? It has to be from here,
yeah,
there,
be interesting to see what went
down
wrong
there, but
that's literally what
I don't see how that would hit a lockdown that's planted in this corner.
We've got some sort of plan for it, but
and there are a couple of very small positional adjustments you can make with your
I feel like the
lockdown
game
in
started 5 minutes ago because DRX are playing pretty fast.
But, all right, so here's Com. Just stuck towards the end. Yeah, this is him getting caught towards the end. I mean, he's already used his shocks at this point, and he just gets stuck inside tower. Poor guy.
It had to have been what I said.
Easy pickings for RB, though. Farming it up.
Like, it would break it, like, here, but I don't think it would break it on this wall. I don't know how you would get it. You'd have to be, like, down here. And, like, go boom. But even that, no. How
would you... a
you...
whole other lockdown on charge.
Yeah. But the A-split did work fast. Last time the DRX
like that, maybe?
attempted this on their half-bite.
Or maybe, like, the B site you could do
tepid. Slow at the beginning.
But I like this. The slower and more contacty you make the beginning of this, the less timing you give EG to push tree as a reaction.
Oh, they want to try and fight though. Prowler out. Drone to set it up. Fault line as well. Already working their way through. Lit up. It's going to be the kills return.
Trades, I mean.
Ethan making the most of that one there.
Again, that Sova ping coming in.
Back away. There's a rolling thunder. He's locked up.
Oh my god.
Up, still lands
Boost
the kill. Bullet to the cranium. Hunter's Fury to supplement and help out in the back. Players can start to swarm this one. It's a 2 versus 2. Spike picked up. Nade to deny, and another showstopper in the back pocket. There's a shock dart, or at least the recon. And there's a showstopper. Rocketing forwards. Blitzering pace. Jorgamo to clean it up.
Michi, it's pretty clean.
So
overall, it's good. They're just like,
to me, it's Boostio,
again, their reactions are just so fast. It's like everyone knows what everyone should be doing at the right time.
Yeah, we played that pretty well. I got a couple of kills while I was stunned up. I mean, that one on Stax is a round changer.
Oh, yeah.
Stax is able to get in. But it's the combo of utility. It's very good breach utility as they come through. There's a Hunter's Fury there putting enormous amounts of pressure on the people coming into sight. And EG are trying to flood defend A. Very different idea compared to how they're defending B by getting those...
You got good EG to... I mean, they had obviously the one round with the Killjoy lockdown, but other than that...
EG are really trying to...
I mean, it's been so good from EG.
Pile through them with breach and Sova util.
Now, if they lose this round, though, the econ will be low.
The same kind of execs over and over. They're not a team that changes very much. That's been a major criticism of them.
There's not much nuance in their playbook. That's what we were hoping to see, I think, heading into this tournament. And you have to
Again,
be ready
there's
for
the
this.
Sova.
Lit up onto the ropes. Will you be able to get out of the satchel?
Oh my god, Jorgamo is crying. This is the thing. If they get Jorgamo playing like this, it's Jova.
So now we're going to see a different...
Like, EG could win the tournament. If they get
Mako with his orbital strike,
Jorgemon
with his
playing
volley,
this well.
can't be pressured. There's nobody pushing tree. So this is a really good setup for DRX right now.
Like, and they've got Demon 1, and Boostio's frying, and Ethan's frying, and Calm is frying.
Nobody's playing offside, they do. They still have to be using this one. It's a wide face there. Foxy9, he was alone onto the site. He's taken out early enough, a tap onto it. Spikes there, aftershock round the corner, round the side, facing RB. Man of the hour. Reattempt, reaggress right here. Com sticking his half right through the molly. He's bought a lifeline, it's still shut down. Demon 1. Not able to grasp it.
Stax with the clutch at the end.
Stax goes hero mode.
And you can see,
This game is kind of in chaos.
That push through door put a lot of pressure on DRX. They also forced out the orbital strike early, so it couldn't just be used on the plant. But here's that molly. Mako uncontested, no flank on the retake. And in the end,
well, they did try a flank.
Even after Com got half, it came down to this 1v1. Whoever won it would have been able to secure the round. Stax comes through big for his team. That's only his 3rd kill of the map so far, but he wins his team a whole round off the back of it.
It's going to be a save, as I said.
Down onto an eco.
You can feel how scared DRX are. Dump a bit of the same utility, familiar kind of beginning to a round there, but Foxy9 was pre-aiming where the dart was last time. They're really quite concerned of being crunched. I do like the approach though. Slow default, over the ropes though. RB is going to be rejoining the rest of his team, so they were just hoping for a bit of aggression when EG's on that half bite.
Com comes and drones.
Makes sense. EG went for a crunch last time.
The aftershock. Destroy the drone.
And now at the minute mark, DRX is going to start to group up and go towards somewhere. Foxy9 and RB are 2 away. Look at the timing, though, that EG are taking. Similar kind of timing. 1 minute on the clock, they go and clear out an area. So this is just an info play. DRX, though, should be able to take
fully
a
rotate.
They might be too slow. Nevertheless, the economy advantage should win them this round, but they are going into 5.
Yeah, they are going into 5. The read is there from EG, all the way pushed through. Nade gets them in, double satchel. Shorty in his hands, but he's right up in the air.
There.
Easily shot right out of the skies. Making sure to contain all the smokes as well. That flood attempt was put down in a moment's notice. Smoke fades away, but okay. No kills to be had.
Com is going to feed himself into the maw at some point. But it gives us a little bit of downtime here. Coming into the half, I'm sure both coaches are going to have a lot to say in terms of helping their teams reinforce the situation. Termi's already used one of his timeouts, remember?
Probably wants Stax to get this kill.
Just in general, the coaching clash is so interesting to me, Brent, because there's been a lot of conversation with the Pacific fans about how Termi's managed his timeouts and the selection of rosters. That
why aren't you going for that
how
kill?
How tumultuous everything seems on the DRX side. And all of that comes from Termi, and the coaching staff that spreads out further than him. And on the other side, you have Warner, whose timeouts have been extremely impactful.
Why didn't they plant? They're waiting to get this. They waited to get this ult.
And it has also built, changed the roster in a way that propelled the team to success and has added a lot of good structure. She's now going to be taking a tag timeout to talk with the rest of the team as EG pause. But I do think that the arc or the ascension and descension of these coaches are on very different pathways at the moment. And I think that's one of the big things that Termi's got to figure out in order to have a chance to win this tournament.
So far, DRX have been making quite nice adjustments.
7-4.
You're seeing the timeout forced by EG.
Not exactly sure how Stax and Ono are related.
He really likes the word vamos.
Yeah.
He really likes Ono when he pumps his fist and says vamos.
Yeah,
so
right.
Yeah.
I forgot about that connection, but you're absolutely correct. Yeah.
But I mean, the vibes overall for DRX. I mean,
we are missing Ono at this tournament. That is true. Leviathan need to make it champ so that we can get Ono.
Running, talk of potential burnout as well. Like, not really feeling it heading into.
It's a skull shirt, yes.
Match is really a chance to dissuade a lot of that and try and get some confidence back overall.
Why timeout now? Because the difference between 8-4 and 7-5 is pretty big.
Early on in the tournament.
Yeah.
Too many smiles, not too much joyous whimsy.
Now, first to 13, every round counts.
There's a lot of pressure on him as the IGL to try and figure out a system when it's constantly changing underneath him.
Exactly.
And not just that, I think he's individually struggled at times, in
Baba or Ona want to fight?
To be able to get a good read
I'd
on
take
how
Barber
to
in a
punish
fight
that
over
team
any
while
other
they're
coach, I
on
think.
Such a run. So yeah, tough
I
times.
don't think you'd want to mess with
DRX coming
Barber.
into the final round
Yeah,
here with
Boostio
two
goes for
big
an off.
ultimates to work with.
He's in tower.
The fade ult was incredibly useful last time at being able to put pressure on the side anchors. Although they took it B.
Showstopper. What an increase all the way through.
He saw the
Let's see if
blast
Foxy9
back
can
and
get
go.
any value. Nade, rebounds, flash to try and push it back. He fires it
our own
off.
flash.
Jorgamo.
No,
Ethan's flash. Oh, it's a random spam. It's a
Ethan's
random
flash.
spray all the way through. What a lead going straight through an exchange as well. Of bullets, a flash as well to try and push through, and it's a 3-2-1 swing into the smoke. Lit up though. Jorgamo can't hear anything, doesn't know that his position is being swarmed, and there we go, it's covered. Com round the back, and just like
Chaos
that,
again, but
blink of
EG
an
win it.
eye. That's the last round of this first half, it's over.
It's
So
over.
interesting the way that they were playing like a flanky retake play over towards B and then a hard anchor defense on A. The initiator utility immaculate from Ethan, from Com. I mean, there's a flash there to be able to completely blind Foxy9. All the rest of the breach utility gets used to stop them coming through, and then there's a dart on the wall to help support Jorgamo. It's all beautiful from EG, and they go up 8-4 at the half.
Finally adapting as well to a lot of that pace that DRX were throwing towards into the A side as well, so back and forth. It's an 8-4 half that we find ourselves in, sitting at here with EG leading so far for Fracture. Quite an interesting one. Let's find out what the desk has to say and break it all down so far.
Thank you very much, guys. What a great half for Valorant. Just good.
Just good. I think it was a masterclass.
So good.
EG, honestly, it's interesting to see the differences in utility here. DRX, they don't want to use much because they rely on the post plant. And EG are happy to burn up the layering of like the flashes and the darts, and putting them in so many different positions as well. Early round to find first bloods, but then supporting their sight angles as well. It's actually so beautiful.
I mean,
to watch.
this.
And if it's not a dart coming in, it's also Jajimo, who has been so proactive this map, be it in these early south side takes where he's fighting off of a dart from Com to take space for the team, or if it's in the retakes where that dart and flash is coming in to support the side anchor, and he's the added layer to that that's helping to win these rounds for his team. And on top of that, I mean, he's just individually winning rounds in ridiculous fashion. This is a guy who we don't get to see on the Rays much anymore. He's been roll swapped over the controller, but you can't forget, this guy was like considered by many
I think
like,
that honestly,
one
that
of the best Rays players in
that's
North
I think one
America,
of
and
EG's
showing it
main
here on the
weaknesses
international
actually
stage.
is the fact that Jorgamo's controller, he still makes
some
mistakes on. You can kind of see it. Like he's not like an expert at using the utility, and I think he's even said as much in his interviews, right? That he's still very much improving on that role. I think that honestly is like
that was about it. That was from the first few
one
rounds,
of their
the
weaknesses.
only positive that DRX could pull.
Yeah, now heading into this second half, DRX is good on attack. You can see it's about 50-50 on this one, but with the, or excuse me, on their defensive side as well. But with this composition, you don't have quite as many tools to support your side anchors, and you're gonna have to be playing the retake a lot more. The thing to look out for, though, in my opinion, is how Stax and RP are combining their utility. Can they get similar value with this fade, with the flash darts to scan as EG's executing?
Yeah, and I think actually it comes back to the conversation we were having earlier, right? What can Foxy9 deliver here in the second half alongside that supportive utility he does have?
I mean, let's see
DRX
what
Fracture
they
attack
can
is
do,
only
because if they
47%. I mean,
don't,
yeah,
then
because
they're
they've been
gonna
playing
be
with
losing,
Foxy9. When they play the
one
Neon
map
comp,
down
it's a
already
lot
in this very
higher,
crucial
but
game and be dethroned
when they play this raid stuff with
Foxy9,
Foxy,
so I
yeah,
don't
it's
know what's
not
gonna happen,
nearly
you
as
guys,
good.
but let's send it back to Josh and
On their
Brent
attack side.
and find out.
It's an excellent point, really. I mean, it's not often that DRX end up losing in the group stage as well. I brought up in our game yesterday, Josh, you know, they've lost 2 matches in their group stage international appearances ever. That's out of 10 currently played.
Yeah.
Which means they got an 80% win rate.
That's not
quick
bad.
maths right there. Quick maths. 80% win rate in the groups. And it's not a great start, don't get me wrong here. EG have clearly come out well-versed, well-prepped. The map pool is actually kind of shaken out quite nicely for both of these teams in the theory of it, but it's EG who have the lead.
It's a must-win pistol round, I think, for DRX.
Yeah.
You know, normally when they get the success on this map, I think about it being potent on the attack side. Although we were talking, even when we were casting them against ASE, that their defense side against DFM was really good.
Waves of the utility being used as well to try and take this tower control, but they're all
They're in a lot
grouped
of
up in there.
trouble.
Could be cause for concern because they're all grouped up.
Maybe not.
And a right click is tearing them to pieces. Buzz having a
Maybe
field day,
so,
but
but
from
finally
behind, Ethan.
the cavalry
he does help
arrives.
them out.
These guys are a bit
Jenny,
late.
They get themselves onto the site, and they do have relatively decent post plan. I believe this is a reflank.
3v2. I mean, DRX have to win this, really.
Back of tunnel. He's going to be meeting, yeah,
Oh,
Foxy9.
Foxy
So
found calm.
wins out that fight. A critical one here for DRX. It's evened it up into a 2 versus 2.
And now I think they should have a good idea about where RB is, that it was a double flank. However, you can't be completely sure of that. Foxy9's got good utility as well to stop Anybody peeking from tower that could potentially isolate a 1v1 on site?
Okay, because they've seen that the
sides
race
here.
is now there for
Aftershocks
the
still
nade.
available. Is it in a position where he can really use it? Tap onto it, gets him off. It's a swing into the one-on-one. RB sticking, he gets his half, jump spot, gets him off a tap, it forces the fight from Ethan again. How does he want to play this one? Round to the sides, and there it is! 4 for Ethan. This guy has been an
Massive
absolute
clutch from
menace
Ethan.
to any team that goes up against EG.
And that's probably
Latter
GG.
half of the regular season
for
in
this one.
Americas, throughout all of playoffs, he's been reaching new heights.
He's been a rock. In terms of all of the utility and then crucial moments like this, Ethan is the rock that EG can rely on. You've heard Potter talk about it previously as well, how much his experience and communication means to them in the game. Boostio's also given him and Com both a lot of credit for helping with the mid-round. But yeah, that's really well played by both RB and him in the clutch there, but Ethan gets just a tiny outplay towards the end. And I think that's a nail in the coffin for DRX's chances on Fracture, barring something crazy happening.
It really should be. Pistol round was must win. 9-4, staring at a potential map loss here for DRX. At this point as well, usual game plan going to be to try and farm up some of these orbs. It's typically what they end up doing on the eco rounds of these Fracture maps that they play. The smokes drop down, there seems to be the go button. There it is, it's hit for EG. Taking off to the sights. Buzz was potential nuisance there, just sitting himself down into Arcade. An attempt to disrupt as well and get the spike denied from the plant, but too much really getting done, and this is looking very healthy. EG, if they don't lose anybody, it's a fantastic anti-eco.
Yeah, very clean, extremely clean. Building up towards some ultimates, but none massively online for the bonus round. Nevertheless, I think
Is America's the best
they're
region?
also aware of the way the DRX want to defend B.
I mean, Americas has what, 4 good teams and then
hard anchor, dice or around
6
tower,
floundering
and
flops.
Stacks and Mako are going to find time to push through the smoke like that. And even though Stacks only has a pistol in that situation, I think, you know, that's something that EG have to be very aware of. DRX have caught timings against a plethora of teams, including attacking Seoul Esports, where we saw them get the win yesterday.
There it is, boatload of utility. Send flying, arcing right over towards drop. So control of that's going to be gained now for EG. And talking about the health of their economy as well. I mean, there's so much danger in this round, even still for DRX. Up against this bonus. Rifle in the
Yumi
hands
has
of
2 good teams and 8 flops.
We know what this guy can do with it.
Perhaps.
Destructive. There it is, drone to lead it in. That's an aftershock. Used to disrupt it, just pound for pound using the util, but they waited out. There's a couple of layers to it. Caesar's nice, that's delayed a little bit.
But they're just baiting out this defensive utility, and now this second wave is going to be where they commit.
Still have the nade. Flash to accompany. It's all combined together. Doesn't actually connect there. Satchel, the movement. It is nice, but RB was ready as well to contain. Stacks from the side, all the way through spawn. A fight to be taken. Boostio! Landing 2.
Again,
he spots the third, and Demon 1 has also got a sight set on him. They know exactly where he is, but the movement is quite gorgeous. Foxy 9.
And he survives long enough for Buzz. This
Jiggle
is
out to the
massive.
side with 4
36
bullets left
HP.
in the rifle. A reload.
Know where he
wrist.
is. Spikes down.
Thinks that the position could be anywhere
Should
with
really
30
be
seconds
winnable, but
into
Buzz
the
does
round.
not seem...
Spike out into the open.
Now
Not
he's...
a lot of health to work with. Needs to force an early fight.
Now that Boostio's gone silent for so long, Buzz was worried he went up.
Okay, spike gained 15 seconds though. Is he really going to try and pivot? Is he going to clear this corner? No, Knife has to be out as well if he was to make that timing. And so there's a gamble in the 1v2. But DRX, they do win their buy round. They stop that bonus from really getting away with too much.
Yeah.
Okay, 10-5.
Worse weaponry,
Decent
for sure.
sight hold from DRX.
Still a good
I think as well when we're comparing regions, like
utility and the way that Jorgamo entries onto the
at
site
different
is
points,
dangerous,
different
it's
regions.
difficult
Like,
to work
I
with.
would say that the regions are
DRX had a
pretty
decent
close on the
didn't
whole.
use all of their utility just to fend off the first few probes.
And I think different regions will have different
difference, but
strengths at different times, right? Like I'd say America's right now with the addition of EG playing well. Yeah, America's looks good, but like
Ethan won away also from the Rolling Thunder.
as EG rose, you also saw like the complete collapse of quite a few, like 100 Thieves losing in their last game.
It's
Like,
gonna be Ethan.
Yeah, Manos almost broken, I believe, off of the initial load of utility sent flying.
You know.
Look how active Boostio is here.
Fury and Leviathan, the,
players
you know,
do that often. It isn't active yet. I mean, DRX trying to take the fight straight out of halls.
Nothing. Did that flash miss?
Got my eyes locked onto the minimap. I'm trying to take your role.
Yeah, so that was fended off. Foxy9 goes down.
But again, like, this
now,
doesn't
with
feel...
the space on the map that Boostio's got,
And like
as you
DRX
mentioned
have been
earlier,
struggling more
that's
recently,
going to allow
right?
EG
So,
to go through the rope and back over to him. They can
and
set
same
up
with
some kind
Navi,
of
they haven't
north
lived
side
up to
push.
expectation.
It looks like Ethan's going to try and ult them into the players or something. I mean,
So this is a common play that they go for. They go for the ult here, blast back this way.
Battling in
I always feel like whenever they run this...
Jump spot, a chance. Okay,
this is something that you have to expect. I've seen them run this play many times.
To a crawl.
It's so easy to counter.
As well. It's got it all the way up and a stun to supplement and swing through.
Whatever. It's such a bizarre play that no one seems to be able to counter it.
And shots rattled off.
That is
but I've seen whenever they have a breach ult and you hear presence towards
How
A,
creative is that?
they're gonna go for
Find
this
a player
play.
at door, breach ult them, Sova dart them. You've got Jorgamo coming through on one side, Ethan on the other.
Okay, that's GG though.
This team's
Yeah, the money's gonna
creativity
be
is
really bad for these guys. Yeah,
unbelievable.
you have to try and save here.
You think historically, it's DRX that we've discussed as
You
the
ain't
team
gonna.
that creates set plays. How many teams have a strat called Vision Strikers or DRX? Almost all of them.
Yeah.
And yet, in terms of the creativity and the set plays, we're watching them get outdone.
Just worked it.
Dude, Stacks not only got breach ulted, he also then got fault locked afterwards.
There's an aftershock used.
He's got no chance.
He couldn't stand still.
I almost hit a spray closet.
Timeout.
Vibing.
GG.
Yeah, spirits are high.
Definitely.
Forcing the timeout. The last one here for DRX. It's 11-5.
You've seen DRX
This
crushed
map
like
here,
this
all
before?
fracture.
Oh, I have multiple times. There's been plenty of
The
maybe not in a whole
evolution of
series, but there's been plenty of maps where DRX have been crushed.
They come in with these
The
really
fracture is
excellent
no good
ideas.
with this
I said before
team.
as well in Americas when we're watching a team like EG. What point does a gimmick comp just become the meta? What point does it no longer be a joke?
Oh.
It's when it starts winning, and EG have got a lot of success. There's a lot of evidence behind them in terms of this fracture comp. They have so many ideas, twists and turns. The playbook runs deep.
And think about how DRX were winning Fracture yesterday against Attack and Soul. Even though they were getting pushed and they ended up winning 13-10, it was actually individual huge moments that were carrying them through. We had Mako going crazy on Fracture, for example. There is no way that an individual can outplay the waves of utility that are cascading into you on a set strat.
I mean,
like
this round, they
EG
can
are
just go for the
almost
lockdown. Yeah,
guaranteed
they
to
are.
be able to get a player advantage or get their
You
way
just
into
lock down
site.
B, they should
It's
be good.
impressive. And it makes it very hard for the individual brilliance on DRX to shine
It's like
through.
DRX are already kind of playing that retake B.
It's left the team reeling, looking for answers.
EG making sure that they control any level of tree aggression early on there. That's why they have a slow pace to begin, but this is just going to be a Killjoy ult play. Alarm bot first to make sure nobody was flanking through Arcade. And this would be extremely effective against somebody like Buzz, who's been anchoring tower a lot. But DRX
Okay,
have
they
read
do
it and
push
they're playing
north
on
side.
site.
Fully away, out of it. Fault line Hunters. Fury right in the gap of where they were going to be standing. I tell you, man, this playbook, you print it out, you'd be weighing down the desk.
It's so deep, it's so good.
To be fair.
Just those extra elements that they throw in. You think it's going to be standard, not quite at all.
Oh, I like that though.
Just a nade to try and clear out tower.
To be fair, the
Satchel
Killjoy
looks
ult
quite
Brimble
nice,
is
but a nade to push it back, so Foxy9 can't quite
is
swing
a
onto
TMV
this.
and
Fight
Friends classic.
taken, tower cleared out.
So they're probably
What
just,
might be
it's
done
a bit
there,
of a
but do they
steal
have enough to
of
try
our
and
idea.
disrupt this post plant setup again. A taste of the
Maybe
road.
3,
Medicine
but
with
no
an
time.
aftershock waiting underneath tunnel. Find him a couple of seconds, but the fight needs to be won out here. Com, Boostio playing together. Tap onto the spike. Boostio wins his. Fault line's really nice. And they want to take it to him. It's Boostio. Beams him down. Rifle in hand. Util to supplement.
A solid anti-eco puts EG up at map point.
Okay.
And this match, or map, has been a nerd's delight. There's just so many cool things that are being showcased here against the DRXers playing their standard game. We've heard those high-pitched Boostio excitement noises quite a lot so far this tournament. I've only played 2 matches, 1.5.
We're breaking a mic.
All right, can DRX pull something out here? The 7-round deficit would be so difficult.
Oh my god.
Strike! Oh, it's all combined. The nade as well. You try and get out of harm's reach.
No one even used a rifle.
Yeah, not likely, man. They're playing a different game.
They are. I mean, this is the Valorant of the future.
Yeah, Project A, blah, 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 whatever it is. Stimmy, drop down. Let's finish this. That's what EG is saying.
Now Giacomo's going to have a showstopper online.
Yeah, and here it is. Just a snowball. The ult's rotating behind Dice, though. Not cleared, and Buzz does put that down. Mako, smoke to help out his teammate. Aftershock misses. Doesn't clear it. In and out, weaving this way, that way. Buzz, can he get a little bit more? He can. Straight through. Jenny's watched for. Brings down 3. Doesn't find Demon 1, though.
1v2, RB.
Get any much else going. RB left alone to do the most. He's brought it to a one-on-one. Nightfall. It's there.
Missed him,
Dodged
so
though.
that's
Demon
info.
1 not tagged by it. Spots it out. 35 seconds. This is the stay in the map. Demon 1.
30
this guy
seconds
really
left.
is the final boss. Don't want to be going up against him. Grabs the spike. Seconds left in the round. Take his time ever so slightly.
RB has been the clutch monster in Pacific this year.
Spike planted.
Matt stuck. Where's the positioning? Where's it coming from? Demon 1 stuck into the corner. Peeks it wide. A jiggle. Forces it. He knows where RB is. RB. Pressure mounting. Can he do it? Wider face, wider swing. Really being tested, challenged
like
this way, that way. Haunts up in 5, but really does he even have time to spare?
GG.
He doesn't. And just like that, map 1 in the books, wrapped up. A pretty bow on it for EG.
A great way for it to finish with Demon 1 tap. That's the kind of aim style that he has. But it doesn't really get demonstrated when EG absolutely outplay their opponents in terms of the utility and the set plays, the ideas that they have. I mean, this was
DRX.
destructive, absolutely. And
If EG are playing that well.
Back to a quote that Buzz had in the press conference where he said, in the grand finals against PaperX, they exposed our weaknesses in the map pool and our play style. And I feel like, well, he had said they'd made some adjustments to try and shore that up, but this map to me feels very similar. They're targeting the weaknesses of DRX's map pool, even though it's a map that DRX like. It looks weak in terms of like international caliber of play. And also the play style, targeting that post-plan play, that exec heavy stuff. Just a masterclass, absolute masterclass from EG.
Top to bottom, man.
I'd like to
Some of the
see like
ideas being thrown
EG
out,
versus
right
Team
adjustments.
Liquid. I feel like that would be a good
35
game.
versus DRX.
You know,
If you're a
like two
casual
teams
fan
that are
as
kind of
well,
on
if
the
you're watching
rise.
this one, you're probably left wondering, hang about what's
You
going
know,
on
both
here.
coming in with
DRX
confidence.
that have been so strong in these groups going up against EG. But listen, it's a rude awakening to anybody who's unaware of this squad because they have been making waves in Americas and looking to do the same at Tokyo.
And I think they've got a great chance of doing it, honestly.
One enemy remaining.
This map pool coming up, we've got some great ones. Ascent, Pearl. The Pearl's been looking
That
a
what the
little
bracket
bit
would be?
shaky for
No,
DRX,
the
despite
draw
the
is
fact that they've
random
been
for
winning on
the
it in Pacific.
playoffs.
Ascent,
It's
though,
just whoever
should
makes
be an
it.
absolute banger. That's where we're
It's
really
just-
going
it's
to
not
see
seeded or anything.
those rookie players unleashed. The Foxy
For sure.
9 Demon 1 battle. I am stoked for map 2.
That is going to be fantastic. It's a map that DRX, they've made great adjustments on. Listen, it's been back and forth. They're stronger ones as well. Should be shaping up to be quite a series.
If this one was a tactical dream, the next one is just going to be brutal.
Absolutely. Well, that's going to do it for map number 1. Send it to a short break on the other side of it. Des breaks it all down. You don't want to go anywhere. Be right back.
Oh my god, I'm so
I love how surprised he always seems. Oh, well, if we're ever gonna get an F, this is the time. What's this? Might take a while to load. Where'd you get this face? How are we doing on the bingo? Oh, we're getting close. We need a Radiant Gun Buddy. I mean, if they aren't using it yet, though, I feel like they probably won't.
This is Valorant Heritage.
A gold level meme, says Board Toolbox. Wow. We could get an Ares buy on Ascent. We'll also get this. So we need Pistol Round Raid Boss, but I'm not sure that'll happen. What was the third map? The third map was... What was the third map? It's not Bind, it's not Split. Is it Split?
Is this the best change in form from a team? Only Masters Zeta seems comparable.
Stags with the 4 months. In terms of how quickly it went, like in terms of like EG, like here's how it went for EG, right? They was through these games, you know, they were steadily improving here, right? Like up to this point, it was like steady improvement, like, you know, within the realms, but they still lost 2-0 to NRG, and this game wasn't particularly close, and it was like, yeah, get back in your box, you're not really that good. Like, you've improved from, like, the start of the year, but it's not, like, amazing, you're not super impressive. From this game to this game, something changed. And I think it was probably Demon 1 going crazy, and it was in this round, right? When Demon 1 won this clutch to win them the game, and he gets those 2 kills, something changed in EG. I think all of a sudden they saw that and they won this map and they thought, we can actually do this. Like, we can beat this team. And so then when they beat NRG and then they went to Ascent and they won this map, I think they went, we can actually do this. And something just clicked. After that clutch, something just clicked and they destroyed this game. And sure, then they lost to Loud and you know, Loud and whatever. I think they got somewhat caught off by this comp from Loud because Loud hadn't showed them their fracture yet. So this probably surprised them and they probably weren't really too ready for this because this is so kind of out there as a comp. So they probably weren't fully ready for that and that cost them. But they did win Ascent. And then their bind, other than their game against C9, they now are banning bind, I think, because they realized that their bind isn't very good, so that's just like a bad map for them, but they didn't know that at the time. And then they lost, and it's like, okay, you know, then they lose to NRG, perhaps, you know, already feeling like, yeah, this was our part to play and whatever, but I think the improvement from like here to there, and even throughout, really has been pretty crazy from where they were. I think Zeta probably are the only other team that you can compare it to. Maybe there's been other instances, I can't quite remember. But like just individually as well, right? Like everyone individually is playing better, and as a team they are also playing better. Like, I think a lot of it was psychological though. C9? Oh, C9 are potentially a good example as well. But I think C9, well, you saw it so fast with C9. You know, it was just like, they played, and it was like from day one, it was just good. I think C9 just clicked. I think C9, what probably happened was, they got the 2 new players, they started scrimming, and they were like, wait a minute, we're frying people in these scrims. And so they just thought, wait a minute, we're good. Like, I think it just clicked instantly for C9. Probably most likely. Like, for EG, they actually weren't good at the start of the year. Like, EG in their first couple games, like, they actually were not that good of a team. Even when Demon 1 first started coming in, they still weren't good. Obviously, they needed the time to build chemistry with Demon 1, but still.
Exactly where we want to be.
That's what you love to see. Coach Pot, always a pleasure to chat with you guys. Back to you.
Goated Potter, goated coach, goated team at this point. What a map that was, Mimi. Very, very convincing from EG.
So incredible from EG. Every time you watch their Fracture, it feels like they have something new. It started with being impressive because they did a good job at preparing for DRX. They were punishing those post plans with constant south side aggression, but they also just had so many incredible gimmicks that they always have something additional.
Yeah, it's just these tiny tweaks as well. We've seen obviously this composition before with the Sova and the value that they're able to get from it, but this felt like the peak of the composition. And again, it's the tiny little changes. It's not
We're going to get an F, it better be now.
Finding a kill off it, but forcing DRX even deeper into some of these setups. It was just, I mean, a masterclass, textbook example of how to pull a composition out like this and maximize the value from utility.
It absolutely was. And like Potter was saying in that interview,
Why am I getting
they're
Fs
still
now?
just having fun. Yeah. The vibes are still so high.
Dude. It's actually crazy to see that nothing is actually, they're not slipping up. This energy is maintained and they're still actually executing this game plan flawlessly.
Yeah, and the thing is, while they're having that excitement, not only are they executing that game plan, but they're calling stuff on the fly. Like, so many of these plays are like preset. You think of that round where they're crunching south side. A lot of that is ideas they had ahead of time. But rounds where they're just Sova ulting to support teammates anchoring on the site, that can't be preset. That's all ideas on the fly. And EG is incredible at finding those adaptations.
I mean, every single piece of that puzzle just came together, I feel like, every round in that second half. But let's take a look at our Verizon high-speed moment. And this one goes to, honestly, the entire organization of EG. Mimi on round 7 for being able to pull this off.
I mean, this was an eco round for them after DRX got their first real win, and instantly they pull this one out.
This was the perfect read on the game as well. DRX not finding value towards B, they win around on A. EG have the perfect setup to crunch outside here, and they completely sucker punch DRX. They don't even have a say in it.
And that's also preparation. DRX, be it their A hit or their B hit, their default is 4-1ing on that south side constantly. And clearly, EG watched that, was ready for it, and not only had those pushes from A main, they had the crunch on that round. They
Was
had
FPX a miracle run?
To punish the
Was
same
T1 a
setup
miracle
for DRX.
run?
And I think that's
How
what makes
T1
this
had a
game so
miracle
good.
run?
They don't just have one idea of how to counter-strat, how to prepare. They have multiple iterations of the same thing, which makes them so hard to play against.
I feel like at the end, that was, towards the end, that was basically a GG go next for DRX. You know, if you are them, maybe you try and forget about it, because we're going to move on to map 2, and we're going to move on to pretty much a historical pillar of DRX.
Yeah, you definitely say that, but it's definitely a statement to come out with a 13-5
Who do I think's
loss
winning?
in map 1. That's got to be a tilter for DRX to come in now, to have to reset, potentially bring out a new comp, or I guess a changing comp and a slight switch
If
up
EG
in roles.
play like
That's the
that,
big
they're
question
gonna
for
win.
me, because Demon 1, excelling on the Brimstone, now has the opportunity to really stretch his legs on the Jet.
Yeah, he is always insane on this map. And I think that the Ascent has been the best example of EG's improvement
But, like,
throughout Americas. At the start of the season,
I don't know.
they were showing us some of the gimmicks, some of the little
If
ideas.
DRX win this map, I feel like DRX would be slightly favored on Pearl.
And in the playoffs of Americas, they
Because that's one of their better
improving
maps.
so much. I think Busio really found his stride.
And I think it's
falling
like
on
a
this
mid-level
map.
map
They do a
for
great
EG.
job of, similar to Fracture, actually, leveraging
So if DRX can win
continuity
Ascent,
to
I
set Demon
think
1
they'll
up
be
and get
slightly favored
information
on
on the
Pearl.
mid-round and make really sound decisions.
I mean, also
DRX
when it
are an
comes
attack-sided
to,
team on
Mimi,
Ascent.
You've always been bigging up the prep of Potter and all of the
Heavy attack
stuff
side,
from
which is
EG.
very odd.
Yesterday, it felt like they knew
EG
that
are
they had to
more
play
normal.
Lotus, and their game plan was great. They managed to beat a team on their best map. Surely, they know they have to play Ascent today.
I think you've hit the nail on the head, because Potter
Ascent
saying
is
we
DRX's
expected
map,
this
but
to be
we've seen EG.
fantastic,
If you can beat
terrifying
Loud on this
DRX,
map,
honestly.
you can
You're
beat
playing
anyone
into EG
on this map.
in terrifying form, and actually them expecting this, you
What
know
are
they're
EG's
gonna
worst
pull
maps?
all the stops
EG's
out.
worst
Yeah, it's
maps
like
are
maybe they're gonna
Bind,
pull
which
out the
they
Triple
ban
Initiator, but
pretty much
they aren't.
consistently.
DRX is going back
Their
to the
Lotus,
same
I don't think,
stuff
is
that everyone has been
amazing.
playing the meta in the Prime Gaming Agent Select here. This is a
Their
map where
Pearl is
DRX in the past has
okay.
been the innovator, has
Fracture's
tried
good.
new
Their
things,
Ascent is
but
decent.
Right now, they're almost
Their
playing the same
Haven
stuff they had for a while.
is
We haven't seen them be able to add new
okay.
ideas on this map. I think part of it
The
is
split
this
is
constant
pretty
switch back
good.
and forth. It's the same comp, but stuff really changes when you're pivoting between two players and swapping those roles around.
And who are two big concerns we mentioned top of
Black Psoriasis 4 with a gift sub
DRX have
to
to clean up their first kill
Zook
conversions.
K4.
Again, massive concern on Fracture. Here, even more so on Ascent.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Black
I think so too.
Psoriasis
But the
4.
thing is, if there is going to be a place where DRX can find a kind of a beacon of light, can come back, surely it is Ascent, right? It has to be.
It has to be. This has always been a super strong map for DRX. This is a map about fundamentals.
Did you know that bingo only has one anagram?
DRX to excel at, but after map number 1,
that's another
EG
word.
looks unstoppable.
Well, EG,
so
they are
more
one
anagrams,
map
but only one
away
that's another
from
word.
making it out of groups. That's the first team. I cannot believe Bren and Sai showed that I'm saying that
know
right
what
now.
it
What
is?
about you guys?
And who are you?
I can't. I had him coming up as the number one seed. So
that wasn't supposed to be an opportunity.
I'm going to use it. I'm going to take
It
the
is
opportunity to
boing.
glow. It's offered to me.
Board
I'm taking
Toolbox with the
Yes,
gift
I'm
sub as
taking it.
well.
I'm taking
To
it. And here,
3
this is it.
Genesis.
DRX is
3
the
and
staging ground
Genesis.
for Ascent. I mean, listen, it was a good setup because when I was doing the VOD prep as well for these teams, I was liking the adjustments that DRX made on Ascent as a map. They were learning from
Boing
their
is a
losses
weird word,
actually
isn't
coming
it?
through their own playoff run.
Yeah.
And it was one of their better maps.
Definitely.
But the
Boing.
aspect I'm really excited for is the
Did I
rookies,
sleep?
Josh.
Yes.
I mean, that Jet head-to-head battle between Demon 1 and Foxy9 is going to be, hopefully, quite fantastic.
I'm
Yeah, it should
probably
be
going to
crazy.
sleep
We actually haven't had
after
like
this,
a map
though.
where Demon 1 has dominated.
Maybe I'll go get
Boostio
some
did
food,
most
but
of the
then
work
after that,
yesterday,
I'll probably
and then
sleep as
Jorgamo
well.
and Boostio, actually, to be honest, took over on that, along with basically just being a
Okay, here we go.
strategical
Map 2.
outplay. But yeah, the arcs of both of
I
these
was meant
players
to
are
sell the
similar,
map
and
names
here they
today,
go,
it's
clashing in
true,
B main.
But
A bit slow to begin with, just a turret. Lay it up here.
I'm too tired.
The knife for a knife as well. Foxy9, he can
he
actually
can't
dash
dash?
forwards. It was active, but he couldn't use it. A Demon 1. The immediate strike
Haven't
back.
you lost a
Oh, that's
pistol yet?
unfair.
In this tournament?
I mean,
Didn't they win
Foxy
all
just
of
had
them
his
against
wings
Fox?
clipped
Or
by
did they lose
Ethan,
one?
whose utility was absolutely immaculate on Fracture and continues to be so again here on Ascent. You normally expect Ethan to be over in A main, catwalk kind of area, but he's floating because they have the Killjoy setup over there.
Okay, that's maybe a bit much.
It's a deep lurk
well,
though
then
from
again.
Boostio. Took up all that space towards A main. He's punished.
But you just kind
Hunting
of
for a bit
want
of that
to
information.
get the info.
I like that smoke from Marco. It denies any information from people over towards A.
Triple
But I
push
think
out B
Jorgamo's
main.
already got the
Oh,
read
this
here.
is
They're
the
searching
spike
for
as well.
information on both sides of the map.
Looks away for a second.
turns.
RB.
What,
Look at
what was he?
I don't know.
Looking at?
I don't know what he's
Spawn.
anticipating, man. Maybe somebody's just going to start ghosting around the map. I'm not sure, but that's left a spike out in the open.
Did one of his teammates call that they could have found a timing on him through their own spawn? That is bizarre.
That is really quite odd, but he's missed that one. This reflank, this repush.
Because Boostio was here, so they might have thought that,
70
yeah.
health. Weapon picked up. Trying to take a clean fight. He does offset the movement. No one's really giving
Like,
him
it is-
anything.
it
though. They
is
were just buying
possible,
time for
because Boostio's
Jorgamo to
pushed
wrap
up
all the
this
way
way,
around.
so-
So the pistol round for EG.
It is
To
possible.
a similar beginning as map number 1.
And it's not just the fact that both of the
you're still in trouble
least
either way.
experienced players are playing Jet that makes this story between Demon 1 and Foxy9 interesting. It's also the fact that they've come in so recently to teams that have got some level of establishment, and they've been given a huge amount of work to do. And yet, Demon 1, I feel, has instantly fit into the system and propelled his team forwards. And DRX are having constant issues with integration. I don't think much of that is really Foxy9's fault. I'll be pointing it out throughout this attack side, but I have real issues with the way the DRX are playing their attacks recently. It's way too exec heavy, and they don't have these double wave pushes. Again, I'll get into it when there's an example to showcase, but Demon 1 is looking confident already, isn't he?
Look at that, taking liberties against the eco.
We got an
Not worried about
Ares
giving away
by.
any of the weaponry. This way, that way.
I like the idea.
Yeah, cheeky attempt. Just up the stacks, though. It's not looking likely here. But EG bringing up the point as well about this map pool depth for both of these teams. It's really quite difficult, I think, to get a hold of where EG might be bad at. With
That's
that
a
map pool.
diagonal
Absolutely.
bingo.
They've
I
had a
don't
lot
know
of wins
how it
across the
works.
board on a multitude
I've never
of
really
maps.
played
Makes them a
bingo.
difficult team to prep into.
I think they have a very solid map.
We need a double up
Anything
setup.
that they spend a serious amount of time on, they seem to
Wait,
get
what?
good at pretty quickly.
But there was a pistol round raid boss?
Really
When?
pick a map where I think DRX has a major advantage. The weaponry advantage, though.
When was the raid
in
boss?
favor of DRX here. We've got what looks like a bit of a mid crunch between Demon 1 and Boostio. They're just going to look for picks here, I think.
Oh, Demon 1, he's not
Lotus
messing around.
second half, Cena had frenzy plus
Being held,
shields.
paranoia so deep.
Oh my god.
What is that?
Oh, what a shot. The flick is perfect there. The set play, it actually rarely works, that one. But that time finding major value, and that's taking the smokes out too. Makes the attacking round very difficult to call.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just gobsmacked still. But a reaction here from DRX. Smoke to block that. close the door, try and get themselves into this B site. Cleaned out. Angles watched for, nobody anchoring towards the back, so they'll be able to get that plant down, and they still have B main control, but it's a critical one to hold. RB is being swarmed. It's 3 players just trying to take him out here. Deep flash as well. TP into the corner. RB spots, he doesn't know which way to aim.
Perfect play.
It's cleared out.
Oh my god.
Removing one area of the map as well. This hold just getting a little bit weaker now for DRX. Has to be a massive heroic play, and it just can't be the case here. Dropping right down. How does Jorgamo get it? Every crossfire picked apart, broken to pieces. And it's a bonus round win for EG.
My ult's ready.
Immaculate stuff right from the off. We've seen a lot of teams go for that same kind of play. You smoke off tiles, you paranoia. So take a look at the paranoia here. It does actually catch on the Mako, but most of the time that player is going to be able to escape, or the Jet ends up getting punished. But there, everything that EG are doing today is working exactly to punish DRX.
Honka-san with the 3 months.
You pull out a set play to be able to win the bonus.
Let's go!
It just works perfectly. And
yeah, they just
Potter's
can't
as
lose
surprised
right
as we are that Jorgamo was just able to leap into sight and get the kill.
How is he resetting his aim that fast when he's jumping around the corner?
Ludicrous.
Beggars belief, but
to me, I mean, that little, the protocol to clear out B main is so impressive too.
Yeah. Deep flash TP across.
And this is a pistol round setup actually on defense here that EG are using, that we've seen a lot of teams go for. Demon 1 takes contact, dashes away, and that sets up Jorgamo hiding in the corner as bait.
The idea is you don't expect the Omen to just be hiding there. Dashing forwards, he has to take care of so much. Dashing away, how is Demon 1 surviving? But here it is, the bait and switch. Triple face up, already taking the fight.
Hey, DRX just
right
go
to
back
them
to the
this
site,
time.
exactly, and it worked.
Stacks. Holding the ground as well, making sure no players can swing out of heaven.
And they've needed that, DRX. Mako with the Bulldog going nuts there.
He's would have been the player that they can really count on. EG though, still want to make a go of this one. They have the money.
Mako again.
Answering back, picks up the rifle, repositions. Com just needs to get out of there.
He does a little 180 twist step away.
Mako being the playmaker there when they needed it.
And he finishes it as well. I mean, that's a Mako round. He avoids all of the pressure early on, gets away, dodges the paranoia, and he's just set up perfectly with a Bulldog. You see the way that DRX are using the light armor a lot. It allows them to invest on rounds like this. This was a half buy, and yet Mako still had enough to have the Bulldog. I don't think he's able to have that level of impact if he's only got, you know, a Sheriff or a Stinger or something like that. Well, that's a big one. Helps the vibes as well for DRX, because going down 4-0 would have...
Okay, Demon 1 gets an up though. He's over towards B.
Now they're dealing with a different obstacle ahead of them. Demon 1's picked up this... oh wait, what is this? Leviathan spam?
It's a bit of a fake, so it feels a bit like Leviathan spam. I think the idea being that you drive people into Demon 1's op. Look at how passive Demon 1 is set up on B with that operator. He was hoping that DRX would react into him. He's just having a friendly look at the turret there.
Yeah. Why's he got his sight set on Timmy? What did he do? Well, it still holds it.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the turret holding contact in B main is actually pretty useful for them, because they know that B main hasn't been breached by DRX. They've still got a lot of map control and information.
It's been slowed down, entering the minute mark.
And of course, here we have Boostio playing
Is anyone holding deflect? I mean, the thing is, with the turret there, like, you know, he knows that the turret has to take contact before he does.
Drop down, flash as well, Demon 1. That's
both
just
flashing
reactions.
still hits it.
Anticipating the swing, and that's just instinct fire.
Sometimes things are just going your way. Sometimes you're just meant to win games.
Reinforcements have arrived, and no one will cross the gap. Stacks will get himself into the side. The Shock Dart's lucky to survive. Oh my goodness. 2 health.
He had 1 to spare.
Spike planted, but you have to see a miracle. A big moment, a big step up. Mako, can he do it again? Maybe the potential is there. Flash over the top. He made it winnable, but it's all up to Stacks, and he just can't reset the aim. Player advantage.
Imagine a 2v5.
Decent try.
Valiant effort, it really was. And Mako and Stacks almost pulling some magic out again. That's what it seems like it's going to require at this point. That's 2 kills where Demon 1 cannot see an opponent, and he's just doing it purely off timing. unbelievable. Very unfortunate for DRX, because that should be a situation where they're able to play a post plant and get into comfortable spots. You expect maybe to lose one to some spam.
Losing two.
Oh, brutal, especially with the util being
Okay, they
that
can
good.
still buy.
It's insane.
That's tough. That's the null command round.
I mean,
taken
3
out.
players have no
DRX
kills.
don't have something
There's a,
mad
currently a
aggressive to go for.
2v5.
Where's this going?
Where
That's
the
a nerdy one
hell
from Com
is
again.
that?
So that makes it feel like the Sova's playing over towards A.
Control taken now. Foxy9 not messing around. Into the corner. Smoke. At his feet, the reposition. A bit of spam as well. A bit further back there. Dark does light up the opposition. Bustio again, he was attempting another reflash. There's a paranoia. They want to push him right into it. They force the dash. He's running the gun in, man. Com getting away with it. Another flash repeat over the top. Pushing back this aggression. EG trying to.
Where's the support though? Like,
mid,
where's
they do back out?
Where's the counter util to help you?
They just have so many setups.
Oh. Not slowing it down, are they? Inside the smoke, they can hear the footsteps. Jorgen was hoping, hunting for the timing. Demon One takes it. One player left standing. It's Mako. We talked about miracles, but how do you overcome that?
Yeah, it's Jova.
Keep it up.
On map
Timeout.
one,
Did they take
the
a
gun
timeout?
rounds went 6-2 in favor of EG, and it was a complete outplay. I mean, the little set plays, the larger strategy, it all went the way of Evil Geniuses. And DRX are taking a timeout here as Termi gets to talk to the team. To me, it looks like the same thing again, and not enough respect being given. This is one of the downsides, actually, of running Foxy9 in this roster, is that I feel like he doesn't have the same experience and discipline. He's not as meticulous with how he enters into areas. When he got stuck in close mid there wasn't an anticipation that he might get crunched. He didn't back off into mid, regroup with the rest of his team. He stayed isolated.
Mako needs to turn up.
And picked off first. That was a paranoia that came through
Is
from
that a
Jorgen
joke?
from Catwalk. You know, so many elaborate set plays. And if DRX are getting caught by those traps, EG are going to run away with this half.
Stop EG, I mean, listen, mate.
Is that a command for DRX, or is that an angry fan? I'm not sure.
You've got like 3 players with 0 kills, and you want Mako to turn up.
Come up with some solutions, but it's going to take an evolution of DRX, I think, as well, because they are so, you know, setup heavy, exec heavy, or whatever. But when EG are able to pry open those timings in between when the setup's there.
Yeah, this guy needs to turn up.
Find a util.
Forget this.
It just breaks them apart.
Our top frag needs to turn up.
And when DRX have
That's a toll. You know that person. That person is a classic Reyna bot frag.
And the defense side is easier.
Who's arguing with the Jet, who's top frag, and saying, "Why aren't you doing more?"
Odin, but Odin. Flash over the top though.
He's backed it up
as well. Yeah, he has backed it up.
Yeah, the Jet differential currently is ridiculous. Foxy9 0 and 5, I think, maybe more than that. And Demon One has 9 kills.
Here's the setup again. Flash is nice. Jorgemodo! Oh my god.
To be fair, Foxy's been a bit unfortunate.
The shots coming through. When you remove the Jet player, good luck. Tags down. Drone for a drone. Already into the site. Just got to try and brute force this one. Popping all over the place, Com. Striking him down. Damage is done. Mako responds. Flick to the side.
But don't worry, guys. We've also got people saying Mako's baiting. Yeah, these fucking 2 entry kills. What a baiter Mako is.
Them all the way back.
God.
Navi doesn't have the ult to try and break this one. Door still down as well. You're going to have to move away from the site. Mako has the ult. He's going to try and dodge this one as well. In play. Down into hell. It's cleared out though. Com aware. Has to be. No, Mako there.
Mako gets this kill. What a baiter. Imagine not letting his teammates get that kill.
As well early off, but it's a 1v4. There's the one. But
another 4K? My god.
And let Mako 1v5.
Man, they've won 2 rounds.
That's all you have to
and
do.
And Mako's got 4Ks. But what a baiter, though. What a baiter.
This guy's defending them from the flood. Then he goes into backside, into hell, and he dodges the ult. Dodges the lockdown with his own ult. And then he cleans up Demon One at the end. How Com doesn't get that kill, I'm not quite sure, but it's all Mako. From beginning to end. The vibes can't be too bad in that camp.
He's 10 out of 5.
Yeah. He's the only thing currently that's keeping them in it. They've won 2 rounds on A, where Mako's got 3 and then 4 kills.
Blade knives. That one broken though, so on the defense side, EG not getting any information.
Yeah, they can't take A main. Smoke off mid. Bit more of a defaulty look.
Been the only thing keeping them in it. Able to keep these buys going.
Buzz has been struggling with B main control. Turret takes early contact there in B main, and he's worried that Demon 1's operator can be playing behind it. So Buzz has to call for help now as DRX are going to try and take B main, take the orb, potentially set up for... They've got multiple options. They could go for a lockdown play here, they could go for an ult command. It's a flash play or a recon.
He's just doing it straight up, man! He pulled for the recon, it was late, but he still gets 2 over the top. Foxy9! How's he managing that? No command, ripped him out.
Spike's down.
Spike's dropped down into the middle of nowhere because EG players still anchoring towards the back. It's up to Jorgamo to hold this off as well, but Stacks needs to reclaim some ground. It's a 3-2-1 swing. EG managing it. Shots landed. Ethan turning up.
How long was there left? I didn't really pay
EG find the
to
timing again there to try and disrupt what was happening.
What is that? Just a swing through the smoke. That's when anything you...
Very nice play.
That's when you know, again, things are just going right for EG. A
Re-clear
dry
setups
swing out of
very
smoke
well.
gets 2.
They re-cleared mid when Foxy
Now their
was
buy is a
pressuring
bit
there.
weak.
Ended up winning that. I think that was round 5. Now they do a re-clear play.
I mean, he's ahead of the dot.
The timing was not set up with the recon or with the flash, as far as I can tell.
Everything's going right for EG.
Okay, and they save.
But this is a very defense-sided map. DRX only need another, couple of rounds where somebody pulls out a miracle, be it Mako or anybody else, and suddenly they're not feeling that bad about how it's gone.
Cat pressure. Holding up. In his hands, the shot going wide. Dash forwards. Paranoia to set this one up. They want to punish. Foxy9 is chasing him. His adversary. Mind control still there. Smoke deep up top here. It's really putting the pressure onto the main player. Jorgamo doesn't know which way to look. Doesn't know which way to face. TPs this way, that way, backwards into Wine. A fight to be taken. No kill found, but now he's got help at least. Flash peeking in. Running him down. Jorgamo. Gonna be cleared out of Wine.
Play.
Massive player advantage, but
half the strats on this map are called
still
Navi
trying to take up
fair,
into treats all over the place. Not a fights that are being taken, but slowed down now. It's a 2v4.
This looks like it's going to be DRX's third round and second thrifty win of the map. It's these all-in pieces with the lighter weaponry that EG are struggling to hold on to. Yeah, and EG are going to be forced to save. So this is what I'm talking about, Brent. It can be a fantastic half for EG where they thoroughly, completely outplay DRX. And yet the small moments of Mako going crazy or them winning a thrifty and the overall result can change quite a lot.
Yeah, can get him over the line. The acceptable line. You think about Ascent as well.
To me, 4 is that line on Ascent.
Yeah, I would believe so. Although, if you follow the stats as well, if you're a bit of a nerd, and you do look in Pacific, it trends attack side for some reason.
In Pacific.
Yeah, for some reason, or for whatever reason that is. But globally, if you manage all of it, it ends up being a bit more defense favored. But still, I would agree with you. I think 4 rounds on attack should be enough. At least if you win the pistol round going into the second half.
Boostio is going to play off-site again and support Demon 1 because Stax has his null command available.
So they're playing this full retake B.
Another A main take. Here's a Hunter's Fury though. Right down, straight into the gut of the map. One shot lands, dodging, juking, Stax. Narrowly avoiding it.
But he did find Stax, so he knows that the null command is over towards A. That's important info.
Here's the Paranoia. Dash forwards, ripped it through. He's blind.
Didn't know where he was.
Can't see anything. Spam into it. Counter spam. Ethan grabbing 2. Just from the backside of Jenny before eventually traded out, but it's again going to be that retake. Demon 1 exchanges the operator. He's got a rifle in his hands. He wants to try and
they've got this fast flank going though.
Go of it. 2v3. Smokes dropped. A fake of the dash. Which way is he going? He's buying time for Boostio. It's caused a distraction, and now they have made it into a 2 versus 2. Got to spot out the players though. Mako still alive. Down to the side of Jenny. Didn't expect that one.
Beta.
Another round on A, another 3 kills for Mako, though it was, to me, the entry play that worked much better that time. Foxy9 not getting caught in the choke point initially, able to dash into his smoke, follow up on the Paranoia that Mako throws, and DRX finally get an A round that actually looks
that flash
like
as well
it went
was
to
bait.
their game plan rather than playing to EG's cues. they've recovered this. They have recovered this. In terms of the scoreline, this is now looking respectable. And there's still 2 rounds to go.
And it's a save as well for EG. They still got these ults.
In the NRG Navi game,
Looks like they've
where
just
it was a 6-6
they've
half,
said,
and
we've
then
had
NRG
success
ran
on
away
A,
with it
we're
on the
going
attack
A.
side. So
you know what? FB.
maybe it's a very different beast here, but DRX have knocked EG down onto a light buy.
Could be a tournament where those expectations are turned on their head. Oh my. As a judge, nice timing. Tags him, no. He was spotted.
Good awareness.
Yeah, really nice awareness. Even going for that re-swing. Straight into it. Inside the smoke, dodging. The util going over. Jormo still here though. Inside the smoke, can't land the second.
By Foxy.
Attempt to reset with the Bulldog. Just spotting it. How is he grabbing the second? With Mako down. It's now into a 2 versus 2. They still don't have the weapons for it, but anything's possible with Demon 1. You never know. Door has to be broken. Post-plan positioning. How did DRX want to play this? Doubled up. One towards Jenny though. RB still holding for Tree. Slight gap in the play. Who takes first contact is Boostio. Spots it close. A wide swing and face. And Stax' head is ripped off. It's up to RB. He was a menace in map number 1. A tap onto it. Knows a stick king, but what a shot to land, man.
That's just a pre-fire. Expecting the peak timing. Oh, and that's a disaster for DRX.
Yeah,
we've seen so many thrifties in this game. I think that's the 3rd round.
It's ludicrous.
That's a round they should have won.
Where the team with the low advantage, the low economy, has taken the win.
4v2 against the Nico?
Yeah, and it's a hero play by Demon 1. This is what wins it for them.
Does he get a second, man? I mean...
Oh, wow. And Mako's been so good for DRX, but that one lost duel kind of opened the door for Boostio to do this.
Still in the 2v2, you'd still favor them. I think Stack's got a little... maybe a little aggro there, to be honest.
They're feeling it. 1 round left in the half. Lockdown's available, Hunter's Fury. Here's a Nana Swarm. Close to logs. It's actually intended, I think, for a turret that takes contact. So it would break a turret if the defensive setup had it there, but that's shifted. We know this, of course. Shot dart as well. Does not land onto the alarm bot. It's kept up for EG.
3-stack here.
Now they're going to be feeling the heat, aren't they?
The turret.
Paranoia. That does connect. Boostio in a bit of trouble.
Towards
Heaven. Spam onto the corner. The angle here. Foxy 90 wins his fight. Navi wins the second. This is looking good for DRX. Wrapping around. Jorgamo left to anchor, but he's being swarmed, converged on his positioning. It's noted.
Okay, 7-5.
Left down to Demon 1
they don't lose with, they've got 4-5.
That is just a perfect round from DRX. The pathing is so specific to them as a team. DRX Leviathan love to run that strategy.
Use a lockdown. Foxy 9 going for it. Landing these shots. Spam. Counter spam. Backwards, forwards. 7-5.
7-5.
Very good scoreline here for
Not
DRX.
bad.
Yeah, what an awesome way to finish the half with a flawless round like that, where they barrel over, predict where Boostio is going to be based on his turret placement, and this is the crucial kill. Foxy finding the opening after a really slow start, where Foxy was 0-5. He ends the half positive at 9-8. Only a fraction behind Demon 1.
Gotta sing his praises there. I mean, the kid is absolutely stepping up. Let's send it down to the desk to break it all down.
Thank you very much. Guys, Hypok, a very slow start like Josh and Brent said, but what a recovery from DRX.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's actually on the other side. I think EG looking to slow things down, or I guess missing out on, I guess not finding the same value they did early on. And this is another map where we see examples of how good the reactive plays are. Yes, they're set plays, but it's reactive. And time again, they're able to secure a kill, find space, or at least find some information.
And so many of those plays have been built around
Board Toolbox believes in Mako.
Defined by him.
This is
We've been
Valorant.
waiting for the map where the Demon 1 that we saw come out and shot everyone in America's Came Alive. And we got that here. And well, it was him and EG who defined the first part of this half. DRX in this game were able to adapt, particularly the way they were playing towards these A-side executes. First few rounds, they were just running into the meat grinder, letting Foxy 9 die, but they pivoted with the mid-round call and have now got themselves a very strong half.
Yeah, I mean, 1 is better than 9. Who knew, Mike? I wanted to squeeze that in. I'm sorry, who knew?
You got it in there.
Yeah, but as we move on to the second half, on Fracture, Mike, it was a disaster for DRX on the second half. But getting 5 rounds on the attack, it's good.
Yeah, definitely. I think Marco's the one that's ultimately able to pull DRX back into a recoverable position, but recovery factor hasn't really looked great for DRX so far. I guess here in Tokyo as well. We're talking about yesterday, their win conditions relied heavily on players popping off when
How's
they
the
were
boing going?
deficit,
I assume you mean
bingo.
bingo.
That's got to be a concern in the
We
second
apparently
half.
had a bingo. What's with the rainbow
back
one?
onto DRX.
Yeah, it can absolutely be concerning. But as the casters are talking about, DRX is actually weaker on their defensive side. This map trends
Wait, what did
way
Mike
differently
guess?
in Pacific, and EG's mid-rounding on the attacking side has improved so much. In playoffs against the top teams, they were doing quite well on the attacking side and managed to make comebacks.
What did Mike
possible.
guess?
And 7-5, that's very
Because if
doable.
Mike gets it, we get
They
2.
have to win this half, Josh and
We
Brent,
get 2
if they
chances
want
to
to
win a
go
sub.
through to playoff stage today.
Yeah, not only that, also got to win this one to take it to that third map because
Then we get 3. We already have 2.
EG leading in the series overall, and all eyes.
Diagonals
on the
don't
scoreboard
count,
for
do they?
EG Demon 1 versus Foxy 9. A battle of these rookies as well. Hopefully see the continuation of that on the jet.
Yeah, especially with Foxy 9 now heating up. I think this is the half where Foxy can get put onto.
It does.
See him playing alone in mid.
Okay, we got 2.
While Demon 1's with the rest of the
The
team.
more today I
Talking
learned.
to Boostio, he said that it's very easy to call for a player like Demon 1 because Demon
Okay,
will just
it's
tell
gonna
you
be an A
where
hit.
he wants to play on the map, and they use a little bit of utility to get him posted up, and then they can just leave him to go and find his picks.
Jump spot, it's wide. Mako, he's got a smoke out in his hands. The util is all mistimed here. Foxy 9 seeking to put a stop to it as well. He dashes all the way in and is cancelled. The call is made by EG. They don't want to rush into it.
Yeah, Demon 1 used his dash backwards to disengage, which I think is fine in this situation. So they go up 5v4, but they can't go back into a normal A exec. If they want to hit this, it's got to be an A split again because they don't have that dash to break crossfires.
That's why Boostio's repositioned.
There was damage though.
Taking that cat control, but it is watched for RB.
Demon one's very low.
Reload, jiggle, off to the side. A chance for Boostio.
You got to respect his sheriff.
Yeah.
This
One of
is
the shots. He's got
Valorant.
5 bullets left.
Heritage.
Not over the top. Looks like a push
Thanks for the
attempt
100
into
bits.
Over the top, is going to be lighting him up with a turret. Takes it. Dart over the top as well. Has to be dealt with. Bit of a pre-fire. Watchful eyes onto the smoke. There's 20 seconds left. Starting to run. A bit short of the time. RB pushing through this way, that way, and around. It's all about the anchoring. It's all about how you dodge and duck and weave, but it's up to
Buzzing at
Buzz.
1v3.
Everybody falls onto
Again,
the side.
EG haven't lost a pistol.
1v3 with Ethan low. It's always a chance.
Buzz won an incredible clutch in map 2 yesterday. 1v3, I believe, to get them into a good position, but this one just looks even harder.
I mean, the one way. You can't see.
Being peppered down.
Health advantage.
Rip my
not there
guess. What did you
anymore.
guess,
That
Mike?
Broken time. You can hear it ticking.
Oh, no time.
There's no mercy, really, is there? Neither is Buzz with this ghost, but again, I feel like it's just running too short.
Yeah, no time.
Blink of an eye. Lovely attempt at things. Drops right down. He realized that there was really no chance.
That's EG getting a pistol round that will be imperative for them. It's one of those swing pistols where it's not necessarily getting the team back into the game, but EG, attack side ascent, we don't really know which way this is going to go. And a pistol round just reduces the amount that you need to get done. One of the big themes of how EG have been playing their attack side in Americas is inserting Demon 1 around the map. So they use utility to push him into an area, and then they almost leave him like a lurk entry player.
Yeah, it's really quite interesting.
It's interesting, and it also worked extremely well against Loud, who up until that point had only lost something like twice ever on Ascent.
You go around with DRX, attempting something a little bit
I
cheeky.
heard this turret go down.
Turret to take contact and a
It
spam
might be a
angle with
clue
the
for
sheriff,
him.
but
I'm not sure they quite worked it out though.
of course, slow it all the way down here. Exploring into mid, looking this way, that way, trying to find out, okay, are we running into a stack or not? Stacks, he attempts to reposition there. Will be that easy plan for EG. They'll get
Max
this one down
gets
with no
2 here.
troubles.
That was a good guess.
So you're looking at that 9-6. If everything goes correct for them, assuming Com doesn't get taken out, actually. It's in a dangerous
This is the last
position.
game today, yeah.
Oh, okay.
He deals with it.
Yeah.
He's still got 2 players behind, though, so he probably will get wrapped here. The question really is, do they
What's
do
my
it quickly
sleep
enough?
schedule?
Is there any chance, even then, that they can win the 3v4? But I don't think Com's got much chance against this.
Okay. 3 versus 3. Time is ticking. Ethan, this way, that way. Dodge and juking, baiting for Boostio. Making sure that no crosshairs are placed onto him, and yet time is running short here with the Nano Swarms as well. Should be a safe win overall, but DRX can still do some significant damage here to the economy. Wider face. Very spam Nano Swarm.
Boostio gets more Nano Swarm kills than anyone I've ever
3 players
seen.
surviving.
They're not going to be too worried about that. A chance to convert a bonus, and EG have been pulling out set plays on their bonus rounds. They haven't just been
Remember
trying to run
Jose's
default
description
stuff,
of Balotelli?
We'll be taking a look at the minimap here and seeing if
I can't say that I do. I remember him describing a game where he spent the whole of halftime telling him not to get another yellow card because they had no other strikers.
You need to get things under your
And
feet.
then he got another yellow card
be able
like
to hold
3
on.
minutes into the half.
And one of the features of DRX's play on defense here, one of the reasons maybe why they're not as good as some of the other top teams on this half, they don't support Foxy9 very much. He's just kind of left alone on an island to go and take his own fights in mid.
No, no one's eliminated for
Battle
this
the enemy
game.
utility.
This is just to get through to playoffs.
Valorant.
Our task.
Heritage.
Not this map really being how well can you set up your jet players. Spam on spam. Just his job. Seeking to contain.
Okay. Looks like they're going for a B split.
Battle and brawl over that B main control. And
Sees them. There's 3 people on A.
You were talking about it earlier, Josh. They're setting themselves up now
I
for
think
a
they
bit
just
of a B
flashed A main
split.
to get
Going
Mako
through as a
here.
flash. Just to
I see
offset
a
it.
rotate, but it's might be a
Contact
bit
close
late.
to the corner. Again, damage done. Nano Swarm deaded now, but Demon One's already in here with a Guardian.
These two are going to have to play pretty
Also
well.
alive and active. Forwards into the site, close to the corner. He knew where Buzz was and he lands it. TP through. Blind as anything. Spammable. Swarmed. Over the top was Foxy9. He was trying to help him out, but he's just delivered them a rifle.
GG.
And look at that, the way that Demon One turns from a lurk into an entry. It is so unique. I don't see any other teams doing this with this level of consistency or value. There's a lot of lurking jets out there. You find them in ranked every day of the week. But there is nobody that plays it quite like EG and Demon One. DRX are just going to be forced to save here, and we said that this was a must-win for them to get something started. The bonus rounds have just been unbelievable.
Their fracture is no good with Foxy9, and here on Ascent,
Thrown into the mix.
I mean, we'll see how the rest of it plays out, but so far I would say they're...
that they might be facing here.
I mean, they're attack side 5 on Ascent, like, yeah, it's fine. I mean, they haven't won a pistol.
Yep.
That's part of it.
Destructive.
Like, you lose
could
4 out
well
of 4
be
pistols,
a
yeah, you're probably going
13-5.
to lose.
That's the level of momentum that EG have managed to generate.
Okay.
That's a different plant position, boys.
Whose fault is that?
Right. Well,
where do we plant, guys?
The vibes were good before, but now people are going to be pissed.
He's like, okay, who planted? What's going on there?
Did we catch it in the replay? Whose fault is that? Whose fault is that?
Not even sure, man. That's
I think
so
it was
funny.
Ethan.
That is so funny.
It's not going to hurt them. It's not going to hurt their economy.
Helps when you're 10-5 up.
I mean, not for the moment. We'll see.
They take it in their stride. Turret, contact, Buzz. Only the Sheriff.
And we've talked a little bit about the vibes of this team, Brent. But how could the vibes not be immaculate when they didn't expect to be in America's playoffs? They got that out of a miracle upset that occurred. They were like, okay, right, well, that's just...
God, imagine if 100 Thieves beat MIBR. This could be 100 Thieves who have done on this run, right, guys?
Phenomenal. They think they're not playing
right, guys? 100
Never mind.
100 Thieves would have done this,
what Demon
right,
One can
guys?
play? I mean, it's just incredible effort we ball kind of attitude with this team. Like, everything that could have gone well has gone well for EG on this run. It's superb.
Twists and turns in the tail of EG, and they are making the most of it. At times it feels like they're playing with house money, but they've got preparation behind them.
Absolutely.
A clear desire to make strides here at Tokyo.
Okay,
here we go,
this is
Foxy9
a
could actually be
decent position for Demon
a
One.
wrench in the machine here.
Hit him, barreling up towards Cat there. They make a tremendous amount of noise. Spike dropped down, he's still got the rifle.
Smoke.
Tap needs some help.
It's
There's
given
his
us
team
smoke.
as well to supplement. Aim still held here by Mako. Adjustments necessary with the aim.
Okay,
Let's
and
collect that
Eco.
second one.
They had 2 rifles, and the people with 2 rifles have found 3 kills.
Towards heaven, there's 14
Of
seconds
time.
left into this. What is going on, man? It's ludicrous.
was having
7
a little
seconds
too much
remaining.
fun.
They can't even get themselves onto the site. It's all over the place. No chance to win the round now for EG. Time was really just bled out of them. And it was Foxy9 to be the difference maker.
Yeah, the
Pushed
two
up
players
position.
The two players with rifles, him
as well.
and Marco. Foxy from mid, Marco from site.
We were telling a bedtime story. The tale of EG.
But that's another thrifty that DRX get online. And they've had tons of those. Really, really found a lot of their success.
So he gets an off
through getting those thrifty round wins. I think this is their third in the map. And it's helped them a lot. And listen, here's where 3 players dying to the spike from EG actually might end up being important. Because either this one or the next could well be an economic swing round.
Good play apart. Praetor's there for Foxy9. Flash repeat Mako. Disrespectful. That's how he's playing this A main control. Just trying to take the fight straight to them. There's a bit of a different approach actually. Usually on the defensive setup at DRX, they are quite passive. They tend to wait for people to come towards them. So them playing more actively towards A main is a difference. Drone now towards mid. See if they can take out the alarm bot. It's dealt with. A minute left in the round. This reposition by Foxy9 could be everything. Vital.
Okay, so we got the AWP here.
Are they going to walk right into
get a
it?
flash?
It's a
Oh, nice
paranoia,
Utah.
man. They've got layers. Levels to it.
They don't get
Offset
in.
this way, that way. Pivot. RB pushed into mid. Ready
And RB gets both. I
the
thought he was
spray
about to get 0.
transfer. It's beautiful. 2 targets
sticks
found.
around.
The spike dropped into the middle of nowhere.
What?
Giorgamo.
Wow, how's he done that?
Towards A, but RB still needs to contain. A shot dart at his back. He's brought down. It's 2 versus 2. Giorgamo's got the spike. He's on A.
He needs help though. Boostio's got to get here as quickly as possible.
Is that free plant smoke towards door? TP's back away. Foxy9 still creeping across.
How's he got 2 kills?
To heaven. Doubled up. Him and Buzz. Time has been bought. Boostio is there, but they don't actually know really where these players are. Finding the positioning now, though. How does this get played? Jumping down, trying to bait a swing or something.
Oh.
Fight is there. Boostio still alive, but Foxy9. He responds.
What a
and
crazy
he lands
little
it.
round. Show us
Gotta see the replay of how
POV.
Giorgamo even made that one possible, but it's
Yeah.
RB that opens things up. RB did so much work in mid there to make things possible for DRX, and that's the second round in a row where DRX have found value by reactively pushing mid. That's what Foxy9 did on the eco round, and now you see the Sova, just a raw Sova in mid, making a push in order to catch the EG players off as they rotate around the map.
So whatever it takes.
Yeah, and it's
Found a
working
good time,
really
pushing
nicely
through a
right
smoke.
now. DRX have identified an issue with how EG rotate around the map. Maybe the fact that they are less thoughtful of the reclears.
Okay,
Because
time
it's
out
not
EG.
some
That's
kind of
probably
big
what they're
elaborate
talking about.
utility reclear. It's just one quiet contacting player up mid. There's a lot of risk to doing that, but it's working out very well for DRX.
Let's force this timeout. EG taking a bit of a backseat here. Potter going to be dishing out some advice, adjustments that need to be made. But you are right, it's these little reclears that are happening. Maybe they've just got the read as well. When the mid default gets used, smoke drop down, alarm bot's broken. There's not really too much bite behind it. I mean, sometimes they're leaving Demon 1 pushed up in that position.
Right, but
but
even in those instances, it's only Demon 1 there. Against the way that EG like to play, where they push and insert Demon 1 into spots, doing big reclears with utility is actually a very good counterplay from the defense. Because not only
He
do
might
you
be
gain
getting
that map
slight
control
death right
back,
now.
there's
At that
also a
point, no
serious
way.
chance that you catch Demon 1 in those positions and end up getting map control and a pick out of it. So I love that idea conceptually as a way that DRX could approach Ascent defense. They haven't really been going for that, though. They haven't been going for these big utility reclears. It's just been
Okay, 10-7.
Foxy9 walking up mid, seeing
They
if
have
he
got
can
a
find
buy,
what's
but they
going
have
on.
got a stinger.
It's all based
now.
off the
We're starting to get
information that
ults
other
online for
DRX
both
players are
teams.
feeding those mid players.
Foxy and B
Nice
main.
waited out and no commands there. Speed it up, why
Wow.
not? Foxy9, what a shot
Gonna
to
slow him
hit
still.
On any of the targets on Ethan, so he can be brought back up. A wallbang attempt. Good try. On his body. A
Niku
lovely
to
attempt.
Nick with the
Quite
6
landed though, and
months.
now you're still feeling it all the way through. No one's watching lane. Paranoia is there. Hunter's Fury.
He's
It's
got
all
one.
coupled together. A dodge, a dash to disengage and avoid all of this coming
I
your
didn't think
way.
he
But
realised how
EG
close
are
they
so
were.
fast with it, man.
I haven't got the spike though.
They've taken the space, but the spike has dropped down into the open.
Yeah, that's
to reclaim
the issue.
this.
Player advantage and a good post plant positions, but the problem is you're not in a post plant.
Mako, he's holding. That's the paranoia off the face of the contact. The fights are being won out. Wow. 2v3.
They did get the spike.
Picked up, and guess what, Com? He's running out of there. He's like, I want nothing to do with this. Do your best, Ethan.
Now it's a
I'm
1v3.
leaving you, mate.
Might still have a game.
Com in a 1v3. We've seen this guy close out before.
Site, yeah.
6 and 11 right now.
30
He has had some incredibly hot moments.
That's cheeky. Okay. Don't know what. Yeah. I mean, what's he going for there? But
I mean, that kind of recon dart would only be used if you were playing towards main, for example, right? So he's trying to bait them based on the positioning.
How hard is this clearance? Very hard. RB.
Nice idea.
Yeah. Not sure if you heard a footstep or what, but incredible awareness.
Yeah, very good awareness. And the whole point of that recon dart is to make you think that he couldn't be in heaven.
Yeah.
That the recon was for information instead. So, we were talking a lot about how good EG's set plays were and how much they were tactically outplaying DRX on the first map. DRX managing to take that one off Mako's paranoia and contact. I mean, first of all, the spike being down was the major problem, right? Because otherwise they're in a nice spot. But it's this play, look. They take contact off Buzz, and that forces a paranoia out, and then Buzz and RB are able to collect kills. It's a really nice setup that they've just strung together on the fly to be able to get this back within 2.
Great,
This is where
it's going to be a
attack side
scene.
descent becomes really sticky. It feels like you're so close to the finish line. We only need 3 more, but Fiji are saying that to themselves, maybe underestimating how difficult it can be.
Yeah, they can be some of the hardest rounds to really get over the finish line. Flash pop out is at a half buy from EG. Fully grouped up, at least with the 4 of them.
Yeah, they get knives online.
Farm up some ults.
And you see
Interesting
Boostio
that
here
DRX didn't contest that.
lurking in mid. That may have been an adjustment coming out of Potter's timeout.
Get out of my way!
You know, that does seem like a good idea against what DRX were doing, going for those
Yeah, it makes a
reactive
lot of sense
pushes
to have
from
someone
Foxy9
in
and
here
RB.
kind of at all times.
Knife over the top, that's going to be a drone tagging. The Boostio doesn't see too much else though. Grouped up still.
If drone's going to come out, who's going to destroy it?
Heat being turned up, I think, for DRX. Foxy9 narrowly avoiding it. Flash over. Smoke dropped down as well. Another tag. Really just lit up entirely.
Goes on
Foxy9
site
can't
alone.
take a clean fight. They're into the back of the site, towards it, this way, that way. Running and gunning. Ethan, he's removed
Ethan
them.
with
He's
the
found a
stinger.
second, not 2. Still all the way through. Foxy9 and Jussie gets 3. A knife as well, pushing them all the way back into the site. There you go. Locked down, ready and waiting. There are tools. DRX could offset this. They have the Hunter's Fury. They want to choose to use it. They want to try and play for it.
And Boostio is going to push.
Yep, pushing off of this. Buzz was watching. So the lockdown
He has his own
is
lockdown.
removed.
Now Buzz with a lockdown of his own, and Com has repositioned to try and anticipate that.
He's watching it. Lockdown's there. Buzz, he's low. Brought down.
I like this. Com isn't rushing it. He knows that there's going to be a second player here. It's just a game of chicken.
RB waiting it. Lands it. Force it into a 1 versus 1. Necessary for DRX. Time is short. You can hear the spike ticking away. A tap onto it. Sticking it through now. Jiggling with the fire. The shot! RB!
He just absolutely pulled his pants down.
Just spectacular.
What an incredible play towards the end there from RB. Ethan going for the pre-aims, just missing the head on his little jiggle peaks. But he made it very predictable what he was going for, and RB knew there was no wide swing coming.
Caught the dot.
Ethan had done so much. I mean, those 3 kills just come out of nowhere. It felt like he was destined to close the round in the same way that he'd opened it up. You can see he's heartbroken about it, because that drags the map with 1 round separating these 2.
So much credit.
He's got a mouse.
I got to give it to RB there in that clutch scenario.
Timeout again, EG.
A lot of pro players, even if they are pro players, they get flustered in spots like that. The jiggling, they lose their nerve, they get off the spike, they don't start sticking to the fuse, but RB knows the only win condition, the only way he can play to his out is by sticking it to halfway and landing the shot, and he does it like that.
RB has been phenomenal in the clutch this year, and yeah, it's so impressive from a player that previously was receiving a ton of criticism, and I think fair criticism, for having choking performances at big LAN events. When they would get deep in the playoffs, he wasn't really turning up. And since he's swapped his role over to be the flex for DRX, he's just found way more opportunities to play in the late round, to play supportively, and he's been a nightmare for other teams to deal with. We'll take a look at this moment just again and see the way that Ethan was playing it. I mean, he's just catching tiny glimpses, tiny glimpses.
It's just amazing.
The way that both players are playing it is perfectly appropriate, but yeah, monstrously
with
good
enough.
from RB to hit the shot at the
He's
end
in
there.
short.
One round sort of
Knives
stands.
as well. No ults for
DRX
EG,
being
although
able to
Ethan's
equalize.
one off, so he might come and
10
grab
to
this
10.
ult up. You don't want this ult
Where
up,
they begun
Jogger.
as
Give
well.
it to Ethan.
Losing the pistol rounds. They've had to claw back.
They're waiting for a reaction here. They're so confident that DRX are going to go for some flash push.
It's because Mako's been fighting it.
Yeah.
But put that fear and conditioning into them.
They just allow them to get it. So Jorgamo was tapping it first to try and bait out a reaction, and then Ethan actually takes the ult orb to be able to get his null command online. Here's that little piece of reaction from Foxy9. He knows that there was a few in A main, so he's going to walk forwards in mid.
Sees the flash. Plays anti. Dart at his feet. This is dangerous. Has to use it to get out of there.
So good awareness from EG to deal with the problem that's been hurting them in a couple of rounds so far. But that's only half the puzzle. You've gained some map control, sure, but where are you going to end? How are you going to get there?
You know how I think they should nerf Jet?
Time might be a
Give her
problem. Look at
one
how scattered
smoke.
the EG players are. I mean, they are spread out equally.
I've been thinking this
recently.
recently. The Cloud Burst is the most underrated ability. What they're trying to sell, a little
big fake.
A split.
Obfuscated, yeah. They're trying to fake it like it's an A split, but now straight through to the middle of the map to B split.
Mako can TP across.
Now the Odin spam! Making short work still. TP into the back, shoring up the defenses. Trying to anchor it up. Players drop down onto lane here. Dart at the back, spammable potentially. Over the top is Foxy9 into the smoke. He expects it. 10 seconds remaining. This way, that way. Shorty's not
Still time.
enough. 7 seconds. There is time. Mako denied. He can't stop the defuse. And all the players watching. The position's there. It's a 1v2. Stax is running as fast as he could
Oh my
to try
God.
and help out. It's left up to him, the IGL. It's had a hard task of it beginning of this tournament. A bit of spam, common warbanks. He's got to force these fights out. Players are low, but Demon won.
One. Oh
Never
my
lacks the
God.
confidence, so eager to take the fight there.
And they still had that second layer of Com hiding behind, ready to trade him if it failed. So
Okay,
another
Demon
very
1
good
picks
setup.
up now.
That round, though, was on a razor-thin edge.
Yeah, this was...
The timing being the biggest issue. And you can completely see why
Demon
Mako
won,
would
like-
try and sacrifice his own life to stop the plan. If he manages to get a wide swing off there, he's won the round.
Oh, he wins the round, yeah, easily.
But EG are just able to get that one by a thread, by the tiniest margin. And it forces another timeout. I feel like the coaches have had so much
Okay,
impact in
DRX
these
timeout.
games. They've been constantly adding their input, maximizing the amount that they can talk to the teams. I think both coaches are really going to want to talk to try and both get their, get EG over the line and get DRX straight back into things.
Yeah, I think this is... I mean, you get tested here. It's nothing quite like it on the international stage. You're playing in front of all these people. Pushed to your limits.
And that's what makes it even more impressive to me that EG are turning up. We've seen so many teams that do very
Is
well
there even a
domestically,
chance
regionally, and then they turn up
EMEA
to the
win
global
this
events,
event?
and they're not ready.
NA looks so
Or,
much better in terms
even
of
though
aim and
they felt like
gameplay.
they were ready, it just
Why
got to
we
the moment,
always
the pressure
behind the meta?
overwhelming. And yet EG, for all of the inexperience on this roster, they're still here, they're still performing.
Look at this EMEA
Something we haven't
Duma.
seen from them, tactically, is Demon 1 attack.
Have you ever heard of a little team called
And as you can
Fnatic?
see, he's going to pick it up in this round. 19 kills.
Because I've heard that they got a pretty
necessarily
good
going
chance.
toe-to-toe
This
with
has to be a
Foxy9,
bait.
but
This is an
looking,
NA
I would
baiter,
imagine
surely.
more to get posted up in an area and see if he can generate a pick with it.
Change in the setup.
Even the most ardent of
so
stupid,
brave,
crazy
man.
NA fans, even the people who
Flash
may...
isn't
Oh, this is
even
up and
active.
off.
It's being watched for. Demon 1!
Oh, wow.
How's he got the read? How is he expecting it? That's
Even the people who
ludicrous.
call me out on Reddit
I mean,
as an
we
NA
know
hater,
that DRX have been going for mid pushes
even
occasionally,
those people
but to
think that
predict
Fnatic have a chance to
exactly
win.
coming out of the timeout?
Yeah, I mean,
What is that read?
that's just different. Someone's been doing their homework, that's for sure.
EG known VOD watchers and thinkers.
Oh, man.
So, yeah, there's the pick that they're looking for.
I mean, that's crazy, though.
Demon 1 will swap weapons with Boostio in order to entry for them, too. So that op doesn't necessarily slow him down on the attack.
Breaking some util.
It's just Buzz, though. They're going to trust him somewhat. Keeping these two on A. Knife comes out, though, doesn't see anyone.
Remember that the time was an issue for EG in the previous round.
Gets in here. We'll see if Stacks moves.
And there you go. There's that weapon swap I was talking about. Demon 1 picks up the Vandal. Boostio up in. 30 seconds, not even.
It's running short. Buzz has to be the difference, doesn't he?
Okay, just gonna trust these two.
That's dealt with. Over the top, he's being supported. Has to deal with it, and he does break it. Smoke to dash through into it. Can Buzz get anything done here? Has to anchor it as the player. Adjust with the aim, only the one. Inside the nade, RB holds his ground, waits it out through the smoke.
What a clever little angle.
Off to the side, he just can't survive. Enough time. Plant's going to be stuck now into the post. Three players that are grouped up towards the back side of EG. It's not the greatest post plant in the world, but they do have that player advantage.
The door is kind of a help to them, to be honest.
Against the world.
The door's still being closed.
Nate, it's close to the corner. Flash and Paranoia is used together. Blinded back.
We got a tiny F into a big F. But don't worry.
This way, that way, behind Dice as well, not watching Dart. Is there, and Boostio watches. The sightline's set. And it's EG who find themselves on series point.
And playoffs point. One round and EG have instantly accomplished their goal of being able to make playoffs.
EG won. Here you go.
What a read that was. And EG, even with time pressure, able to bait out a wave of defensive utility before they
they just got the kills.
Very impressive stuff. One round away from making top 8 in this tournament.
It wasn't too special. It was a 3v2, and they won.
Proving all of the EG
He didn't miss too much. Okay, now the buy, not great either. 3 chances to win the game. Got some ults for both sides. There's a fucking muck spread out here, and it absolutely stinks.
Heavy aggression into A main. Very passive position by Jogamo that he's holding. Are they going to try and flash repeak into main here? Yeah, it looks like there was an attempt.
Jogamo's taking contact, though. He knows that this is happening, and might accelerate the B push. It should give them options to try and B split, but they're waiting for Com to clear it with the drone.
So mid's there. Shock Dart will be landing, I think, into mid.
You think about this, too, though. EG don't actually want to react quickly into areas because they're still trying to attack up with Demon 1.
It does slow them down. Minutes.
I mean, they're very convinced it's an A hit, even though they're kind of good. Oh, Mako watching.
Actually having to scrape at the bottom of the barrel for this buy.
Yeah, but the bad weaponry hasn't stopped them before. We've seen 3, 4 thrifties in this map so far. Or at least low eco wins.
Can they turn it around yet again? Indecisive. 40 seconds.
Yeah, and this time
this way, that way.
They don't have a pick.
Faking, I think. TP into the back, Dart over the top, Hunter's Fury. It really does feel like it's going to be a B hit. Jogamo,
what are they doing?
But he's drawn 3 players there.
He has, and that was the goal because the spike is making his way over here. Mako, he has to deny. Finds the first. Main compromise, this way, that way, dashing forwards. TPs abound.
What is going on?
It's all over the place, man. Anarchy. A wide swing from Mako, a wide face. So dangerous, dropping down, smoke at his feet. Demon 1 with the knives. All the way through, he lands the first. Into the
no way.
Finds the second. Will it be the finisher? Flash through, RB will not be able to do it.
Okay, that wasn't a great round by EG. It was a bit of a mess, but that's the thing with EG. When it's a mess, they still got Demon 1 to bail them out.
Off the back of an insane Demon 1 finisher. We were waiting for this guy to turn up. Yesterday, not really required. Map 1 playing Brimstone. But the Jet head-to-head hyped up, savored, and delivered.
EG going to playoffs.
And what a finish. He pops knives in a 1v3 on the site with Ethan unable to help him and takes his team through to playoffs. What a performance.
My DRX pick not looking great.
Individually and as a team. And what a Cinderella run this has been. But it doesn't feel like it's form that's taking them here. It doesn't feel like some of the prior runs that we've seen in Valorant where it's all based on hitting their shots and finding those timings. The deep prep work and structure is taking EG through to the point where that brilliance can really see the sunlight.
They are shining. They make that top 8 all the way through the upper bracket, and it's DRX Not down to the lower, they're not out of the event just yet, but this is a rarity. It's worth repeating. This will be the third match ever.
It's tough to not root for EG though.
But for EG, today is celebrations.
It absolutely is. Again, how could the vibes not be utterly immaculate on this team? They're 2-0ing DRX, a team that we normally talk about as title contenders. They didn't expect anyone to be here, and he's just
100 bits.
taking them through that final round with his attack up in.
I'll be back tomorrow.
Bladestorm play. They're rocking the
watch the
bold
interview,
looks.
I think.
Yeah, man, I mean, they're feeling it.
I mean,
Because
it's
we need to
all
do the
just working
GeoGuessr for the
them.
subs.
Everything is.
So if you want a
But you can
sub,
see the hard work that they've put in.
if you think you can get a
we were talking
GeoGuessr
about
right,
vibes before, and that can feel vague to people at
you
home.
can win a sub.
I do want to
This is
point
the
out,
bingo.
if everyone is enjoying themselves and having fun and feeling like they're on a run like this, giving harsh criticism doesn't feel like an attack. It just feels like good feedback. You know, when you're in a bad situation, you shrug it off more easily. There are reasons why teams...
Okay, we'll do one. So we ended on 2 bingos, right? On 2. Mike couldn't guess a score for the third. Classic midbot. So what? Mike guessed all 4 maps and got it wrong. I might be getting a slight F. That's fine. Okay, should be good. I'm going to pick... Who wants to play? Okay, Muxwells, you got it. Muxwells, here you go. To get a sub, this is your country. It's quite distinct. Do you know where this is? No help? No help in the chat, please. Oh, we've got help from chat. You gotta... We're gonna play again. We're gonna go to emote only. We're gonna play again. Sorry, Muxwells. It was Denmark because it's the Pharaohs, but you're gonna get another shot. Oh, VIP them. Yeah, I forgot about this. Hold on. I have to get a whole nother thing. Dashboard. Well, if we just had chat that was could obey the rules, then we'd be fine. We wouldn't need to do this, would we? Roles manager. Add new. Muxwells. VIP. Okay, there you go. Muxwell should have VIP. Here's your real one. Here it is, Muxwells. What do we think? I'll show you some things. Son. If you can tell anything from the license plates. Got some kind of writing there. Some of you will know where this is. I should put it on a minute as well. So that you have to guess within a minute. Thoughts, Muxwells?
This is Valorant. Heritage.
Board Toolbox knows. I'm gonna need an answer in the next 15 seconds. Any thoughts? You've just sent a pepperonis. Ripperonis. Bangladesh. Is correct! Okay, Muxwells gets a sub. Muxwells gets a sub. Congratulations, Muxwells. Who wants another go? Take it off. We got one more. Oh, I had to refresh. Okay, you might need to refresh for it to work. I'm gonna go with Sam Hats. Congratulations, Sam Hats. I'm gonna make you a VIP. You might need to refresh to make VIP work. This is yours, Sam Hats. Maybe a bit tougher. Okay, there is the sun. Here is the landscape. Here's the license plate. Pretty mountainous. I'm sure you could tell that on your own. Don't know what's quite going on with the road here. Getting an ad, hang on. Okay. Well, we gotta wait for the ad. One of these days I'm gonna get Mike to just guess. Just get Midbot to just guess, and however many Mike gets right in a row is how many subs I give out. Wait, who was the first one? What was their name? I can't remember. Muxwells, wasn't it? Yeah, Muxwells. I'll do it after the stream ends. Sam Hats has no clue. Well, you gotta guess a country. Sun's in the north, I'll tell you that much. I'm gonna guess Chile. Decent guess? We'll see. 2 out of 2. Well done. Okay, congratulations, everyone. We got it. 2 out of 2. Sam Hats and Muxwells. There we go. Congratulations to both of you for getting it correct.
To overwhelmingly excited, so I don't even know how to feel right now. Honestly, I feel like breaking down and crying, but on the other hand, you know, I keep control of everything.
Keep it composed.
You know?
Yeah, guys, stay hard for the camera, dude. You know what I'm saying? Of course, man. Hey, you know, but this obviously was going to be a tough game here, right? DRX, fantastic squad. What was really like, I talked to Potter a little bit. She was telling me that you were excited to play Ascent against this team, but what was the game plan against DRX? What were you guys trying to isolate so that this way you can pick up this victory today?
I think it's just, you know, adapting to what they play, because that's a really good team. Like, honestly, respect to all those players. Like, I've always looked up to them all throughout.
I noticed
Valorant.
you guys had a lot of respect for them.
Yeah, 100%.
Human One wasn't teabagging.
But at the end of the day, like, I think we're the kings of adapting, and when it comes to that, like, we just read them really well, and I think towards the end it got a little scrappy, and you know, you really had to like win your aim duels to win the round, but I think at the end of the day I'm like just blessed.
Yeah, well, and you know, I mean, looking at what happened yesterday till today, obviously everyone on, and we were talking about it constantly, how it was just EG as a whole stepping up in this tournament. But today, Demon One stepped up big time after having a slow start. What happened yesterday till today? Like, was it just, you know, kind of feeling a little bit off? Why don't you shed some light on that for us?
I would say Max yesterday, his settings weren't as good, but Ethan injected him with the great settings, and all of a sudden he's cheater one again. So, I mean,
yeah,
I don't know, just like Max is an unreal talent. Like, I'm so blessed to have him as a teammate. And I think whenever he's feeling it, we're all feeling it. And I mean, our whole team is just feeling it right now. So I'm just
Last question, though, before I let you go. You got a little bit of time before you got to play again. You guys going to be able to relax, enjoy a little bit, or are you back to work, just getting back on the grind?
I think back on the grind. I mean, hard work don't stop. You know what I'm saying?
That's right, baby. Always and forever. Much appreciated, Com. Always a blast to talk to. Let's go ahead and send it back over to the desk to break down and close out the day.
Thank you very much, GB and Com. Honestly, that answer when he said, I don't know what to do, you know, maybe break down and cry, I feel like we could all relate to that. Think back on the journey they had in Americas, all of the hate, all of the doubt, Mimi, not only just to make it here, but then to prove everyone wrong on the international stage.
Goodbye, everyone. No more games today, no.
As well.
No more streams. I will make a video probably about the NRG attack side on Ascent. Tomorrow, busy day, 3 games. Starts off where T1 surprised the world, as we all know from TMV's predictions, and end up going through, of course. We get Attacking Soul versus Foot, and then Navi versus everyone's favorite team, EDG. So, goodbye, everyone. I will see you later. I will give the subs to Muxwells and Sam Hats. And, yeah, goodbye.